Hello, everyone, and welcome to EU House Rivalries. We're here for this top 8 day. I'm David. I'm joined here by Lesamos. Are you excited to see this top 8 play out today, Lesamos?
I'm very excited to see this top 8 play out. It's been a great tournament so far, and two very competitive teams about to head up against each other pretty soon. So should be a good one.
Yeah, our first game here is going to be Nordavent versus Gamers Origins, two fairly big organizations, at least in Hearthstone. So it's going to be definitely very exciting to see them play. For Nordavent, we have Zorkthar, Freddy B, and NTR playing. And for Gamers Origin, we have Den, Trek, and Gallon playing. So if we had to just guess based on those names, do you think that you would ever have a favorite purely based on the players?
Oh, I don't think you can based off the players. They both have very strong rosters. I mean, Gallon coming in for Gamers Origin, very strong player, very consistent. And then people like NTR and on Nordavent, just also very strong. I mean, both lineups are stacked. I feel like you can't pick a favorite just off the players.
Yeah, definitely. So let's dive into deck lists and get more of an idea of that then. So Nordavent are going to be playing Bomb Warrior, Secret Hunter, and Shark Rogue with their Spell Mage having been banned. And Gamers Origin are going to be playing the Dragon Mage, the Midrange Hunter, and the Token Druid with their Bomb Warrior being banned. So based on those picks and bans, how does that kind of inform your decision for who do you think is going to be the favorite for this game?
I think this Token Druid for Gamers Origin is actually pretty strong. So it might be a little uncommon of an opinion, but for me, I've always been a big Token Druid fan, and I think it's one of those decks that can kind of just get there. Nordavent does have some Fan of Knives in their Rogue, and that could be pretty tough. And their Midrange Hunter does have an Explosive Trap, so they do have some tools to deal with it. But there is ways for this Token Druid to just kind of get there, and I think it's kind of a sticking point for Nordavent. I feel like Gamers Origin is going to have a strong showing today.
Yeah, I think Gamers Origin's lineup is quite interesting as well. They've got a lot of kind of, I think, warrior techs in their lineup, which is why we've seen them ban the mage and I think leave up the warrior. We see Ken in their dragon mage and in their bomb warrior, even though that was banned. And also like an augmented Elec to go with the Dire Frenzies and the midrange hunter, and double eccentric scribe in the token druid. So I think that warrior is definitely something they seem to be targeting a little bit there. So that's going to be interesting to see. And as you mentioned, I'm also a big fan of Token Druid. That was kind of the one deck I was playing the most right after Rise of Shadows launched. So I'm excited to see how that's going to play out. So without too much further ado here, we're going to be able to throw to our casters. Going to be Paradox and Livion to go ahead and take away this first game for Nordavent versus Gamers Origin.
Thank you for that throw there, Dave. Here we are, Paradox with me. I am currently spectating the Gamers Origin player that is still in a ladder game, so that's fun. How are you, Paradox? How are you today?
Just fine. Definitely looking forward to a pretty stacked top 8 in general. Like versus Gamers Origin, that's obviously a super stacked match. We've got the Finnish Civil War of Ents versus Helsinki Reds. We've got Team Viral, my personal favorite. Whole load of teams that could definitely take it. So just like the analysts, I don't want to pick favorites, especially considering my track record in this tournament, but good. Like, we've got a good first match here, is what I'm trying to say, and fumbling over a little bit for.
Yeah, I think so too. Like these two teams, Nordavent and Gamers Origin, already played in the Swiss part of the tournament as well, and it ended up 3-2 in favor of Nordavent. So still a pretty close game. And well, of course, we know Gamers Origin pretty well. Dan has casted for us a bit, and these are all really good players. But Nordavent is Nordavent. They are all really good players as well, obviously. Of the decks that we see here, I wouldn't say there are many surprises, but I haven't seen the Shark Rogue yet. Is this a new deck or is this a bad deck? What would you say about it, Paradox?
Well, the deck is very similar to the previous version of Rogue. Before, obviously, we saw all of those balance changes with Miscreant, Preparation, Raiding Party, etc. Basically, just going back to the fundamentals, which is Evil Miscreant is a really good card, and hey, like now that we don't need to play Raiding Party in the weapon anymore, let's play Burger and Vendetta, which at the start of the expansion was already a very potent combo. The thing that held it back was, of course, that Vendetta is really bad in the Rogue Mirror match because it's very hard to enable, but in Conquest, when you're only going to be playing against Rogue maybe like once or twice, and like the mirror is not that common, it's a very smart inclusion from Nordavind. I always give my praise and adoration to Zorkvar, one of the guys on the team, who is a very good deck builder. So I'm not surprised that they came up with this Shark Rogue list. And Spirit of the Shark has definitely been one of those cards in recent times. So it's definitely shown a lot of potential, especially with the immense power of cards like Evil Miscreant, Evil Cable Rat, etc.
All the lecky stuff. Yeah, I can definitely see that. The decks that are banned are the most popular decks of today. We see 7 teams who brought the Spell Mage, or however you want to call it, with the giants and the spells, and then 6 teams that brought the Bomb Warrior. What do you think of this mage with the giants? Do you think it's good? Good enough to bring?
Different versions of the maze deck that we see on both teams. Like we see Games Origin brought the more typical Book of Spectres version with like a whole load of minions just trying to play big stuff on curve compared to this new Mana Cyclone build. It's a little bit different as well. Like we see the Magic Dart Frog, a very anti-aggro type of tech inclusion just to beat down on those decks like Zoolock and Hunter that just try to get on the board early. And showing the innovative nature of Nordavind's team's deck building. And as a team themselves, they are very, very potent. That's always been probably overstated at this point.
Yep. Well, I see that Dan has finished his ladder match and he won. Congrats to him. So that's good. He was not playing any of the decks that they are bringing today, so I'm not entirely sure what they will start with. But what would you start with if you were Games Origin? Like they have the Druid, the Mage, and the Hunter. What would be your first deck?
So obviously, I know several of our compatriot casters on the desk have gone over Conquest Q Order. I personally believe that Q Order is a very irrelevant subject. The reality of the
Really?
situation is you have to win with all of your decks anyway, so what you queue up first, second, or third, for the most part, doesn't actually matter. Trying to win these unfavorable matchups. So, like, for
Yeah,
example,
I heard like
Gamers Origin's team, as has been explained earlier, is trying to beat on Warrior, right? So if the Warrior is able to get a win, that's the most important thing, rather than what individual deck you queue in, like, for a specific matchup.
yeah,
In my
fair
opinion,
enough.
of course.
Fair enough. No, whenever I talk to players that are actually good at the game, like not me, they usually tell me they just flip a coin or roll a dice or whatever to decide what they start with. Because if you start mind gaming, you never know when to stop and who gets mind gamed. So you might as well just randomly decide what to play.
Exactly.
Oh well, that
Yeah.
doesn't help us very much.
No, no, it doesn't, because we're still waiting on them to actually figure out what they want to play first. Clearly, both teams are putting a lot of thought into this, since this is the top 8, and they obviously want to take the win. So, unlike us on the desk, which are just saying, it's random, they're actually just going to think about it, like, just in case. You're waiting too much longer, though. What is what is useful for us is that a lot of these decks are relatively fast in how they play the game. Like we have like Hunter and Rogue, for example, and even Token Druid, which are all relatively aggressive classes that usually finish out the game by turn 8 or turn 9. So
Yeah,
as long a series as we did at the end of yesterday.
I really like that about Token Druid. How it's when you play it, it feels like a slow deck, to be honest, because you never really put on pressure. It's more like you set up that OTK and it just gets removed 5 times, and the sixth that's impossible to pronounce if you're not English. The sixth time you put it up, then you win, and it doesn't get removed. That's kind of how Token Druid feels. So it's, to me, it feels more like a 2-turn kill deck than a real tempo or aggressive deck.
Yeah, that's not an unreasonable thing to say, but sometimes you can just get like a big board early on into the game and then like you play Blessing of the Ancients, for example, so you get like 4 guys, and then suddenly they're all like 4/4s, and they're just going face, and that's a 2-turn setup as well. Oftentimes, you
Fair
don't even
enough.
need to have a draw to finish out some games. But it looks like we are about to get started with game number 1.
We have a
So let's see
game,
what they
guys.
play.
It is Gamers Origin with the Hunter versus Nordavind with the Rogue, and that's the Rogue we talked about earlier. Let's see if the nerfs made the deck worse, but I think it didn't impact it too much, to be honest. So who would you say is favored in this match?
You see in the hand of Gamers Origin already, there is that Vicious Scalehide, and with Die Frenzy, that will allow them to get quite a bit of healing. I think, given the context of the list, I would put the favorite on Gamers Origin if they survive. Because there's no Chef Nomi, there's no High Sparrow and Togwaggle going to have to win through just like tempo with these lackey cards. And if the Hunter's able to survive that and get to Zul'jin, get to these 4/6 lifesteal turns, then they can definitely win this.
It feels like such a weird thing to say, though. Like, if they survive, then they win. Like, obviously they do. But here we go with the start. That's not a great start for the Gamers Origin team, to be honest. Like, they have no tempo at all. They have the Master Skull on turn 3, but this is not what you want to see. The deadly shots are pretty bad as well early game. I'd already say this looks better for Nordavind.
You say Deadly Shot is bad. I'm not inclined to completely agree. There's already the Spirit of the Shark, and Deadly Shot is pretty good at clearing Spirit of the Shark, which is definitely going to be useful. And it's also not too bad at clearing 1/4s on turn 3 if they decide to like go for it instead of just going for the Master Skull. We'll see.
We'll see indeed. And let's see this draw. Well, at least it's not playable. Would you Master Skull here? I guess so, right? Yeah. There's no way you want to Deadly Shot. But on the other hand, if you Deadly Shot here, you can guarantee to kill that Spirit of the Shark with the Deadly Shot. And now it's a 50-50 if you want to kill it.
Well, at the same time, they can't play Spirit of the Shark this turn because Spirit of the Shark costs 4 mana and they're
wow.
got 3.
I was like, Miscreant is 3, Spirit of the Shark is 4, but no, there was a coin, of course, that I totally missed. Thank you for that correction over there. And here we go, Discover a Spell. I think Ethereal Lackey is like the best Lackey out there, but it also depends on the spell that you discover of.
Yes. I am inclined to agree with you, especially in Rogue. Rogue's spell quality has slightly decreased because of the nerfs, but there are still quite a lot of good spells, especially in contextual situations, right? Like we see, like Nordavind had the option of taking the hard removal contract, but instead they took the cheap shot just to try to deal with the board more cleanly. But those are not good lackeys for this situation.
Nope, that's 3 of the same lackey that does nothing on this board at least. And here we see Gamers Origin still not having the greatest hand, but do you really need it against the non-pressure that Nordavind is putting on them? I don't think so. I think they're rather comfortable seeing how Nordavind is struggling to put a good start on the board.
Who to shoot?
The issue here is that there's no real good option on this and turn 5 until they get to the high main turn. We've got a lot of cards that are, again, context sensitive, right? We have Timberwolf, which is good with Unleash and Springfall. The same thing, and Scalehide, which is good with Die Frenzy. And then just a lot of hard removal is not really what you're looking for against Rogue. You're looking to try to get on the board and stop them from just going out of control too early, because Hunter's removal, there's no AoE spells, there's no like Holy Nova, Consecration, etc. So if Rogue can go wide and the Hunter doesn't have Unleash, things can get out of control extremely quickly. Even have an easy way of dealing with this 3/4 due to the Blink Fox Vendetta combo this turn, so this could get ugly very quickly.
Yeah, you're definitely right in that. Of course, there is still a way for the Hunter to deal with a white board, which is something like As you said, the Spring Pod together with the Timberwolf, but it's always a more than one card combination, which is probably a worse trade for you in the end, because you have to spend your entire turn to clear the board, and then you're even on board again, which actually means that your opponent is ahead. I think we'll see, the Blink Fox here together with the Lackey maybe. Nope, it's the Vendetta coming out because it's free to play right now and it deals with the Augmented Alec perfectly, dealing exactly 4 damage. This is definitely a better board state, and now, yeah, as you said, how are you gonna deal with this board now? It's kind of getting worrying.
Yes, and even the card that Blink Fox got, the Beast Within, is actually a pretty solid removal spell. Like, give a Beast +1/+1 and then attacks an enemy minion. Well, you can just go face the Blink Fox and then Beast Within, and that's a free 1 mana deal 4. It's pretty good.
Wow, yeah, you're definitely right in that regard. What would you do if you were the hunter here? We see the baited arrow being played, probably on a 1/1, but it still feels bad. Like, you wouldn't use it to just kill the 3/3, right? Nope.
Yeah. And this does kind of lead into that Beast Within turn as well. Ooh, picks up the SI7 agent. May not even need to use the Beast Within, but when picked up, you could just go Goblin Lackey, Goat Face, and then use the Beast Within to take out the 5/5 and only lose 1 guy to it, which is like the lackeys don't really.
Yeah, there's
count
so many
because
options here, and I really like the Spirit of the Shark here because there are so many options. Because you feel like you're ahead so much, it definitely pays off to just go greedy here. The Battle Cry triggers twice anyway, so you do have the Goblin Lackey getting 3 attack, which means it can deal with the 5/5. And now you have the Spirit of the Shark on board to get even more value next turn, even though you don't have that many Battle Cry minions left.
but there is the SI7 agent in hand. Goes for the the Savannah Highmane. They sound similar. But anyway, if they go for Savannah Highmane, all it takes is 1 backstab SI7 agent combination. And that would get rid of the Highmane.
This is getting interesting. Oh, that's unlucky. The first shot is pretty decent, but the second is definitely not that good. Killing the 1/1 Lackey with 3 mana, but of course they wanted to snipe that Spirit of the Shark to prevent any Battle Cry combo shenanigans. But here we go. 2 spells discovered, and what spells they are.
Take the Grim Rally and Flame Strike. Oh man, like we were talking about lacking board clears, that Flame Strike could be pretty useful. But yeah, like you just said, they definitely respected that Spirit of the Shark. They wanted to kill it, and they had a 1/4 followed by a 1/3, and they just didn't get it. And now, getting out of control extremely quickly. Like we see the Goblin Lackey into that Grim Rally.
Oh,
that
feels great.
Yeah, it's sort of like Token Druid when you think about it, right? You just get like a massive wall and then you buff it up and just deal a load of damage, and
but it shouldn't be this
deal
way.
with this.
This is not how it's supposed to happen. And it feels like you have to go with the Vicious Skill, Hide, Timberwolf, Hyena, something, maybe Kill Command somewhere. But it's just so bad. Like, you can't even get the Vicious Skill Hide up to 3 or 4 damage. What? Maybe you should use Tracking? To find like, a leash?
They currently have 8 cards in hand. Maybe it's worth them going for the Master's Call to possibly try to get Springpool. But yeah, this is definitely not what.
There we go, it's an Unleash.
Like, unleash the Hounds! I don't think that's going to matter. Hounds would only have 3
that's a Dire Frenzy. We didn't even see it, but like we were so focused on the Unleash that we didn't see the Dire Frenzy. But that's definitely a way to come back here. You can trade away the 3/4. I would have liked to trade away the 5/4 maybe, because now you get more damage. The second Vendetta being drawn, very important actually, because this deals with the Vicious Skill Height immediately without giving him any more HP. And this is another 8 damage on the board.
But at the same time, they once again heavily respect the Spirit of the Shark. Like, we obviously as casters know that there's no combo battle cry stuff that Spirit of the Shark would really be good against, but Gamers Origin, of course, they would not know that. So rather than leave a possible really huge threat alive, just take 2 extra damage for the turn. Doesn't really matter. They can Master's Call immediately afterwards and just get all the health back.
Yup, and I think that's what we'll see. You could also do the Spring Paw double Timberwolf kill command, but I like this master goal way better because you probably get 2 vicious skill hides.
They only got
Unlucky.
one.
Only get 1. How many beasts are there left in the deck? That shouldn't be too many.
At least another Spring Paw.
Yeah, and another
That's at
hyena.
least one other. I'm just trying to figure how many others there would be. Like, there's
No,
at least
that's it.
one more hyena,
That's it.
and there. I was
Like
about to
one
say, and
Spring
that's
Paw,
it.
one
Yeah.
hyena. Yeah. So that's kind of unlucky. That they, but well, you still have to go for it, right? You play the vicious skill hide. Do you play with maybe kill commands together with it? I
It's
wouldn't
either that or
dislike
you
the kill
go with
command.
the Timberwolf double Spring Paw turn. That's the alternative. And I like this a little bit more because then you get to heal for one more. And yeah, you also get to clear the Evil Miscreant off the board to prevent any future Shadow Step shenanigans from happening. And just like that, Gamer's Origin is slowly clawing this back because North of Its hand is just full of removal. And they're losing the board, which is definitely the higher priority in this matchup for sure.
It's still not a bad draw. Second Evil Miscreant in the hand of Nordavind. What will they get? 2 Lackeys. Wow, 1 Ethereal Lackey already. They're pretty happy with that, I'm sure. And now let's see what they can get from the Miscreant. There we go, it's being played. And another Ethereal Lackey and the Cobalt Lackey. These are some high rolls for Nordavind on the Lackeys.
So absolutely the best lackeys that you want to be like. If you could pick lackeys from Evil Miscreant, I'm pretty sure you would just pick like those 2 lackeys like every time. I'm not sure you would pick the other ones nearly as often. Like the ability to just get free resources and clear the board without having to use minions is just so disgustingly powerful. It cannot be understated.
So let's see. Finally, the beast within being played. Evil Cable Rat is a rat and thus a beast. So that it kills the 1/1 Timberwolf and even survives.
Yes. So that is both Masters Call use, which means that the chances of Gamer's Origin picking up a second skill hide that's got the lifesteal and the big stats is very unlikely.
Yeah, there's only one. No, there's 2 left, so it's 1 in 6, which is not too great. So let's see, what can they do? They could play the Tundra Rhino here together with Scavenging Hyena and Timberwolf, but that doesn't seem too great. You could kill everything except for the 3/3. Another option is the Unleash the Beast together with Kill Command. But it also feels bad. Like, you're still in that, what can I do to survive here mode, and now you don't have the healing anymore. So kind of everything you do feels bad.
Yeah, and not only that, we do see that Nordavind does have the Banish, and there's the second Spirit of the Shark with those 2 lackeys. Gonna getting 2 spells and 4 damage right off the bat. And we see Stolen Steel, which could get a very big weapon, and Preparation of Cold Blood.
Is Cold Blood lethal?
So they currently have 10 damage. Yeah, they have 10 damage because of 4 with the lackey and then 8 with. Oh no, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 with the Lackey, 4 with Cold Blood. Okay, so that's pretty close,
Yeah,
but
so
not there yet. Are you greedy? Do you just, or well, greedy? Do you just double cheap shot here on the 5/3 and wait with the other cards till next turn?
The question is like how much value you expect cards like Spirit of the Shark or Cold Blood to really get in this situation. We have already seen that there's no Unleash because obviously if they had Unleash they would have just played it earlier, most likely. So they're just content to just go wide on the board and just say, hey, you can't answer our board, I'm just gonna punch you instead of 210 lethal. Because this is still 6 damage coming in, and there's still the Stolen Steel, which gets a really good weapon and can most likely finish out the game next turn.
Oh, there's the
scale hide.
That's pretty good as well. So now you can clear the 5/4, gain 4 HP back. What do you play?
Go for the Tundra Rhino, just trying to clear as much of this board as possible. And because Timberwolf is again coming down, that would allow Gamer's Origin to heal for 1 more health, but similar problem to earlier. They're playing for the board instead of playing to win. Now, of course, they have to play to the board because, like, they're at 6 HP and one Leroy could just be the end. But like, this is so much of their like late getting just used up. Like, there's no Zul'jin available, which means they're basically just relying on these Savannah High Maidens and this board to stick in order to really like reel this game back in. And
so, would you say we will see the Stolen Seal here to see what he gets, and then maybe you can't kill the 4/5 anymore with the Flame Strike. Oh, there we go, cheap shot. That's board clear for 10 mana.
at the same time, that's not developing anything on their own board. But yeah, it's clearing arguably two of the most dangerous minions for Northern to see at this point. It's definitely a very viable use of the turn, and just once again just showing the raw power of the Ethereal Lackey, because Lackey, they didn't put that in their deck, which means that essentially it's just a non-resource. They basically just killed that board without needing to use anything, which is very, very valuable.
So I guess we'll see the Unleash the Beast here. You do want to deal with that Spirit of the Shark and the Hero Power with it as well. Dire Frenzying, it feels bad because you want to draw the other cards.
So here comes the Stolen Steel. We do see Life Drinker picked up.
Arcanite Reaper.
And with Arcanite Reaper, that is a 2-turn lethal setup at this point. They can put him to 6, and then Life Drink Eviscerate would be 7 damage. So if Gamers Origin do not top deck Zul'jin right now,
Ooh.
it's 10% for them to win. If they just go for the Reaper, just go upstairs. Like,
Fear the Reaper.
yeah, they smell blood and they're just like, okay, we can't die here. We're just going to force you to draw the 1 in 10. And they didn't draw it, so unfortunately they will lose here.
And that
Nisha
means
may
that
have taught, but
yeah, doesn't matter against the Life Drinker and the Eviscerate together. That's more than enough damage, and that means that Nordavind is going to take the first game of this series, leading 1-0. Will we get a repeat of last time, which was 3 against 2? We'll see. Oh wow, this is some BM as well coming out. The Leroy draw as well, but this is definitely enough to finish the Hunter here.
now this might be a little bit of mind gaming from Nordavind. It probably won't matter, but like you can imagine they might be thinking, maybe the Gamers Origin guys get a little bit upset that we managed to kill them with both the Stolen Steel and the Vanish and the Cheap Shot, all from Ethereal Lackey. You know, sometimes you have those games you're like, man, my opponent got so lucky. I mean, obviously,
Yeah, but on the other hand,
regardless, but you never know.
Yeah, I think Gamers Origin played as well as they could, but they were behind from the start. Their starting hand was so slow that even though the hand of Nordavind wasn't that quick, they could set up that white board, and from then on, Gamers Origin just didn't have a good way to deal with that, to clear that white board that the Rogue set up, and from there it just snowballed, and yes, Gamers Origin had some pretty good draws, but not good enough to get back in the game.
Yes, I think that one turn when they went for the double deadly shot to snipe the Spirit of the Shark and then they just whiffed, I think that was the point where it very slowly just went completely out of control, just because Spirit of the Shark was able to stick.
Yeah, the double discover, and it just hurts to see. And so here we go, the Warrior going up against the Hunter. How is this matchup in your opinion? Like, this was crucial, right?
Yes, the Warrior winning is definitely what Nordavind want to see. Arguably, it's probably the best deck that Nordavind could have expected to queue the Hunter into. Mage has typically had a very favorable matchup against Control Warrior, and then the Token Druid is pretty tight for the matchup as well, with cards like Eccentric Scribe and the Forest Sage, which have seen fringe play as of late. Most lists I've seen for Token Druid have been cutting those cards, so if there was a deck Nordavind hoped to queue the Warrior into, it would have definitely been the Hunter.
And it's a pretty good start as well. With the Eternium Rover there, I guess the other cards aren't that useful. Shield Slam's pretty good early on because you can still easily gain a lot of armor, or you at least have some saved up. Oh, this doesn't seem too bad for the Warrior, and let's see what Gamers Origin has here. Again, double Deadly Shot in their starting hand, Animal Companion as well. Not great once again, but I don't think it's terrible to have this hand against the hunt or against the Warrior.
Yes. And on the flip side, I would actually argue the hand for the Warrior is actually fairly underwhelming. There's one golden rule whenever you're playing Warrior against like any kind of late game deck ever, and that is you want Dr. Boom Mad Genius, because Dr. Boom Mad Genius beats every late game deck in this game right now. And I remember Zorkfar, like he absolutely hypes Dr. Boom Mad Genius to the moon. Like he has said on record that he has beaten mages taking 40 damage, and then like he just played a Dr. Boom Mad Genius, and suddenly the board just immediately reverted back to being in the Warrior's advantage. And for Nordavind here is that their hand is very reactive. They have the weapon, but the rest of their cards are mostly revolved around waiting for the opponent to get on board, which, with cards like Dire Frenzy, could lead to some problems.
On the other hand, the Hunter doesn't really have anything here. What are you gonna do? Play Vicious Kill, Hide, and Hero Power?
Yeah.
It's just, it's also very reactive. I think you just Hero Power pass here. Feels like opposite worlds. The Warrior actually doing things and the Hunter Hero Power passing.
Sort of. Oh, and there we do see the Dr. Boom Mad Genius picked up on turn 5. I'm sure Nordavind's going to be very happy about that. And now Nordavind can just play a very passive reactive game plan, knowing that, okay, we have our inevitability all locked up. All we need to do is just make sure cards like Soul Jin and Dire Frenzy aren't going to get too much value, and then the Warrior should be fine. But if they can get Dire Frenzy on stuff like Timberwolf, for example, or like the Wyvern from Unleash the Beast, they could definitely pull a pretty ridiculous comeback, I think.
And that's a pretty good card to pick up. Just a bit early, maybe. I suspect they'll use the Deadly Shot here to clear the Harrison. Even though you could get more value from it, but you don't have anything else to do this turn, really. So it would surprise me not to see the Deadly Shot, to be honest.
I'm not sure there is any other option. Like the alternative is going like Timberwolf Dire Frenzy, which you only really go for if your plan as Gamers Origin is just to go for that OTK with the Tundra Rhino, just something as Bowler of Timberwolves. But it looks like they're just going to play this pretty slowly, which makes sense given that they have the Zul'jin and the High Main already. You might be in for a long one here, folks.
Yeah. Do you even want to draw being the Warrior here? Like last turn they could have shield blocked Hero Power, but I was like, I don't think you want to draw. They played Harrison, which makes sure they don't get a draw. I guess you just play it slowly, and that would mean a Hero Power here. And
I think drawing here is very inconsequential. I don't think this game ever goes to fatigue.
Okay.
Because if this game ever goes to fatigue, Warrior is more likely to win. So both sides are probably... Like, Nordavind's plan is just to get on board and just to keep the Hunter off the board for as long as possible. They need the Harrison of 5 because they don't expect weapons to have very much... like, a lot of value. I'm just going to check to confirm my own suspicions. And, yeah. They only play one copy of Weapons Project, which means Harrison Jones is not very likely to actually get much value in this matchup, so they just want to put on pressure, just force the Hunter to, kind of like the last game, just play on the back foot, which is something the Hunter traditionally has had quite a lot of difficulty doing.
There we go, Dr. Boom Mad Genius in play right now. That pesky Hero Power that gets so much value every turn. But this does seem a good time for the Baited Arrow. Gets you a lot of value. Gives you 4 damage to get in as well. Hero Power with it. Seems like a good turn.
The turn on the flip side is probably going to be quite a bit better. Like, you do see the Blastmaster Boom as well. They can summon Blastmaster Boom with 4 Boombots right onto the table. And that's a lot of board clear potential. at the same time, they could also just chill out for a turn and use that delivery during hero power. And we do see the security rover picked up.
So annoying.
Definitely very good on a board like this one with a whole bunch of 2/2s there.
How do you just don't deal with the Devil Sword? Do you even attack here with the weapon?
Pretty
I
sure
guess
you
not.
can bonk the weapon into the 2/2. That seems reasonable, but
You could also use a 2/3 to trade into the 2/2, keep the weapon.
yeah, they
could
can do
also do
this,
this.
as well, just play the Devil Sword off, that makes sense, but yeah. They can play a much more reserved turn here because they know that Blastmaster Boom can come down to 9 with 4 Boom Bots, and that's going to deal with pretty much anything that could be thrown out. Unless, of course, the bombs are drawn, in which case Blastmaster Boom obviously receives quite a bit less value.
So they don't want to make this too long a game. Would you still go for the skill high Dire Frenzy combination, or would you rather go for that OTK as you were talking about before with the Timber?
What to do?
Definitely seems a lot more reasonable now that Nordavind in Dr. Boom mode at 23 health, because one of the real weaknesses of Dr. Boom is that you can't control what hero power you get at the start of the turn. Like we do see, we've got this Kaboom hero power, which like tokens, but it's not very good against Hunter that typically goes like very tall on the board, right? Troll getting 7 armor every turn, I'm sure that this would be a much different game, but because Dr. Boom can't get 7 armor, there's going to come a point where Hunter can just put on pressure of the armor, and then eventually we just get to that giant Thunder Rhino turn, and it looks like they're not going to go for that. Looks like
Nope,
they're just
they
going to go
decided-
for the one Timberwolf now, just try to clear off the board as much as possible.
Yeah, they decided to go for another game plan there. Kind of countering, as you said, like the Warriors' plan is to keep the Hunter's board empty as long as possible, and the Hunter is like, okay, if that's your plan, then we'll just invest a lot into the board to actually get on board.
Yes.
Dynamatic seems
See.
pretty good though.
I was going to say, this does lead into a pretty good turn for Nordavind as well, because now that there's 5 health, we all know our favourite 5-mana mech Dynamatic will be able to finish off the board in the way so that they don't have to hero power this turn. Like, they don't feel bad about not using the hero power while it's not very good. And then we see like a much better hero power just popping right off, and on which does mean that Blastmaster Boom's value has just dramatically decreased until they get another card that puts bombs back into the Hunter's deck.
So, from the Hunter's perspective, we haven't seen any good spells for Zul'jin yet, I think. Yeah, I like this tracking. You don't really... You could just play Vicious Skill Height Hero Power, but it's not enough to get you into the game. I like getting the high main here. It fits your curve perfectly.
High main is the high main, like it's sort of surrendering the board right back to the warrior. Ironically, like you're saying the hunter wants to get back on board, but playing high main, as good as high main used to be, high main is very bad against Omega Devastator because 6-mana 6/5 comes down, Devastator just kills it, and then the Devastator has Rust, so it can then immediately trade into one of the 2/2s.
With
So
the hero
basically, you
power
played a
as well.
6-mana 2/2 almost, which is pretty bad.
Oh, you play 6 mana 2/2, but you also force your opponent to use resources. However, his resources are a lot cheaper than yours, especially in this scenario. So let's see what the Nordavind team will do here. And there we go. Clear the entire board with almost no losses. So much value for Dr. Boom and Genius as we have been starting to know him. This doesn't seem too good for the Hunter, I must say.
No, they might be forced to just drop Zul'jin here because you can see the hand picking the Zul'jin and it is not looking good. Like, it looks like they're going to wait one more turn, just try to get as many spells from Zul'jin as possible, but this once again is just giving that initiative right back to the warrior, just letting them fill up the board, get a lot of armor. Value of the hero power though, once again. the hero power is
Another
not that
Omega
great.
Devastator. That's not what you want.
Yeah, all of these mechs are actually pretty good too. We have the Explodinator and Wargear combination, which is especially good against Zul'jin when Zul'jin is firing off deadly shots and kill commands. You don't want to hit those on Goblin Bombs. That would not be what you're looking for.
And
See, all three of those are really strong for Nordavind.
if I remember correctly, like there's only 2 spells played for the Hunter, 2 or 3, maybe. Like they've played
Tracking, Kill Command,
tracking, kill command,
Dire
dire frenzy. That's it.
Right. Just trying to check to see if there's anything else. Animal Companion? They play Animal Companion? Wait, no, they played Baited Arrow. They definitely played Baited Arrow.
Ah, yeah, you're right.
And I don't remember, I think they played Master's Call earlier in the game. They might play a Master's Call or Animal Companion earlier, but yeah, like the point remains, Zul'jin is not looking very good, and we do see another a Clockwork Goblin, which will shuffle a bomb back into the deck once again, turning on the Blastmaster Boom, making it so it will generate these
Another
additional boom bots.
Ziliax as well. They don't have to be afraid for their health for a while.
Yeah. Which is very good on that Goblin Bomb over the 0-2. You can just trade it in, and then because it has Divine Shield, it won't die. So
I think like whatever you do,
being
being the hunter or being the warrior, it kind of wins you the game. From here on, it's a tough choice to make because every option is good. That's kind of what it feels.
This sort of demonstrates why a lot of people online have been calling for Dr. Boom Maginius to be changed. It's just such a oppressively powerful card against like almost any deck, really. Like Hunter, as we know, has traditionally been a warrior counter class in past formats, but as good as the one Zul'jin turn is, Dr. Boom has many good turns.
Yeah, I think the main problem is that the reason why Hunter was always good against a warrior is because you have the hard to deal with minions. You can brawl, but then there's death rattle stuff, and the minions are quite tall as well, as you said before, so it's hard to deal with them. On the other hand, if all your minions have rush, how hard is it to deal with any?
When every minion is a removal spell, like even the Omega Devastator, like Savannah Hymen used to be a terror for warrior decks, but now just one 4-mana 4/5 just dealt with like 2/3 of the Savannah Hymen for free. Incredible value. Question is, when are they going to play Zul'jin? Like they've held on to it for a while. Like I don't know how much longer they can really hold on to it. Like Nordavind is at the point where they're starting to threaten Lethal even. I think they're gonna have to go for it.
One turn.
If not this turn, the next turn certainly.
Yeah. I think you play Unleash the Beast here. Nope. They go for the Zul'jin, they're afraid of dying, and maybe rightfully so. Let's see what they get. At least they get the coin so they can play the Timberwolf. But I don't think that'll matter too much.
1 mana card from Tracking. Ooh, Tracking did roll over a bomb.
At least the kill
Deadly Shot.
That's
hit the Goblin Bomb. That's not what they want to see. Animal Companion for Hopper, but they ran out of time. Getting a lot of beasts. Hopper getting the hit with Dire Frenzy. I mean, they do have an army of 7/5 boards in the deck. Going face.
This could have been worse. Is it lethal?
At the same time, because Game of Authority ran out of time, they unfortunately did not clear the 7/5 or hit the face for 7 damage, which is, I would argue, a bit of an oversight on their part. They probably thought about this turn for quite a bit longer than they really should have. If they just slam Zul'jin right away, which obviously you can't really do in a scenario like this, you have to think about these things. But if they did it, it would have been such a different game, almost like 1/3 of Northvind's health down, the entire board cleared. Like 2 pretty big threats still out there. Like that could have pulled a pretty big comeback if they played it a little bit faster, which is quite a shame.
Yeah, this seems good though. Like and just like that, your power turn is gone again. There's a 7/7 lifesteal taunt in a way. You don't have any deadly shots anymore. This is the power of Dr. Boom Magi.
Yes. And of course, if they can't clear the 7/7, we do see the Beryllium Nullifier, which would like make it a 10/15 lifesteal taunt that can't be hit by spells or hero powers. So,
what do you think of Vicious Kill Height, Kill Command, and the Baited Arrow? I kill command the 7/7, arrow on the 7/7, and trade the skill height into the 3.
They also have Unleash the Beast hero power as well. It just depends on how much value you really put on the cards like Bait Arrow and Kill Command, whether or not you want them to go face. This is much better in terms of fighting for the board, but you see the warrior just like showing how resilient it is on board now. Like the boom can just come right back down and just put like the pressure right back on Gamers Origin. Just as soon as they clear one board, another one immediately pops up that's arguably more dangerous than the first.
Yep, and I feel a Clockwork Goblin coming out here. It can deal with the 4/3 as well, fairly easily. Maybe Blastmaster Boom. It's finally his turn. How many bombs are there still in the deck though for Gamers Origin? I feel like
Zero
none,
bombs,
or-
so this would
yeah.
only summon 2 boom bots, but the longer you wait on playing Blastmaster Boom, the worse he's going to get because of the higher likelihood of just your opponent destroying the bombs. And we have seen that a lot of bombs have been drawn already this game.
Yup, and there we go. The Clockwork Goblin being played, being able to deal with the Vicious Skill Height, and yes, Game Surgeon does get 4 health in return for that, but does it really matter if you're as rich in resources as the Warrior is at this point? And let's see what Game Surgeon can do here. I guess Unleash the Beast with Tire Frenzy, but it feels pretty bad.
I don't think they have very many alternatives though.
Yeah,
They
that's a
have
bit of an
to
issue.
try to win the board, and 5 mana 8/8s of Rush is a way of doing that. It's just
They
so
could have
unfortunate that it immediately dies.
could have used hero power instead of the Dire Frenzy.
Though at the same time, that doesn't leave you with an 8/1, and they obviously
That's
want
true.
to get control of the board, so it's the only way they realistically do that. Like they could have used Bait
But
Arrow,
what does
but
the 8? What
this
does
is-
the 8/1 do?
damage. Like it's something.
The 8/1 is nothing on this board. But let's see what the Warrior can do here. The Beryllium Nullifier coming out probably sticks to a bomb. Going face.
So at the moment, next turn they're still pushing for 8 damage. So this is a 2-turn setup right now, and once again we do see another incredible hero power. Like just so much value being generated, and the Hunter is just running out of steam, unfortunately.
Yeah, what's another what's the turn here? I guess another Unleashed Beast, the hero power, maybe Scavenging Hyena, but it doesn't do anything for you, so this is the only way for you to really clear the board, so to speak, but it doesn't do too much.
And we do see the Bulldozer, which can act as a pretty good removal for this 8/8 Wyvern that they may draw at some point. You can go for the Devastator just to clear off the 4/5 right off the bat. They're
Clockwork
obviously gonna consider
Automaton
it. Yeah, I was
for
about
the
to say, the
random
auto
6 damage.
options aren't too bad, really. I could see them also going for the Militia Commander, just trying to save the Devastator for something a bit better later on, but Omega Devastator is still a 4/5 on the board, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just slam it down. Yeah,
They just go
they're
wide.
just smelling blood. They just want to end this game quickly, just set up the 2-turn lethal once again, knowing that the Hunter is so stretched on options.
So what is it that can save the Hunter here?
I was about to say, as good as an 8/8 is, I don't think an 8/8 is going to save them. Sullivan is
So
still
let's
pushing
see.
at least 7 damage, assuming that you can like Bait Arrow Hero Power 1/1. 7 damage, and 50% of the time it could just be lethal, like with the Boombot, I mean. I doubt they go
Yup.
for it, but you never know.
So you go Wyvern, Scavenging Hyena, Timberwolf, and then clear off the Boombot with your hero power. Hope it hits one of your minions. This works as well, I guess. 1 in 3, and it still goes for the face, and that's definitely lethal.
Unfortunately, it went face, and Nordman could be going up 2-0 in the series, taking a very crucial win with that Warrior, which is, again, like, I would consider that far more important for the match than like any Q order like shenanigans. Like, Games Origin's entire plan was almost completely revolved around beating that warrior deck, and now it's gone.
So only Hunter left for Nordevent. We haven't seen Gamers Origin's Hunter do too well, but on the other hand, how well is this is a different Hunter. This is a secret Hunter. As you can probably see already, there is a red trap in the hand of the Nordevent. I must say, red trap is one of my favorite cards in the game at the moment. It's just so much fun. It's one of those secrets, yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's very good against classes like Rogue and the Cyclone Mage, just because they play a lot of cards throughout their turn, so sometimes you can just get like a really big 6/6 minion, which can put on a lot of pressure, but Token Druid, it's not that great, because Token Druid are usually just going to play like a couple cards, just build the board, stick the board, go face. That's Token Druid's plan, so they don't really need to spam out a ton of cards, which makes the value of Rat Trap very tenuous. As an Northern keeper here, I think once again their plan is pretty similar. Of just we deny X deck the board, we go face, we kill them, nice, easy, simple.
Yep, you're looking for the 1-drop Secret Keeper. There we go. There it is. The snipe not that valuable, but it is valuable if you can buff your Secret Keeper with it. And there we go. The Joey or the Makaru being played. The Joey bot is of course the summon that it creates when it dies. Yeah, would you even play the Secret Keeper here? I think so, right? Like, there's no reason not to.
There's no reason not to, yeah. No other play this turn. If your opponent zero powering on 2, that's fine. They're not developing anything. It's fine, honestly.
Yep, and maybe
turn 1 is the real question. Because you're going to be spamming Animal Companions into Subject 9. I don't see a better turn for you to play Secret Keeper than turn 1. Like, even if it dies, if your turn, and you'd rather do something than nothing if you can.
Yep, and now it's just see if they can pull that Mask Contender. However, Snipe is not the best way to set up for the Mask Contender, as I have personally experienced playing the deck, because whenever your opponent plays a minion, your secret's gone. Oh, that's not a Mask Contender, but Sunreaver Spy, not a bad card either. And let's see, I think we'll see the Coin Animal Companion here. Yep, there we go. Coin Animal Companion with just creates the strongest board, hardest to deal with, and you do want to get ahead on that board because this matchup is very hard otherwise.
Yeah. Now Northern do acknowledge that they are going to be guys who play the control. Like in this matchup, they want to control the board, and the way this curve has worked out is actually rather useful for them. Like we do see Animal Companion on 2, Animal Companion on 3, and then tonight Sunweaver's Spy on 4 into that Subject 9 on 5.
Yep.
Just definitely one of the better curves I think you could ask for.
Whispering Woods though, that's very annoying to deal with for the Hunter player. You summon 5 Wisps, pretty decent I must say. Your other options are Replicating Menace, which I wouldn't like too much, or the Explodinator, which is fine, but I love the Whispering Woods here. It's just so scary to play against.
And there is only one Unleash in the Hunter deck, so the sooner you play the Whispering Woods, the less likely the Hunter is of actually having an answer to it. That there's already the Power of the World, Blessing of the Ancients combo, so they are going to be able to push quite a lot of pressure here.
So would you Power of the World Blessing, or would you Soul of the Forest?
Or maybe the forest, as it does leave both of the minions alive, which is a little bit of a problem. We'll see.
You could even keep her together with Power of the World.
But yeah, but that would mean that Liliot could be rather hard to deal with on this particular turn. Obviously, 2/2s don't line up too well into a 2/3, so we'll see. There's definitely a lot of options here for the Druid, and there's not really many bad ones, I would say.
I think I like the Soul of the Forest, but yeah, I think it's like almost 50-50. Power of the World and Blessing of Ancients is really good, and this Soul of the Forest is really good as well. So they now they know it's not freezing, it's not Snake Trap. What else could it be?
Still quite a lot of trap or Snipe or Rat Trap.
So they
But
didn't
yeah,
attack the phase to not proc the explosive trap if it's there, and now they know for sure there's an explosive trap or other in the hand, but that doesn't mean it's on board yet. Let's see. Second Soul of the Forest being drawn. How can they create the most board this turn? Would you play the Keeper into Power of the Wild into another Power of the Wild?
quite possibly. They don't need to like create a massively tall board on this particular turn now that they know. The only reason to create a tall board here is if they're worried about explosive trap. You go like Explodinate to Power of the Wild, and that would play around the explosive trap. But at the same time, that does lessen the value of Keeper Staladris. So I could see them trying to go tall this turn and then just like trying to just eat the explosive trap on the future turn.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what I would do in this situation.
Really an embarrassment of riches almost. It's like, what good play can we do this turn? And yeah, that turns out what they're gonna do.
Well, now they know what the secret was.
Yep. And they can just fully clear the board, and then next turn they have Keeper Staladris into double Power of the World if they so choose. Or they have the Soul of the Forest as well, so again, it's like, it's almost an embarrassment of riches at this point for Games Origin, and Northern are definitely going to have to navigate this very carefully in order to make sure they get the most amount of value out of their secrets without like so like explosive trap is like super obvious here, which is why they probably won't immediately go for it.
Exactly.
Just for that reason.
I would never play the explosive trap here because my opponent would always test for it, and it's super cheap for them to test while the explosive trap is one of your only AoEs. So you have to be careful with that. I say you play the red trap here together with snakes and maybe the Sunreaver Spy. They're gonna go for a freezing trap, that's fine as well.
Got something to hide?
I feel we would have went like snake trap and freezing trap rather than rat trap. I'm not sure rat trap will have too much value this turn, but
Well, if you go for the Keeper, Power of the Wild, as you said, then you proc the red trap.
it just depends on how much they want to play into it. Turns out, like in this particular context, rat trap is very good, but
I definitely agree
what the
with
hand
you.
was, they just got rather fortunate in their decision making on that particular turn.
So let's see, what can the Druid do here to set up the best board? Because that's kind of what you're looking for, right? Like, if they also think in a way that the opponent wouldn't have played the explosive here, you don't have to check, which is what they don't. I think they gonna check for the freezing with the Goblin Bomb.
At the very least, they're not going to check for rat trap. Like they're just going to go like wide. We do see the rat trap going off, so that will give Northern a 2-mana 6/6, which is pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad. Can they deal with the 2-mana 6/6? Yes, they can.
It does cost them quite a bit of their board. Like we do see the freezing trap going off, just showing excellent management of their secrets from Northern. Like that rat trap not only stopped their turn, it's almost gone. Like now you see the deadly shots coming down, and suddenly Northern, from what looked like a pretty dire position, have managed to just completely turn this around almost.
You know what I said before about the the token druid? You make board 6 times, and then when they finally can't clear it anymore, then you win. This is like the first clear of many. I would never say that that the hunter has already won here.
You say, okay.
That's pretty good.
I was about to say, I was almost about to say that yes, but Games Origin doesn't have a way to build a board, and then right as soon as I was about to say that, the Forest here comes right off the top. The best pickup the Games Origin could possibly have asked for in this situation, because a massive board the first time round, to another chance building a board, so that's at least 2 more boards, and with Blessing of the Ancients, if even one of these stick, it's going to deal a frankly disgusting amount of damage to Northern, so...
Good. At least there's no Savage Roar yet. And they're guaranteed to get the... Are they guaranteed? Yeah, they're to get the red trap. and that's what it is. Second freezing trap being played as well, and that's kind of what you get with Subject 9, right? Those are the only cards you have, so might as well put up a lot of secrets. And there's the second Forest 8, not Forest 8.
Yeah. I was trying to say a Forest 8 on turn 8.
That too, yeah.
But yeah,
So let's see what they can do here.
Best draws that that Gamers Origin could possibly have asked for in this situation, and now they're just going to test the secrets, just try to see like how much they can probably test for explosive here as well, I'd imagine. Just trade a couple of these treants into trade a couple of the treants, then like you can just poke face of one and then just generate a giant board like all over again. So a really good scenario for them.
They're not even checking for the explosive trap because they know they have double blessing of the ancients, which means their board wouldn't die to the explosive trap anyway, so they don't really care. And now this just looks so bad for the hunter.
Another reason why they don't have to check for it on this particular turn is that they know that if all of these treants live, this would be 29 damage, like with double blessing ancients, and that would be lethal on the following turn. So they can just like set up this board, say, hey, answer this or die, and Northern's gonna have a very hard time answering it.
And this is what I like to see. At some point as the hunter you have to say, well, if he has it, he has it, I'll die anyway, it doesn't matter what I do. So let's just go face, make it as likely, or make them have to actually have it. Like you have to force a druid at some point. You have to go face because else you won't
they
win.
do in fact have it, and that will be the first win on the board against Northern. And Hunter so far across this set has gone 0-3. Hunter from both sides does not want to get him yet. I think that's a pretty amusing fact.
Definitely. However, now the hunter for Nordevent has to take on either the Dragon Mage or the mid-range hunter, and I have the feeling that it will fare a bit better against that than against the Token Druid that we saw.
And obviously, Hunter traditionally has done very well against Mage, just because Mage hasn't had like the best board players ever. Like the Cyclone Mage with Magic Dark Frog, like I was saying earlier. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like that deck from earlier that Northern themselves are using, that would be better against Hunter, but this Dragon, like big spell version of Mage has a very difficult time dealing with large board states early in the game. They run Mind Control Tech? Let me check. Yeah, they do run 2 Mind Control Tech, but that's the only way outside of just random spells from the Witch Doctor that they have to actually deal with big board states that the Hunter could possibly put on them.
Great start for the hunter though. Here we have again the Secret Keeper on 1, this time actually on 1 because they're first to play. Let's see what the response will be. I have the feeling it'll be the Fire Tree Witch Doctor getting coined out, but of course that would get killed immediately with value if the Nordevent plays the Snipe. Yeah, would you coin the Fire Tree Witch Doctor?
Well, the problem with coining Fire Tree Witch Doctor is that you don't really have a good follow-up. You have some for your Protector, that's not great. You have Ping, that's also not great. But then you also don't have a play on 10-3 either. It looks like they're going to go for it anyway. They just want the board early, like wrested away from Hunter that badly, knowing that they win the long game thanks to cards like Cadgut and Conjurer's Calling. Might come down, just taking like the face it. There's no need to trade. The opponent will trade for you. Northern's hand isn't looking terribly good considering the matchup they're playing right now. Actually, cards like March Shot and Unleash should be better against aggressive decks, but against this Mage deck that we see half of the hand just more than 3 mana, it's not great.
Would you go for the kind of 50-50 Cinderstorm here to get back on the board?
Well, if Fire Tree Witch Doctor is picked up, I'm pretty sure you can wait a turn now before going for a play like that. How much
just
they
feels so
respect
risky.
Secret Keeper. Considering it. Hmm.
I wouldn't like it. I think the Fire Tree Witch Doctor is better. Oh,
Or,
they definitely disagree. Oh, unlucky. Even worse.
That
It's
is
not.
not what they
That's
like to
pretty
see.
bad.
And the Sun Reaver Spy
Something to
right
hide.
off the top. Tremendous amount of pressure coming down. That's at least 7 damage per turn. Again, just can't like deal with these early aggressive strategies.
And let's see, the Twilight Drake probably gets played, procs the snipe as well, but it doesn't matter too much because it's still on 3 HP. However, it will die to the marked shot then, so it does matter actually. And here we go, Subject 9 being picked up straight on curve. I think you just go for that, right? Like, forget the marked shot, you can just trade with the Sun Reaver and play Subject.
I like that. And you do trade here that you don't go face, because if you go face, then your opponent could have Khadgar's Conjurer's Calling a Twilight Drake, and that would just be ridiculously good. So you're obviously going to want to play around that possibility. If the only way you lose is to Khadgar Conjurer's Calling, then you have a right to play around it, and they do, as expected.
And you still haven't checked for the freezing trap. You haven't attacked since the second secret was played. So it might be freezing, which means that Zilliax is very risky. But on the other hand, if you don't play Zilliax, what do you play here?
Should make the argument for just playing Zilliax and just not attacking. The deck,
Yeah.
it doesn't play Spring Pour, I believe. I'm just going to confirm that right now. It does not play Spring Pour, which means that actually dealing with Zilliax outside of like Deadly Shot is pretty difficult, besides just having the minions trade into it, which would be more valuable for Gamer's Origin and them trading themselves and risking the freezing trap. But they do go for the trade, and they are somewhat rewarded for that decision.
Yes, somewhat is the right word here. Because 3 snakes is even scarier, or almost as scary as a 2/2 Secret Keeper. There we go, Mark Shot being played. Prevent them even more healing, and what do you get? Animal Companion seems good, but you don't have the mana to play it. On the other hand, you already have enough secrets in your hand, so why wouldn't you take Animal Companion? Combine it with an... What trap would you even play? Freezing trap?
You could just Hero Power. Like, if you don't
Yeah,
want to play...
that's really bad.
Like, if you're not going to play Secret here, I would play Rat Trap here. There's no immediate impact the other secrets provide at this point. And as an Ordvin, you know you're the aggressor, so you want to push as much damage as possible before the big bad Khadgar Mountain Giant Conjurer's Calling turn of absolute terror comes down. You want to try to kill them before that happens, and Ordvin are going to get there.
It does, doesn't it? Let's see what kind of a lost array there. Play Fire Tree Witch Doctor, hope you get something, and if you don't, then you can play the Ooze together with the Sun Fury. But it doesn't feel great.
You see the Scorch, which would allow them to deal with Subject 9, but that is their entire turn. And once again, they're still taking at least 5 damage. Because we do see the Animal Companion. If that rolls Leok, that's an additional
3.
1 damage per guy, so...
Oh, that's the worst option here, I'd say.
I agree with that, because it doesn't push as much damage as the other two, but at this point, Northern is still pushing 5 per turn, even on a board like this, which is, at this point for the Maid, still a rather tremendous amount of damage, especially when you consider that nothing that can deal with the board. They have Crowd Roast that deals with 1 minion. They have Care, the big value guy. They have Ooze, which does nothing really. They have Messenger Raven, which is just a value generator card. And then they have Sun Fury, which is like the only card out of 6 in hand that legitimately deals with this board at this point. It's just wanting to play around the mind control tech, making sure there's no possibility. Just pushing as much damage as reasonably possible, knowing that Eagle Humbo, like with the board like at its hands as well, is still pushing the next couple of turns, so.
And just 1 mana off to actually taunt the Mountain Giant, so there's no large minions you can taunt either. I guess you play the Messenger Raven Ooze Sun Fury as the best way to get a board, but it feels so bad. Like, what do you think of playing Karen, by the way?
Protect
Like,
the board either, which is the problem, because then Northern would just go, oh, okay, Unleash, hit for like 10 with Misha Bow hero power. And then they're at 4. They have no board. So it's kind of a slow burner at this point. Even if you play Ken, you know as Gamers Origin you're taking at least 7 damage. If your opponent's kill command, that's basically lethal. Make sure that I'm not missing anything. But the only real form of healing they have at this point is Alex Strazen. They're just going to bank on this Mountain Giant Taunt turn on 8 to try to pull them over the line, but I don't think it will be enough. Gonna come down. And once again, they are pushing that 9 damage forward. If Northern will kill command, it's game over now. Draw a deadly shot, it might also just be game over at this point. I will be pretty surprised if Gamers Origin pull a win out of this situation.
Well, at least there's a Dragon Slayer. Crowd Roaster is live, but what does that even do? We still go with the Mountain Giant Sun Fury protect her turn. Do not attack, I repeat, do not attack. And let's see, that's not lethal yet, but there's even a Zul'jin in the hand, so it's only a matter of time. Like, you won't die next turn, you just hero power 2 turns in a row and then you still win.
They're obviously gonna get rid of the Mountain Giant though, because again, why would you not like let your opponent get like Conjurer's Calling into shenanigans, which is the only way you really come back as the maid. So Northern just trying to cover up all their loose ends, just make sure. Okay, we win next turn. So how do we lose? And it's like one of these guys get hit by Conjurer's Calling. So it's like, okay, just get rid of the thing that's most dangerous of Conjurer's Calling, and then they win.
Yep, and they're just thinking of how to trade this away. But do they want to kill both the taunts here?
Yeah, they do, because this way it means that Conjurer's Calling isn't getting a 6-drop or a 12-drop, right? It's getting a 4-drop. Drops are far less likely to heal. This does help that even if they heal, this is still pushing quite a bit of damage next turn with that Eagle Horn Bow, or like, God forbid they draw out Zul'jin. And they do not draw the Alexstrasza, and Northern will be going on to the top 4. There is nothing from this Raven that's going to get them back in. Dragonhawk.
Nah, that's nothing.
No. Like, Gamers Origin just going to go out in style and just let the explosive trap go off to finish them off, and just moving on.
3-1 in the favor of Northern. It's kind of a repeat of their last match in the Swiss where Northern won 3-2, but even better this time. Gamers Origin out of the tournament and Northern in the semi-finals. What a great series by them. And analysts, please tell us, what did we miss? What great plays did they make? Go ahead, guys.
Thanks a lot, guys, for taking us through those games. That was some really interesting games. I think. I think seeing Northern take it is, a little bit not so much of a surprise. They've been really dominant throughout this whole EU house rivalries. Really owning it in the Swiss. What do you think was the key turning point for Northern in that series?
I think as soon as Northern got the Warrior through against Gamers Origin's lineup, it really turned the tides for them. I think Gamers Origin very heavily against this Warrior. Their plan was like, well, if we never lose the Bomb Warrior, then we never have to deal with that problem. Never lose Bomb Warrior, then everything's fine. And then they lost the Bomb Warrior, so it got sticky really fast for them.
Yeah, it really seemed like a lot of Gamers Origin lineup was, as you say, kind of teched for that Control Warrior. Bringing the Dragon Mage versus like the Spell Mage list. It's obviously a lot better in those kind of value matchups, and the Bomb Warrior really just a lot better at applying pressure. So I think that kind of left them in a pretty tricky spot overall in the series. But I mean, if we look back at some of the games, how did you feel that Rogue performed in game one?
The Rogue won. It was definitely an interesting tech choice, especially with the Shark Rogue, and it's interesting to see where Rogue fits into the meta right now. I think it got there. It got its most favorable matchup when it queued into that mid-range hunter first. So it got there. It did its job. It was a little tricky along the way. I think it got out to a really good start. and was able to do what it was supposed to do. I think the Rogue did its job.
Yeah, I think it got a really good matchup there against the Hunter. You know, it really seems like that Rogue list is really just meant for those other kind of tempo and aggressive matchups, and that really mattered a lot for them. I think, as maybe it would have struggled against something like the Token Druid. But yeah, that Token Druid as well. I mean, we saw that in Game 3. That was the only win that Gamers Origin got. I mean, that looked like a pretty convincing win for them, though. So do you think at least the choice to bring Token Druid was justified?
I mean, the Token Druid got there, and in its one game, for like a counter pick, it was able to like everything was felt unfavored the rest of the way for them, so they were able to queue and get there with the Token Druid. I like Token Druid. I've seen some people saying Murloc Shaman is much better at doing what Token Druid's supposed to be doing. I can't innately disagree with that either. I think they both kind of play the same role. So I like one of the decks in your lineup having.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it makes sense for the strategy of kind of targeting the warrior. The Token Druid is a lot more resilient, I think, than the Murloc Shaman against those warrior those control warrior decks. So overall here, I mean, Gamers Origin, they're obviously bowing out here, but they've had a pretty good run. Do you want to talk or say anything about the team? This is kind of going to be their last game for this season?
I mean, they've had a very strong run so far. Any team that can make it to the finals tournament like this definitely deserves to feel good about themselves. Definitely commendable performance. We definitely saw some strong team play from Gamers Origin. I thought they played all of their games really well in this series, especially that like in the Mage game. Like, there's nothing else you could really do. I think they played everything pretty well. And yeah, they should feel good about themselves. I mean, top 8 is commendable.
Yeah, top 8 is pretty good. I mean, this tournament started off with quite a few teams. I think over 30 teams that we had. Or 30 teams exactly that I think we started with here. So pretty good result for them. And then for Nordavent, moving on to the semifinals now. Do you think, after their good run in the Swiss, finishing 8-1 in the Swiss, do you think that they're maybe favored overall? I mean, they're definitely one of the bigger team names.
They've been one of the bigger team names coming in. I think if you were an outsider just looking at the list of teams, you'd be like, well, Hunter Ace is on Nordavent, and they must be very good. And that's kind of proven itself to be true. It's not just Hunter Ace that's very strong on Nordavent. They have a whole roster of very competitive players, and they're proving that. They're kind of dominating. We'll have to see how they go the rest of the way. Anything can happen in Hearthstone, but they're very strong.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait for tomorrow to find out if they can take the title. But we've still got another 3 games coming up today. We've got Team Viral versus MCon Esports, Attack Mode versus Epic Esports, and ENCE versus Helsinki Reds. So if you think there's any standout games in that those next 3 games coming up?
I mean, they're all going to be very competitive. I haven't looked super hard into any of the other lineups yet. I know there is like Dead Draw's playing Dead Draw. I'm excited to see Dead Draw on Nami Priest. That's going to be very exciting too. I think that's coming up very soon, so we'll get to take a look at that. We get to see some very strong players on very strong decks, so that'll be fun. Yeah.
Well, we're going to be able to. We're going to go to a short little break now, and then we'll be back for the next series, which I believe is going to be Team Viral versus MCon Esports. So don't go too far. We'll be back again soon for some more riveting Conquest Hearthstone.
All right.
Welcome back, everyone, to match 2 of that day. We just saw Nordovan beat Gamers Origin, but now we'll continue with MCon Esports versus Team Viral. And together with me are Dan and Paradox. Thank you guys for being here and helping me analyze this matchup. These are 2 lesser known teams. What did you see that you noticed about the decks that they brought?
Shall I start, or do you want to go, Dan?
Nah, I want to listen to what you have to say.
So, again, I am very biased. I know all of the guys on Team Viral extremely well. The UK scene is extremely close knit. This lineup is is something that I'm pretty sure Deadraw, if he didn't make it like only by himself, I'm pretty sure he had like extremely high amount of input, because you can see like he's brought the Nomi Priest, which he's almost renowned for at this point, K Paladin, and then just a couple of standard decks like the Cyclone Mage and the Bomb Warrior. So both teams banned Warrior, which makes a lot of sense given what Viral is bringing. Like Nomi Priest and the Paladin have traditionally struggled a bit against Bomb Warrior. Actually, it's just going to be more revolved around beating these aggressive archetypes like we do see in NCOM. It's a pretty good idea considering that they've brought Zulok and Bomb Hunter, which could definitely be very good for the decks like the Paladin and the Priest, in my opinion, of course.
Yeah, I really like the clash that we're gonna see, because like we have the aggro against the combo. The thing is, in this meta, the combo is actually pretty good against aggro, and I think it's one of the first time that ever happened in Hearthstone, where actually, like as you said, Nomi Priest, the deck he doesn't want to see is Warrior. Same for Paladin. Like this is the first time we're gonna see combo that doesn't want to face the most control-y deck of the lineup.
Yup, definitely. And we see MCon Esports bringing some, well, unique decks, at least in the 8 teams that we have here tonight, in Zulok and the Mech Hunter. What do you think about Zulok in the current meta?
It actually did
Dan.
pretty well in Open Cup lately. Like I think Odemian made top 8 with it yesterday. I've seen Baby Bear, I think, went 7-0 or 8-0 in an Open Cup too. So it's definitely like this kind of deck that really needs like a really good metagame to shine. But in the right situation, the deck looks good. I don't know how it's gonna fare against the lineup of Viral though, because they have a lot of things to clear the board in every deck.
Okay, so Paradox, yeah, go ahead.
If Zoo is going to take a win, it's probably going to be against the Mage. Like, Paladin, as I've said time and again on the desk, has had quite a few problems with clearing the board, and Deadraw, being the avid deck builder that I know him to be, has tried to shore up this issue. He's running Doomsayer and he's running One Equality, so he's definitely trying to beat these aggressive strategies.
So guys,
And
really
like,
quick,
Nomi Priest in general is relatively anti-aggro as well, but the
Paradox,
Mage is
who's
at
going
least
to win? Which team?
What's Kappa? Nah. I've got faith in my boys from the UK. It's going to be Viral.
Dan, who's going to win?
I think Viral has a big edge, yes.
Well, I'm gonna say MCon Esports, not only because they're my friends, as the Benelux League is also pretty tight knit, but also because I think they might have even brought the better deck. But the Zoo is definitely a weak point, I think. So casters, Dib and Lesmos, take it away. Let's see what they got.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think we're really looking forward to an interesting series here. I think, as the analysts mentioned, the kind of combo decks here really excite me personally. Like I've really enjoyed playing a little bit of Holy Wrath Paladin and Nomi Priest myself. Although I'd say I'm far from an expert at those decks. Lesmos, is there anything in particular in this series that you're looking forward to seeing? I think you're muted on Discord, Lesmos.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry. I'm looking forward to the fact that Deadraw is an expert at the two decks that you had listed. The Nomi Priest and the OTK Paladin, I think, are going to show really well in the hands of someone who's very skilled at playing them. So that's what I'm really excited to see. I'm excited to see a master at work.
Yeah, and he is piloting for his team. So that makes a big difference, especially with the Nomi Priest in particular, where they've got a lot of you have to make a lot of actions and you don't really have too much time to discuss it as a team. I think those kind of decks are always very interesting to play as a team, where you might have, you know, some conflicting voices, but ultimately having the person that's the expert on that deck is very important to have as the person that's actually, you know, clicking the mouse in the team game. So I mean, this Zulok though, you know, we're looking at it. There's like no refarm. Obviously, that was a big talking point at Worlds for Zulok. But we're seeing the two giants and the two microtech controllers. It definitely seems to me like a list with the Defender of Argus as well that's more meant for playing against other aggro decks. Would you agree with that? I mean, do you think that's going to be a big problem for MCon Esports?
I mean, I think that it's definitely catered more towards defeating aggro decks, like you had said. But I do feel like it can just get there sometimes. Like Zoo has a way of just getting there if it draws well, and I think against the mage of Team Viral, it could definitely sneak a win. So I'm curious to see if they just queue it first to see if they can get a win with it, because I do think the Mech Hunter is a lot more versatile at stealing wins against these more control-y combo type decks. So yeah. I'm interested to see if they can queue it first and sneak a win with it. We'll have to see what they decide to do.
Yeah, the Bomb Hunter seems pretty good at applying pressure. I know, personally, I know that's a deck you've played quite a lot, and a deck I absolutely hate facing.
I love it.
I hate being hit with Goblin
good.
Bombs in the face.
Galvanizer is very, very good. I think the Hunter matchup could just come down to, do I have Galvanizer in my opening hand? Do I have Innervate? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, if they can just get out on board early and Team Viral doesn't have the tools to deal with it, then it just smorks them down. And the same thing with the Zoo deck, but I think the Mech Hunter is just a little stickier than the Zoo deck. But those Sea Giants can come down pretty early too and cause a bit of a problem.
And I think that's especially true against the Mage. You know, the Galvanizer also helps you set up that earlier missile launcher Venomizer turn, which is probably the most frustrating thing I find when playing against the deck. Because, you know, you put all this effort into summoning a big board with the Conjurers calling as the mage, and then you just get it all destroyed by a stupid little poisonous missile launcher.
Hey, it requires skill. Don't talk bad about my deck like that. You have to play 2 cards in the right, and you have to position them correctly. I think all these players are more than capable of doing that. But I think I'm interested to see if the Snap Freeze in Team Viral's mage deck. I've seen some debates about Snap Freeze. There's some people in some chats that I've been speaking to that are super excited that Snap Freeze is becoming a thing. A lot of people are saying, I told you so, I told you so. So I'm very excited to see if Snap Freeze can work out.
Yeah, in my experience, it's been pretty good when you get it off like the Mana Cyclones before, but we're going to be able to jump into the game now. And we can see it's going to be this mage versus the hunter to start off with. So Team Viral here on their Spell Mage and MCon Esports here on the hunter. So talking about this matchup in particular, you know, we talked about Snap Freeze. Would you ever consider keeping it in the opening hand here?
Not against Hunter. I think maybe against another mage where those mountain giants can come down, or maybe even the Zoo to defend against the Sea Giant, but it's going to be a little bit before Hunter gets really big threats on the board, so I think maybe we can get rid of Snap Freeze. But I do see a friendly little mech in the Hunter's hand right now, one that you are not a big fan of.
So, well, I don't dislike Galvanizer so much. It's more what it enables. And I mean, here, would you hard mulligan to get the rest of the mechs for the Galvanizer? Or you think the tracking is pretty good as well? Because you can set it up on one for setting up a better Galvanizer.
I live under the philosophy that tracking is the worst good card in Hearthstone. I think it's a good card, but I think it's the worst of the cards that you have to always put in your deck. It's a very skill-intensive card. You have to really, it challenges you a lot to make sure that you make the right play. So
off this tracking here, we have Venomizer, Mekaru, and Rep. So obviously Venomizer is pretty powerful against the Giants, against the Mage, but do you think maybe there's a consideration here for taking the Replicating Menace? You know, bearing in mind that you have the Galvanizer and the War Gear in hand, that can actually apply a lot of pressure if you rather just take the more offensive minion.
Yeah, they're going to go with the Venomizer just for some defense here. I wouldn't even have hated just being like, we're going to take Mekaru and smork you down next turn. Like, that's also an option. I think we would need a little bit more tools in hand if we wanted to take the Mekaru. I like taking the Venomizer here.
Yeah. Okay, and then for Team Viral, I mean, there's never really any consideration to just playing the Mana Cyclone as 2/2 here, is there?
No, we can't do that. No, we need some value here. I don't think we get... I think that they're just going to Hero Power Face and just pass here. I like that too. We'll have to see here. I think Galvanizer probably comes down every time this turn.
Yeah, Galvanizer looks very solid here.
How's the discount? It discounts 3.
Discounts 4 mix. So the Explodinator, the Venomizer, the Replicating Menace, and the War Gear. So I mean that sets you up very well with the magnetic stuff and the Explodinator next turn. I find that's always a pretty powerful curve when playing against the Hunter, is when you see the Galvanizer into the Explodinator.
Yeah, Galvanizer into Explodinator into War Gear is very possible. I like coin. I like coining out something here. I think it's very strong. Get on board. That 1/5, I like. It's a thick boy, so it sticks on board pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that its arm is the one that's enlarged, we often refer to it as something different when it's got that big health total. So here we can see the Explodinator is kind of going to play a little bit into the Sea Giant. I mean, do you think that's ever a reason to consider not doing it here? Do you think that we actually might need to kill this Stargazer Luna with either the Venomizer magnetic equip or with just the Bomb Toss?
The Venomizer cleans it up very easily, so I think we can Venomizer here and just kind of deal with it. I didn't hate, just trade Bomb Toss too. That kind of goes wide and clears the board at the same time. But now we have a 3/5 with Poisonous on the board, and that can test well against a lot of the Giants that could come out. Obviously, their hand size isn't really big enough for any of the Mountain Giants, and the board isn't really big enough for Sea Giants, so you're not super afraid of any types of Giants, but you do have to play around these sort of things.
Yeah, but it does help protect you against any development, which is... It's always an issue, right? It's like Super Collider in the Warrior. The biggest thing it does is stop the mage from developing. And I think that's really important. You know, by being proactive and getting the Venomizer down, you kind of threaten any possible development that the mage might actually have. So is it just a straight up War Gear here for you?
War Gear is super clean. I can War Gear on the 1/2 and base and just trade with the 3/5. You still have 3 health on your Poisonous, so it doesn't get pinged off or dealt with super easily. It could get Ray of Frost ping. Ray of Frost Snap Freeze, but if they do that, then you're pretty happy because you have a 6/7 on board.
Yeah, I mean, we can see.
Yeah,
this is kind of really where that thick boy has come in handy, right? That 5 health has been so huge for keeping this upgraded frame bot on the board.
So are we gonna? I might be time to just start to dig for something for these Mana Cyclones. We could theoretically say we're gonna Sorcerer's Apprentice, Mirror Image, Cyclone. I think just Mirror Image, Cyclone's probably clean enough. If we get something cheap, we can play the Sorcerer's Apprentice afterwards.
Ooh, that is not cheap. It might be getting cheaper soon, but it's still definitely not a good card to come off the Mana Cyclone here.
I just want to intrude for a second and say that I am stupidly excited for this card to cost 5 mana. All right, back to the game. That's all.
I still feel like the only time I'm gonna see it is coming off of Mana Cyclones. Like,
sure.
There was some time it was played in the the Dragon list right at the beginning, but or even played in this Spell Mage list right at the beginning. But I'm not super concerned. But sticking with this meta right now, do you think that the double Bomb Hunter the double Bomb Toss is going to be worth it here, or do you want to play this Explodinator if you are MCon Esports?
So, seeing both hands, I think that the double Bomb Toss is insane here. You just Bomb Toss, trade. Board's clean. You're ready to go for the Venom for the Missile Launcher next turn. Then we have that little combo you talked about. That's if they go really wide. If they don't go really wide, then I want to protect my 6/7. I don't want to play the Missile Launcher. So we'll have to see. But I think double Bomb Toss is just super clean. You don't really have anything else. I like it.
Mm. So what about just trying to get this 6/7 face? You don't think it's worth it? You think it's better to just play for the board now? Like, we could just Bomb Toss one of these 0/2s, leave the 2/2 up and go face with the 6/7?
I think that's what they're going to do, and that's also I agree with this play as well. I think either way you did it fine. At first I was like, let's just clear the board, but then I realized that, Sorcerer's Apprentice is the only one you're really afraid of. Everything else is kind of fine. Although you are, I guess they may have done the math with the amount of minions on board, and they realize that Viral cannot just Sea Giant trade ping the 3/3.
Yeah, if they wanted to see Giant here, they would need to play like mirror image, and you would really need to play 2 mirror images to make it cheap enough to ping. And we've already seen the 1 mirror image, so we know that's not happening. So this looks like it's pretty much over. I mean, like, this isn't quite lethal, but you're pretty close to setting it up next turn with the Leroy.
Yeah, so I think we're going to missile launcher one of these 0-2. That's what should happen from MCOM side. And just face.
Yeah. Seems pretty solid. Putting your opponent down to 4? Just 2 HP.
Is it 4?
Oh yeah, sorry, 4. Yeah, 4 HP. Okay, so that's the first win here for MCon Esports. I mean, I think that's really where that Bomb Hunter is kind of meant to show its strength, right? I feel like that is probably one of its best matchups here against the Mage.
I would be very surprised if we see the Mage queued up again, because if so, then, you know, MCOM's just going to be like, all right, I'm just going to queue Zoo. I think Zoo's probably the next queue from them, so I think it's interesting to see if Team Viral so it like predicts that or not. Very strong players on both sides, and it's one of those things where the Conquest mind game come into play where it's, what do I queue? What are they going to queue? I need to queue what they're, and it's just, you try to get your good matchups. It's even more prominent in Last Hero Standing, but, you know.
Yeah. So if you imagined as Team Viral here that MCon Esports was going to queue the Zulok, which would you want to queue into that? What is the matchup you're looking for?
I'm happy with either my Priest or my Paladin into Zulok. Wow. Viral just got really lucky that I think they got really lucky. They queued the Mage again, which I think it ends up being a big brain play, because it ends up being big brain at the end of the day now that they're right. So now we have a Mage Mirror.
Yeah, I mean, we know Team Viral are good friends with Paradox, and if they agree with him when it comes to Conquest queue order, they probably just randomize this anyway, and kind of got the right matchup there. So maybe, you know, we were just looking too much into the actual queue order. So unfortunately for Team Viral here, they are not on the coin, which is a pretty big factor in this matchup. MCon Esports here, I think the coin is really going to help them, but as Viral, you probably want to keep the Giant, even though you're not on the coin.
I'm interested in keeping Giants. I see 8/8s. I'm a simple man. I see 8/8s in my opening hand, and I go, all right, I'm cool with that.
I mean, 8/8s that are going to get cheaper.
Yeah, obviously. I'm not excited for a 10 mana 8/8. I'm not that silly, but...
Yeah, and we saw MCon Esports mulligan away the Polymorph here. I think when you're not on the coin, that makes a lot of sense. Or it makes a lot of sense to sometimes maybe keep the Polymorph if they want to Polymorph the Giant that comes down on turn 4. But here, I think they definitely want to look for the more proactive player when they're on the coin.
Ooh, that Conjurer's Calling picked up for Viral here. If this Mountain Giants come down and sticks, that next turn's going to get really tricky for MCOM.
Yeah, and what we can see right now is that they actually have the threat to use with the Conjurer's Calling, whereas Team Viral are just stuck in the situation right now where they don't have anything to use this Conjurer's Calling on. So they're not really able to make any particularly good use of the coin and the kind of extra benefit that usually gives you of getting the Mountain Giant down before your opponent.
I mean, we still have a couple turns for MCOM to draw the Mountain Giant. Funny way of finding times depending on how you feel your luck is. So it could come down and then this whole game flips on its head because, you know, first Giant, best Giant.
Yeah, I mean, I think what they're really looking for here is an Arcane Intellect. Do you think that the magic trick here to look for the Arcane Intellect would be good? Because even when you're on the coin, you still need to draw kind of one extra card to make the Giant playable on 4. So they would need to actually find an Arcane Intellect or Banana Buffoon here to still be able to play the Giant.
Can we magic
worth looking for it?
Can we magic trick next turn to do the same thing or no?
No, because you would need to then coin out the Arcane Intellect, so it doesn't really work.
Then it's worth it here, I believe. And that's what they have done. And they didn't find it, but, you know, they get some more tools to pump up this mana cycle. And in case they don't find it, Arcane Intellect, a big draw.
Huge draw for Team Viral here. I mean, so it's super important in this matchup just to buff your hand, especially when you're on the play, because you don't get that extra card from the coin. Do you think that this is maybe one of the turns they could go in on the Mana Cyclone here? Like, you can't do too much, but you can just get 2 extra spells. I mean, right now their hand is doing nothing for MCon, so they're just going to go with the ping, it seems.
So I don't. It depends, man. It depends what you really want to do. You can hold off since you don't have that giant in hand. You know you need a really big swing turn, or you could have just said, well, let's just get our value now because we don't have this giant in hand. Let's see if we can pick up a polymorph or something like that. I know we have one in our deck. Maybe we'll pick up some draws, and then for viral here, I think it's just kind of easy. Maybe looking at a Sandbinder.
Yeah, Sandbinder looks pretty solid. I mean, they could definitely consider the Arcane Intellect, though. It's going to make the Giants cheaper, which is pretty important. If you hit the Elemental Invocation for the for the Mountain Giant, then I think you can go Mountain Giant and Conjurer's Calling with the Elemental Invocation next turn. Because at the moment, your hand is going to go to 10 next turn, which would make Mountain Giant cost 3. But if Elemental Invocation is one of those cards, you can make it cost 2 and then play the Conjurer's Calling straight away. But it looks like they're just gonna look for maybe a second giant instead, and they instead just get the Mana Cyclone.
This hand is getting spicy for MCOM here.
I mean, spicy maybe, but also very ineffective now. Like the best they can do.
I don't know if I call it good, but it's certainly spicy.
I mean, once again, they're just left with that same option where they can just cycle 2 spells with the Mana Cyclone, right? But that's not really doing much for you. It's not even increasing your hand size. Like you're netting a -2 hand size, which is not really where they want to be if they actually do pick up a giant. So now, I mean, the Sorcerer's Apprentice is going to come down. This means they're surely going to go for the Mana Cyclone here, right? Or do you think it's okay just to pass here, no Mana Cyclone?
No, I think we're definitely going Mana Cyclone this turn. Trying to get some spells in their hand for MCOM here. We'll see what they are.
I mean, this feels bad, man. The Astral Rift is pretty good. Grifter and Immortal Prelate are not exactly the juice here. I mean, Grifter can be pretty interesting. You can kind of force an overdraw from your opponent sometimes. That's one neat thing you can do in this matchup where the mage is often gonna sit on that 9-card hand.
Hey man, we saw Grifter at the World Championship this year. This card's insane.
Yeah, sure. That was off a reform. I think it's not so bad because you get some extra value in those kind of reform situations. But right here, the problem now with playing the Giant is that you do play into that Snap Freeze we spoke about. Team Viral have 2 Frost Novas and 1 Snap Freeze in the deck. So now that they're going to be on 5 mana next turn, they can just go with that. And plus, the Sorcerer's Apprentice is also even reducing the spells further, so they can even develop alongside that as well. So that's kind of maybe the one consideration here, where Team Viral are wanting to maybe not play out the Giant.
I think with 2 Giants, you're probably safe to play 1.
Sure. And then the choice here to freeze the Mana Cyclone. Do you think that's just because if the Sorcerer's Apprentice is trading, they're pretty happy with that?
That's probably the conversation that's going on Viral's side. They're saying, well, we want them to trade with the Sorcerer's Apprentice anyway, so even though it does put an extra damage onto our Giant, we're just happy if it trades in. So that's probably the conversation that's going on their end, I believe. It's tough to say.
And it does stop the Sorcerer's Apprentice into double Ray of Frost, double trade, at least on the Giant is another way of killing the Giant. Plus, maybe it removes some of the random spell options they could have got. With Fireball, they now would have to trade with that Sorcerer's Apprentice instead of trading with the Mana Cyclone. So I think that they're trying to play around those kind of options. But as MCon Esports here, I mean, they don't have a particularly they don't really have any way to deal with this Giant. So what do you think their best option is? Do you think they're going to keep trying to go wide and get to the stage where they can play their own Sea Giants?
I think I see them hovering this. This is probably their best. They put a 7-mana minion on board. Say, all right, we can't deal. So maybe you can't deal with ours, and then even though they can on the board, but it's getting bad at this point.
This is looking bad for MCon. Yeah,
it's about to get a little tricky here.
All the Rebel Bouncer really does here is absorb 8 damage, which is relevant, but is going to feel pretty insignificant after this Conjurer's Calling comes down, and we get for minions thanks to this Khadgar. I mean, even the Sea Giant can come down for free now as well. This is like the Frost Novas are going to do some amount of work to stalling this out, but MCon are going to have to find a lot of value to go with these Frost Novas.
All right, we're going to get second Astral Rift, and we're going to get a Doomsayer. And we're going to Frost Nova Doomsayer, and it's GG. That's what's going to happen for MCon.
I mean, they do have some options here with the double Frost Nova and with Team Viral's board being full. They can set up for some reasonable trades. I mean, it might have been worth them not Conjurers calling the Giant there, but I think they're at this point. At this point, you're still looking for like the Mulch Muncher, right? Mulch Muncher would have been really good there, whilst it's still at 10 mana. One of the benefits of it being at 10 mana rather than 9 mana is when you Conjurers calling those Sea Giants, you can still get it.
That second Ray of Frost is so big, though.
Yeah.
But if we're looking here, so right, I'm not so sure that Viral runs away with this at this point because Viral will Ray of Frost all the big boys, and then their board gets frozen again, and they don't have a way to freeze again. So
yeah, I mean,
see what they choose to do here.
You might only need to Ray of Frost twice here. You might not need to Ray of Frost the big mech, Boom Reaver.
Mm-hmm.
Because at least that still requires a ping from your opponent, and honestly, you kind of want them to at least clear one of your board. You just don't want to. You want to make sure they can't hit you in the face. Because if they could hit in the face and then Frost Nova, that would be really tricky. I mean, the problem here for MCon is like your plan was to keep their board full, so your Frost Novas were effective and they couldn't do anything. But now you kind of need to kill their board at least a little bit. But it looks like they are going to go with the triple freeze on the big guys. And then what? We're just going to see another Frost Nova back, you imagine?
We have to, don't we? We have to see a Frost Nova back, or else we're probably pretty close to dead on board. Although this splitting image could come in handy. We could Frost Nova, maybe splitting image, or just splitting image. I think we probably need to Frost Nova here as well, though. It seems like there's a lot of damage on board. I'm no expert.
Yeah,
but
the splitting image
and they hurt.
The splitting image is interesting because the Rebel Bouncer is one of the better taunts that you can get with the splitting image kind of giving you an extra copy of. But maybe they would rather hold on to it for a situation where they think the trades might happen into their bigger minions instead. So yeah, I mean, you kind of know that Team Viral here have a second Conjurer's Calling in hand because they only played one with their Khadgar. So you're kind of losing on the Conjurer's Calling race in a way, right? That's a big problem for MCon Esports here. They've played 2 Conjurer's Callings and they've only got 3 big minions out of it. Whereas Team Viral have played 1 Conjurer's Calling and gotten 4 big minions out of it. Plus they have the Sea Giants on board. So when we look at the board in terms of value there, it's still a big issue here for Team Viral. I mean, sorry, for MCon Esports. But once again, a kind of return of a very different type of freeze mage here. This second Frost Nova coming out.
So it's a real question of how these trades line up and how much damage MCOM can push next turn. So the 7/9 will go into one of the 7/8s, and then a ping will come down. And then there will be...
And then maybe they're trying to set up the Sorcerer's Apprentices to trade in as well. That way you can land 22 to face with the mech and the Deathwing. So if they could find a little bit more damage, that would work. Ooh, this magic trick though, the Ray of Frost is pretty good. Once again, we can just freeze the big guys again.
Yeah,
right?
I think that actually swings. At first I saw Vapor Deathwing into Vaporize, but then I realized if you just freeze the Deathwing, it can't attack anyway. So you're probably fine.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got the pretty good backswing of their own, you know? Like, they have a board with 3 8/8s, 2 7/8s. So that's what, over 30 damage easily.
I feel like we didn't get excited enough about that Ray of Frost. I feel like that actually solidifies this game for Viral. I think that they were in a tricky position there for a second, where a lot of damage was going to come face, but now we're just.
I think there was one other card that would have maybe been better, and that was Frost Nova.
Yep.
Obviously, the full board freeze would have been the absolute nuts there. Ooh, this Arcane Intellect is actually pretty big. If they can find their own magic trick, yeah, or Conjurer's Calling, those both could have been good options there for them. But now what? You're going to trade off some of your minions and play the Mirror Image? The problem is you've got Splitting Image up, so you really want them to attack into your Rabble Bouncer instead.
You have 2 Mirror
ooh, the
Images.
Ziliax on the Boom Reaver?
Ooh.
This
Whoa.
This means you don't have to do the ping, so you can maybe fit in the mirror images. And if they attack into your Ziliax Boom Reaver, that's actually really massive. So maybe you even want to trade off the Rabble Bouncer here for this, because you've got that splitting image up, right?
Is that a little too obvious? I think maybe they just double trade the Sorcerer's Apprentices, and then you can still play each of the mirror images for 1 mana each.
The problem is that realistically, Team Viral don't actually have to attack into this Boom Reaver, right? They're just going to Conjurer's Calling it. Like, they can trade off, well, I suppose...
Like, they're just dead on that note, right?
Sure, I mean, it depends. If you expect this to be vaporized, you're still dead, right? I mean, the thing with Conjurer's Calling it is if you don't kill them here, then you get really punished for that.
But yeah, the thing is that they can just Conjurer's Calling this Boom Reaver if they think it's splitting image. I'm interested to see if they do that, because they might just do it because there's a play anyway. Like, that might just be the play anyway. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
And then
I mean, they could also go for some Mana Cyclone stuff first if they wanted to, but the problem is that's going to leave their board very full. Because what, you have to go Mirror Image, Conjurer's Calling into Mana Cyclone. I mean, that doesn't feel very good. I really don't like this Mirror Image very much, but maybe they're trying to test. Well, okay, they haven't tested for Spellbender or Counterspell yet. Ooh,
what is happening?
The Splitting Image. That's going to be pretty painful. I suppose the idea here is that they can just trade off all their minions. It doesn't really matter. They can double Conjurer's Calling on the Mountain Giant still. So they're going to still have a full board. But giving your opponent that 8-11 does not feel very good.
My head hurts. I don't really even know how this has all happened. But I do see 2 7-8 taunts in the way. And there's 2 more 7-8 taunts in the way. So Viral's not dead anytime soon.
Yeah, those extra extra taunts there were really massive, because with only one set of taunts, you know, maybe if MCon here had found like the Snap Freeze, they would have been able to clear one of the taunts like that, and they would have been able to clear one of the taunts with either the Mechathune or the Boom Reaver. Ooh.
Dude, you have to pick it, right? You have to pick Ray of Frost, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't pick Heroic Innkeeper. If that goes to your opponent, or actually either of these go to your opponents, it's pretty bad. I mean, Evocation seems pretty bad.
It's not good in your game, so you can't pick it.
No. You need to take something that makes sense here, but you probably have to take the Spark Engine as a result.
Oh my gosh.
They took the Mana Wraith and they gave up the Ray of... I mean, this is why we don't play Grifter, right? Like, sometimes you just give your opponent the nuts and get garbage, and that's pretty bad.
Do you just
and now, I mean,
Mana Wraith and cry?
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, we can see that Team Viral here still has another Conjurer's Calling in hand, so they are definitely going to be able to take all the trades they want to run away with this.
So,
I mean, you can just trade off all 3 and play the new Mountain Giant and Conjurer's Calling it, right?
Yes, you can do that as well.
I mean, you can go face as well, but I feel like on 22 you're a little bit threatened. Like, if you don't get the taunt, then you could just die. And if you even if you get like 2 taunts, there's always possible like Snap Freeze ways for them to kill you. You don't really know what these.
And Ray of Frost, the 12-5 and the 10-3?
I mean, maybe. Ray of Frost is an option, I suppose. Personally, I really like killing it. I mean, we could Ray of Frost 1. That seems to maybe be what they're looking at doing here. Ray of Frost, the 10-3, and then they don't have to commit the other Sea Giant from their hand, right? And you can actually do the Mana Cyclone here as well, which is not too bad.
We can Elemental
Evoke
the
board space
as well, yep.
Yeah, you'll have the board space. You're going to get a bunch of spells. Ooh, and we're getting all the taunts, which is actually pretty good here.
We gotta move, though. Get it out.
So he's gonna kill the Sorcerer's Apprentice here with the double ray of frost, and then trade into the Mechathune with the ping to kill it off. Did he get off the mana cycle?
I'm assuming it got off. Yeah. All right. And the
not the most impactful spells. I mean, Research Project is something you really don't want to play at this point.
Oh. I don't know how much this changes, but it's certainly cool.
I think this might just be a little bit too late, right? I mean, your opponent's got 3 7/8s. Like, is this... You're going to have to mirror image. All you're doing is stalling. We're on top decks here as MCon Esports. I mean, this looks like a pretty dire situation for them still. Ooh, and that Banana Buffoon is actually really, really good here.
Yeah, it helps straight. You don't have to ping anything off. That's really nice.
Yeah. It also makes your Giants cheaper. Which means you can still get the ping off whilst casting all the 0 mana spells here. Like the Shooting Star is also could have been an option to set up trades, but it might just be better to Shooting Star, trade the and trade into some of the other minions. But I thought maybe they could have used the Shooting Star on like the Immortal Prelate and then trade it into the MC tech with the 2/2. But it looks like maybe they just want to maximize face damage.
Yeah, I'm starting to really like 14 damage to the face, and if you can make it 17 or 18, I'm really happy.
Yeah, I like killing the Grifter as well. I mean, rather don't give them another Conjurer's Calling out. Maybe they could get something off the Conjurer's Calling at 4 mana that would matter. But this looks really dire for MCon Esports, and they're just going to go ahead and concede. So MCon Esports here. Taking the loss, and that's going to be a 1-1, I believe, overall. Yeah. So Team Viral getting the win with that mage, which is definitely very teched for the meta, teched for the mirror, right?
Yeah, I mean that mirror was insane. I just wanted that it felt like old school freeze mage where it was just get there first. But it's even more crazy because it's board oriented, so it's like next level freeze mage stuff.
It's like old school freeze mage meets chess, right? Because the information is on the board, like you can see it. Whereas old school freeze mage mirrors were like the info was all in the hand. It was all about like what burn does he have, how much like when are they going to play the Alexstrasza and all that. Whereas like this one is just a lot more. You can see all the pieces on the board, and in that case, like with those Frost Novas, they could actually just freeze the board totally as well, which made a big difference.
Yeah.
So now with this series at 1-1, we're going to be able to jump into third game here. And it looks like it's going to be that Paladin, that Holy Wrath Paladin coming up against the Warlock. And we've got one of the most key cards in this matchup in the hand here for the Paladin. That's the Wild
Pyromancer. Wow. I mean, and the thing that is really big for Team Viral in that last matchup is that so like they queued their mage, and I thought it was pretty risky at first, but they queued it into the opponent's mage, was able to get that win. I think that game right there honestly is probably one of the pivotal points in the series where it does make a turn in Team Viral's favor, because now they have these combo decks that also destroy some of the aggro decks that we're seeing. So
yeah,
double Holy Wrath.
I think not having to queue the mage into the zoo is definitely something that they're very happy. I mean, the mage can definitely still pull out some of the wins when you do the crazy Conjurer's Calling stuff, but in this case, the double Pyromancer opening hand is really good. But as you said, to counter that double Holy Wrath, it's really not what you want to see.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes maybe you can use the Holy Wraths for removal, but it's so inconsistent. Like, you can only really target small minions, and 5 mana to remove small minions feels bad, man.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how they feel about this opening hand. I'm sure they're happy about play on 2 if you really get in trouble. It does require some trades.
Yeah,
I can see it coming down on 2.
I don't think you can ever really play the Pyromancer on 2 here.
Oh, we're not playing Pyromancer on 2.
Oh, okay, you were saying the Crystal Smith Kangol.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I missed that a little bit. But Novice Engineer seems a bit more reasonable here, right? We want to cycle to the ways that we can actually make use of this Pyromancer better. I mean, okay, it looks like they're considering the Kangol.
I don't disagree with either of them. I think the Kangor, it takes 2 trades, which does absorb some damage and heals you back to full. But you're at 27, so you're not super stressed about your life total. Maybe drawing to try and cycle to the second spell is very interesting. They also mulliganed away True Silver Champion.
Yeah, which is
And
interesting.
It might just be a little too slow. So we'll have to
Yeah.
see what they think about it. This
I mean-
prismatic lens is probably a little slow, but it's always fun to see what comes out of it.
Yeah, unlike with before the rogue nerfs, I mean, we don't see any weapon removal in this Warlock deck, so the weapon would have posed a big threat against it. But I do like this Novice Engineer because I think Crystal Smith Kangol can actually be really huge later in the game, especially like, you know, if you do that swing turn with a Shivala or something like that, or even just using stuff like Flash Heal, I think it is, the 2-mana heal. What's it called again? Yeah, Flash of Light. Close enough. Flash of Light. That can also be just really powerful to get that burst of heal that can keep you out of range against the Warlock. Because the Warlock doesn't really have much burst itself. There's no Soulfires in the deck. There's no Leroy. It's really just what it can do on the board, plus like a little bit of buffs in the form of like Grim Rally, Abusive Sergeant, and Defender of Argus. And obviously Direwolf Alpha as well. So I think that the Kangol heal can be a lot more valuable rather than just trying to fight for board a little bit here.
It's just a matter of this board can get cleared.
Yeah. I mean, the question here is how all in do we want to go, right? As the Warlock here. I mean, we're quite susceptible to the consecration here. At least we get we'll have what 4/1/1s left if we get consecrated, and I think that was something that that MCon Esports were definitely considering here.
So I think the Acolyte of Pain here is really strong. It does draw cards. I mean, it gets traded off cycle. You really just want to cycle to any sort of like cheap spell in your deck. You want to find those Crystologies. You want to find those Flash of Lights. You're happy with a Doomsayer at this point, just to absorb 7 damage and help yourself out here. You do have double timeout in your deck.
The Acolyte of Pain is essentially a worse Flash of Light here, right? Because instead of healing for 4, you're actually only healing for 3 and drawing a card. Plus, you don't even get to, it's not even a spell, so you don't get to combo it with the Wild Pyromancer. I like trading off this 3/1. Like, rather use the temporary damage buff you get from the Abusive Sergeant and keep the other minions at a higher health total to make it more difficult for the Wild Pyromancer clear.
So, what has happened? This is a big
Paladin has done almost nothing, and Warlock has played all their cards. So, unsurprisingly, Warlock is at it with an advantage here, right? That's the summary of this matchup right now.
So this pickup is interesting though, because now we can clear off some of the damage on board. We do leave the 1/1s, but there's no cards in hand for MCOM. So like, what exactly is Viral afraid of? Is there anything that's going to stop them from going Pyromancer, Coin, Crystology, or Pyromancer, Crystology, and just coining to just clear off a decent portion of this damage? You still get hit in the face for a decent amount next turn, but you have the other Pyromancer.
Yeah, I mean, we're removing 8 damage from the board, but adding 3. So removing a net 5. I mean, look, I think you need to play the Crystology here, and the best way to do is Wild Pyromancer. So I think that is what they're going to have to go for. What would be really good for MCon here is if they could get that Grim Rally off the top. No such luck here.
What would be really good for Virals if they can get that Flash of Light off the top.
Yeah, Flash of Light. I mean, especially if they can even wait a turn and combine it with the Crystal Smith Kangol and the Wild Pyromancer. That can be really big. That Microtech controller, it's super awkward here. You don't have the board space to play it, and you don't have really the mana to play it either.
Oh boy.
I mean, Consecration to remove 6 damage from the board seems fairly reasonable to me.
Seems good. I'm okay with it. I don't see what else we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, we're on 11 life, so we're going to need some healing soon, though, right? I mean, we've got this Crystal Smith Kangol, which can make all of our healing more powerful, but we're going to need some healing soon.
But what you spoke on earlier is that there's no real reach in the deck. So as long as the board is safe and established, then what's the worst thing that could happen is maybe a Knife Juggler, some Knife Juggler shenanigans. If Viral keeps the board clear.
Yeah, this Knife Juggler Microtech controller is kind of some of the burst, but they don't have enough mana to actually combine that in this turn. So we're probably going to have to go, like, if we want to apply pressure, we probably have to micro-tech controller and Grim Rally, right?
Yeah, I think that's the play.
I mean, it helps keep your board a little bit more resilient against the second Pyromancer. It doesn't really help you much against the Consecration, but it does keep your Magic Carpet buffed up outside of the range of, like, a true Silver Champion as well.
Shrink Ray.
So the Shrink Ray here doesn't really feel like it does much. And right now, problem we have for Team Viral is that they actually don't really have any way to clear here. And they're facing down 7 damage. So, you know, just 2 more damage is pretty easy to get for the Warlock. You know, they don't have much reach, but Grim Rally plus any minion will be more than 2 damage. Knife Juggler plus any of the things that summon more than 1 will be 2 damage. Direwolf Alpha is 2 damage. Defender of Argus is 2 damage. So there's the Abusive Sergeant is 2 damage. So we're looking at least like 5 or 6 outs there. Plus they've got the Solarium to draw into that. So you really do have to be worried here. You have to do something to remove some amount of damage off the board here. And I think
that's something.
Is that Shrink Ray?
Shrink Ray. I think that something's probably Shrink Ray. The other alternatives is maybe Prismatic Lens and hope you get really lucky. I think it's Shrink Ray. You take 3, you're at 6. That's probably your best bet. And then the next turn, you just hope you draw healing at this point.
Yeah, we definitely need a flash of light. Like, that's the really big card, right? Because we can combine it with the Pyromancer and the Christmas Kangol. I mean, that feels like...
There's potential lethals here, maybe?
Maybe, but I don't think you should attack with all your minions first.
You save this 1/1, and then you Evil Genius the 1/1 that you attacked with, and you try and get the rush, and then... You should play Knife Juggler first.
Yes, definitely. So we go Knife Juggler, Evil Genius. We're looking for Cobalt Lackey or Goblin Lackey. The plus 2 damage, or the 2 damage or the rush. Ethereal Lackey could work as well. There's the Grim Rally that can do some work. There's also Soulfire, of course. Hellfire is a pretty reasonable consideration. That's 3 damage to face. So if you can get them in range, that's a reasonable option. And then now what? We're going to attack with the Microtech controller and then maybe Witchy Lackey it, because this puts them inside. This puts them in the Hellfire range, which is important.
Whoa! Can that die
now? We would need to see another Shrink Ray with the Wild Pyromancer, right?
Either way, we haven't seen any heal, so they're just dead next turn. We didn't find any heal. I mean, Novice Engineer.
Well, we can Wild Pyromancer and then play Humility on the 4/7 and play the Prismatic Lens, which from Team Viral's perspective will at least keep them alive on board. But we know that Hellfire is going to be enough damage to kill them. So other than like Holy Wrath into... I think the biggest thing is 5 in the deck, right?
Pyromancer and then Holy Wrath the 4/7 to try and kill it. And if you kill it, the Knife Juggler's alive. You're at 8.
The 2/2's alive. So yeah, there's a pretty decent chance they're dead like that. Not 100% because the Warlock, you know, from what we know at least, with the Hellfire they would still need 1 extra damage. Okay, so he's gonna go with the Prismatic Lens Humility. This definitely seems like my most reasonable play. We just know that the Hellfire is going to be enough to finish this off.
Zoo gets through.
Yeah, so the Zoo gets the win here. So that leaves them with just the Mage to get a win for MCon Esports. So, I mean, right now with just Mage needing to get a win against Nomi Priest and that Holy Wrath Paladin, do you think Team Viral are still going to be feeling confident? I mean, I think one of the decks you bring the Holy Wrath Paladin to beat is the Mage, right?
Yeah, but I feel like you're substantially less confident. You're probably still okay. Sure. You're like, all right, I'm going to keep on Mage. A lot of big giants. I have Shrink Ray. You know, it's one of those things where you feel okay, but you definitely felt better when you had that Zoo in your opponent's pool that they had to get that win with. I think Zoo was going to be a big sticking point. We saw it be a giant sticking point at Worlds. Obviously, a very different meta. But, you know, Zoo...
But against something like the Nomi Priest, it might have struggled a bit. I mean, we see this Nomi Priest is teched to be kind of better against the Mage as well. I mean, we've got the 1 copy of Mass Hysteria as well as the 1 copy of Shadow Word Death, which are both tech choices that are meant to help against the mage. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the matchup we're going to see here. We're going to see this Holy Wrath Paladin once again coming up against the mage. And do you think that we ever keep Doomsayer to kind of preemptively try and block the giant?
Oh, I think it's the only card we're keeping in this hand. That Flash of Light is last game, and we never got it. They did send back the Doomsayer.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just looking for card draw.
Yeah, and for for MCon Esports here, with this hand, I don't think you really want to keep any of this, right? You're on the coin, which is already a good win for them, but they're going to be looking for the giant and the Conjurer's Calling, right? I think in this matchup, as the mage, you have to be the beatdown, so you really need to try and apply as much pressure as you can, as fast as you can, and this Arcane Intellect is at least a good start as well. And they did keep the Sorcerer's Apprentice, so drawing this Mana Cyclone is going to make them feel good as well, right?
Yeah, I think, we can go, MCOM can probably just go Apprentice, Ray of Frost, Ray of Frost, Ray of Frost, Ray of Frost, into Cyclone. It's possible that Viral might not have enough minions on board.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big issue with Ray of Frost against this Paladin deck, is they actually just don't give you targets for it very often.
Elemental Evocation picked up.
I mean, there's actually a consideration to not ping this 1/1, right? Just so we have another Ray of Frost target, like next turn, if we want to go with the Mana Cyclone, the Mana Cyclone Elemental Invocation turn with the Sorcerer's Apprentice. So, do you think that there's a consideration to just ping face instead? Yeah, it looks like MCOM.
Sure, MCOM does. Yeah.
Yeah, and for Team Viral here, I mean, the read you have to make for that is that they want your minion on board, and there's only really one reason they would do that, right? And that is the Ray of Frost. So that has to tell you that they want to go for some turn where they're cycling like that. And so they're just going to play out the Thalnos, and I actually like this, because the Thalnos is not guaranteed draw all the time, but it is when they're going to kill it, and you're guessing that they want to kill it because you've kind of put them on the Ray of Frost based on their ping choice last turn.
I love these turns so much.
Yeah, and this is so powerful with the magic trick as well. I mean, we're probably actually gonna get way over, right? I mean, if we go magic trick into magic trick here, how many spells are we playing? We're at 4 now after the second magic trick.
This is
Mirror Image takes us to 5.
This is
Ray of Frost would take us to 9 if we played both of them, and Elemental Invocation would take us to 10. So we actually just doing too many spells here for this Mana Cyclone. So it's not necessary for us to play both Ray of Frosts. I feel like it might have been okay for them to just use the one, but I think they realized that Ray of Frost is not all that good in this scenario, so they're just going to play it out. And what I like about this as well is that they are keeping the hand space so that they can chuck the second Ray of Frost afterwards, and they don't have a full hand, and they're not going to miss drawing one of their big threats.
So we saw Conjurer's Calling. Is that double Pocket Galaxy? No, one Pocket Galaxy got picked up. Spellbender, Vaporize, Cinderstorm, and Fireball, and Icicle, and Snap Freeze.
I mean, Cinderstorm and Fireball are actually really good, because what you just want is you want damage, right?
Yep.
And I mean, Snap Freeze, like, there's not really going to be that many targets. I mean, there's not that many targets for the Ray of Frosts, let alone the Snap Freeze in this Paladin deck. It's very much a deck that plays from hand rather than on the board. So here, I mean, do we ever want to consider, like, the Spellbender to maybe protect our minions? There's not a lot of targeted stuff. I mean, it's really just like Holy Wrath, right?
Yeah.
For targeted spells.
And
but we're what? Trying to pretend like this is a different secret? Like we're trying to bluff.
It's a random secret,
like
though. It can be anything. I think you're probably a little afraid of counters if you're Viral here. Like, you would love to just play Consecrate, but if you get Counterspell, next thing you know, you're 5 next turn, and that's a little sketchy.
Yeah, but if you play Ziliax and get Mirror Image, that could be, or Mirror Entity, sorry, that could be just as bad, right? Because we don't have a way to clear it, and then we give them a 5-drop for the Conjurer's Calling.
I think the Ziliax is better against more secrets than it is bad against certain secrets. You know what I mean? I think it's good because it's good against
It's good against Counterspell, it's good against Barrier, it's good against Spellbender, and it's really good against Splitting Image because it just summons another 0 too.
Yep. I must agree there. I really like this Snap Freeze Icicle combo here because you actually just want to cycle to the bigger threats in your deck.
It's the nuts.
So the Icicle to
Icicle's the
draw
nuts.
is great. So we don't know that it's not Counterspell yet. So it could still be Counterspell, Ice Barrier, Spellbender, or Vaporize. They might have to just take the risk here, and it looks like they're going to and play the Consecration. And they're going to be kind of well rewarded for that, I would say.
Yeah, I think the Prismatic Lens is more important in this matchup than the Consecrate normally is.
So the choice to hero power there, I don't know if they're concerned possibly about the Rabble Bouncer that we see here, or maybe the Sea Giant in future turns, or maybe they're just trying to get a minion on the board so they could use Shrink Ray to facilitate trades, right?
They don't want to Shrink Ray already, right? There's no way.
Nah, I don't think you do. But like, let's say your opponent just played a Mountain Giant, then you would probably consider Shrink Raying it there, maybe. Because at 19 HP, you can't tank ahead of it first.
Yeah, for sure. Now, pretty insignificant Prismatic Lens. Just shifts 1 mana in each direction. There's some times where it's like crazy swings with Prismatic Lens, and the next thing you know, you're playing like 1 mana Tyrians. Not that there's a Tyrian in this deck, but
I always get like 25 mana Holy Wraths whenever I play,
usually that's how that goes.
Which is not helpful.
For the plebs like us, you're like, well, thanks, Prismatic. Appreciate it.
Yeah. But I think it's actually important to sometimes play Prismatic Lens after you've played or after you've drawn the Shivala to avoid those in matchups where you can afford to do that.
There's a Polymorph tech.
Yeah, I mean, do you think this is a good enough target for Polymorph? I think we might be at a stage where it is.
I don't know if there's any better targets for Polymorph.
I suppose the Ziliax does an equivalent job here, and it puts a 3-2 on board. So it looks a bit better than the Polymorph overall, but you don't get to play the Conjurer's Calling yet. But I suppose you don't want to go too overboard. You don't want to commit too heavily to the board here as MCon Esports, because you do know that the one thing that this Paladin specializes at is clearing big boards, right? I mean, we've got that one copy of Equality that I think Paradox mentioned beforehand, and we've got obviously the normal Shrink Ray Wild Pyromancer combo that can clear everything as well. So I do kind of like this Ziliax.
I think Crystology comes out this turn.
Yeah, Crystology makes sense. Only the one attack minion left in the deck, but that is one that's going to enable you to draw. Like, we could even see a turn with Pyromancer and the timeout for the draw. The only issue is, I think have we played the other Pyromancer?
No.
Okay, so I don't think so.
I think we just have the one so far.
Okay, cool. Because if this was your last Pyromancer, then you'd be much more reluctant to use it just to kind of draw cards, right, with the Acolyte, because you need it with that Shrink Ray in order to clear like the big Conjurer's Calling board. Otherwise, you just die that turn. And we've already played one Consecration, so we don't have the Consecration Shrink Ray combo. We don't have Equality yet either for like Equality Pyro or Equality Consecration.
So is NCon just going to wait until they draw the Giant, Conjurer's Calling, the 7-drop, or are they just going to go on the Conjurer's Calling? The answer is...
Yeah, they're just going to Conjurer's Calling here. I like this. I don't think you can wait too much. I mean, the other option was maybe to play Luna's Pocket Galaxy, but...
And I'll tell you what, this is
a underwhelming.
Great outcome for MCon. Because it's not really big enough to where you're like, I need to Shrink Ray this board or I will die. It's just big enough to be a threat without... It really puts Viral in a tricky situation. I think Viral would have been a lot happier with just some thick boys on board instead of what we have here.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the Crystology here is pretty ineffective, right? It draws nothing. Point. So for Team Viral, like, maybe you just use it to set up the Acolyte with the draw here. You can actually play... Crystology is ironically going to draw you a card still, and then you can set up with the timeout as well to draw the second card.
I'm ready to time out. I'm taking too much damage here.
Yeah, this feels like a pretty bad timeout though, right? I mean, I suppose the only upside is that you actually do get to draw a card, and now that we've got the equality and the consecration, that at least means that we are set up better to clear another big board. I think not attacking here is an attempt to play around splitting image. You know, we saw that Secret played after the Rebel Bouncer came off the Conjurer's Calling, so that might be a read that you make into it, that there could be splitting image.
It's also just an attempt to, you know that they have the other Conjurer's Calling in hand. So do you want to waste this 4 damage, put it to 1, and then it's such a clean Conjurer's Calling turn?
Yeah, that's a very good point as well.
So what happens here?
Well, we can Flash of Light into Shivala. At least any spells we play here set up Shivala even more, so that's an option. The only problem is we can't actually play Shivala because if it dies on board, we just lose, right? We have no win condition. So scratch that Shivala plan. That doesn't seem like an option.
I'm confused. Did Shivala
I
get
think
played?
I don't know. It looked like they were mousing over it for a second, but I mean, you just can't, right? You know they have Polymorph in their deck, and they've still got a bunch of random spells. So the chances that they can kill a Shivala is pretty high.
Yeah,
so
but
there's
now
no real option there.
Now Shivala's at 2, and you do have a quality Consecrate in hand, and you only have 6 cards left in your deck. So it is possible to pull this out for Viral, and they're actually at 19 health now in a decent spot, and we haven't seen any Giants yet.
Yeah.
From
It's-
Amazon.
I mean, bottom 13 cards, they still have 2 Giants, 2 Sea Giants, and 2 Mountain Giants, right? Yeah.
Yes, they have 4
So
Giants.
4 Giants, and Sandbinder, which would have drawn them the Giants as well, right? So essentially 5 like Giants drawing cards, or 5 Giants draws, you could say, that are still like in their deck. And now with the Luna's Pocket Galaxy played as well, I mean, at 1 mana, they can just do whatever they want in those turns. I mean, do you have to Conjurer's Calling this? It feels so bad, though.
I think you might have to. But the next turn, Shivala just comes down and cleans things up pretty easily. We'll have to see what comes out here.
I mean, Blastmaster Boom is actually pretty good for 7-drop. 7-drops are pretty underwhelming in my experience with Mage. I haven't quite done the maths, but I usually don't feel good Conjurer's Calling a 7-drop. So Blastmaster Boom is actually, I think, one of the better ones.
I think this turn's pretty intuitive. I think you can just go quality Conk, right? They seem to be hovering with Shivala, but the Humility isn't going to work. That's the problem, is that there's a Spellbender in play.
But if you Humility and then see a Spellbender, you can still Consecration, right? So it's not exactly a loss to do that. I actually prefer Shrink Ray Consecration as well, because I think it's important to pair up your kind of cards that can combo together. So it's better not to use the Equality and the Consecration here, because you still have another Shrink Ray in the deck, and that works with Consecration. The Equality works with the other Pyromancer or the other Consecration you still have in the deck. So I think it's better not to use the Equality Consecration together if you can avoid it.
So they tested with Humility first. So what is the play now?
Well, I think now you probably forced into the Shrink Ray Consecration, right? I mean, you do still know that there's 4 Giants in the deck. Like, you're running out of ways to kill Giants. I mean, your game plan at this point is just to slow things down. Okay. I don't mind this. We're going to gain a bunch of HP. We put another Shivala in our deck. The problem is that drawing Shivala is a pretty dead draw, right? So we're actually moving ourselves further away from our win condition in many ways.
Yeah, I liked putting both Shivalas in our deck back to back. And just trying to... I mean, I'm not familiar with the exact win condition of the deck, so... I mean, I know the win condition, but I'm not familiar with the best way to approach that.
You need to get your opponent to 25 at this point now, because they're not going to be able to put 2 Shivalas in the deck for Baleful Bankers, right? Mm-hmm. But what's important, I think, when you shuffle in a Shivala, you're essentially removing 1 draw, because drawing Shivala is a dead draw. Like, you can't do anything when you draw Shivala. So you want to put that Shivala back in your deck as late as possible, because, you know, you put so many card draw decks in your deck so that you can cycle through it as fast as possible. Now you're actually slowing down how fast you can cycle through your deck. So I think that's kind of a consideration for, you know, definitely not wanting to shuffle a second Shivala.
I almost bit my tongue off trying not to make a dead draw pun there, but I tried my best.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, based on the player here for Team Viral's name, he's fully aware of that consideration. And from what we heard from Paradox, he is. Ooh, that is huge. That bog shaper means we're gonna draw these giants. Like, come on, if we don't draw giants now, I don't even know. Like, we almost have to draw the giants. Every spell we play draws a minion. We still haven't drawn a giant by some miracle. Okay, now this one, there's 4 giants in the deck, like out of 9.
Oh!
Okay. Apparently, just drawing giants is not in like MCon Esports' like future for this game. This is a ridiculous amount of not drawing giants.
Shrink rate,
So,
trade. You don't even have to equality.
Yeah,
you can just equality and then...
equality or shrink rate, right?
Gosh, no.
Either
Equality is
thing.
so much better though. Because shrink rate you still have for all the giants and stuff. This tunnel blaster absolutely just wrecked everybody, right?
Yeah, the Tunnel Blaster was a terrible outcome here.
Yeah, equality is just nuts. You just equality and then you trade. You clear all the 1/1s. You play a Doom. You're a happy camper. Wow,
Absolutely.
that was terrible.
That, I mean, I said it before. Like, Conjurer's Calling on 7 drops sucks. Like,
Yeah.
Tunnel Blaster is sometimes a bad one as well, but like, there's so many understated minions.
We got a giant. Oh, everything costs
And it
1.
costs-
I forgot about that.
I mean, it costs 0 here. You can play it and like fireball the Doomsayer. Do you think it's a desperate enough a situation for him to actually consider doing that? Or, you know, for MCon to consider doing that, yeah?
The thing is, Viral can just take a hit next turn. They're 21. They're not dead by any means.
No, but leaving out the giant is not something that's gonna feel good for them. I actually really do think that this fireball here might be necessary. Like, we can also we can play.
Stand by and draw another giant too.
Yeah, exactly. We can play the mountain giant as well. This is actually looking like a pretty good turn all of a sudden. I mean, we know that Team Viral have the Shrink Ray, and honestly, MCon have to kind of guess that they have a Shrink Ray at this point. They've already played 1, right? And they've played their 1 equality. So the only kind of out to deal with the big board now is the Shrink Ray Pyromancer turn, or to play that timeout and just stall. But at 5 cards left in their deck, what they need to hit here is they need to hit card draw. The question for me is, like, is there any card draw left? I think it's just a Prismatic Lens, if I'm not mistaken. That's actual
I
card draw.
really like saving this giant here. Like a lot.
Yeah, it plays
I like
around the
saving it
Shrink
a
Ray.
lot. Yep.
Okay, I like this. The Holy Wrath is good. Unfortunately, you wanted to hit something more than a 2-drop.
You
I think-
literally needed it to hit more than a 2-drop.
Yeah, I think everything else in their deck is more than 2 at this point, if I'm not mistaken.
We're taking some damage. That's a lot of damage.
What's left here for Team Viral is Timeout, Prismatic Lens, the Shavala, and second True Silver Champion. Oh no, they only have 1 True Silver Champion. So yeah, those are the cards that are left them. This is a lot of damage this turn, but we know the Team Viral have a guaranteed clear. What do you think the play is here for MCon? Do you want to ping it and play the arcane missiles, or do you just hope all the arcane missiles hit face? Do you even want to flame strike this 1/1?
Flame strike the 1/1 to assert your dominant. Actually, no. Like, I
It's
say
not
it as a
just
joke.
dominant.
No, I say it as a joke.
It's extra
but it might
damage to the
actually
face.
play, like,
Yeah.
oh, I don't like this.
Well, yeah, okay. The Prismatic Lens here. So there's a timeout left, and I think that's the only spell left, if I'm not mistaken. It's a timeout, a Shavala. No, it's just Shavala and timeout that are left right now, if I'm not mistaken.
I feel like MCon just got baited into playing this mountain giant. There's another mountain giant in their deck.
Yeah, and
There it
another Sea
is.
Giant.
Oh, what is gonna happen?
I
This is tricky.
really would have liked that Flame Strike and Arcane we would have dealt 4 damage to face, we would have put them on 2. Any kind of damage would have possibly been an out. I mean, we have a second Magic Trick still on the deck that could have got us a lethal out, maybe. Okay, so now the last 2 cards left are Shavala and Timeout. So,
Timeout
okay,
draw.
drawing the... Yeah. problem is we once again we can't get our opponent to 25 HP.
Yeah.
So how do we
first
get
Holy
there?
Wrath was so bad.
Yeah. Exactly. That 2 damage Holy Wrath was absolutely huge. So the Shivala here, we can Baleful Banker it in. We're gaining a lot of HP this turn. We don't even have to timeout yet, I don't think.
Do not have to time out.
Maybe not. So our draw next turn is Shivala, right? But we can't really connect anything to face, especially with that Frost Nova.
4 cards need to be drawn. They need to live 4 into fatigue to win this.
Yeah, that sounds pretty
They need to
unlikely.
draw 4 more cards and win this game. Now, I don't like not dealing with this Shivala. Next turn you have to deal with 2 Shivala, but then the Arcane Missile.
I mean, the Shivala next turn. Well, you have the Flame Strike next turn, right? With the Arcane Missiles, the Shivalas. So you can ping the full health Shivala. Oh, sorry, the Shivala that's gonna have the Divine Shield on it, and then Flame Strike, Arcane Missiles. And actually, if they play the timeout, that's gonna guarantee the kill on the Shivalas, because the timeout means that the hero can't take damage from the Arcane Missiles.
And you have
as
to
a kind of funny aside, you have to play it, yeah, because like Magic Trick Frostbolt is just lethal, and you have to buy time. You can't afford to take the 11 damage here. You have to hope that your Shivalas are actually going to be able to fight for the board here.
Wow.
And somehow get through that 1 damage. But the Flame Strike, I think this is just
It's these two random spells. They're like, oh, they're at least. It's not like they have Arcane Missiles in there, and of course they have Arcane Missiles in there. Wow, this game.
Yeah, this is just over here for Team Viral.
Wow.
They're gonna go down here to MCon Esports, taking a 3-1 victory in this series. The combo deck's kind of just falling a little bit short. I mean, there's a few key things we can talk about in that last game, right? There was the Holy Wrath only hitting for 2, which was that Wild Pyromancer that they drew off the Holy Wrath was the only card they had in their deck that cost less than 3. So that ultimately was a huge difference for them. The fact that on the other hand though the mage, they really just didn't hit any of their giants, so you can kind of look at like bad luck on both players' sides. But I think to analyze the series better, we're gonna throw it back to the analyst team now with Livion.
Thank you very much, Dib. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the series, because we certainly had feelings about this. I have a sentence for every game, and for the last game I have too high level for us to understand. Paradox, please explain. Why are you laughing at this? Why?
I'm pretty sure that was sarcasm. Oh boy. Try to be too critical while on camera, but we've said some words. We've said some very bad words about what happened.
Well,
during,
you're an analyst.
Especially the Mage Mirror. That Mage Mirror was, oh my goodness! I don't even want to talk about it. Do you want to talk about it?
Please talk about it. Dan, what happened?
Before talking specifically, it feels like, at least from the viral side, if I'm not N's side, I'm sorry.
MCon, you mean, right?
MCon, my bad. MCon.
Yeah.
They had like a plan at the start, and the more the game advanced, and the more the plan was lost, and it was just play the good stuff. And like sometimes they would be ahead and try to push even more when it just produced nothing. And sometimes they will be behind and they're gonna just slow down because their hand just doesn't do much, but they still have to go for it. It's like, it was really weird when you look at the start of the game and you're like, the mulligan makes sense. What they do makes sense. They have a plan. And the more the game goes, you're like, where's the plan? What happened to the plan?
Well, I guess that's why they lost that game too. I have to say, like the game 1 and game 3 were pretty straightforward. Like game 1 was the hunter versus the mage. The mage just didn't draw that well. I think it ended with him having or them having 7 or 5 cards that cost 7 mana in their hand. Not that great at that point. And then game 3 was the Zoolock. Do you have any thoughts about that paradox?
I mean, game 3 is pretty standard too, right? Like Zulok just flooding the board, and then Mage doing Mage things, and not having the best ways of dealing with the board. Sounds like a very typical matchup to me. It's why these teams have brought Zoo.
Yeah, well, and then at the last game, we had the mage versus the paladin. Dan, explain to me, how could the paladin have played this better? Like, how they probably could have won, right?
I think, well, at some point, the Paladin, like, it's not really about the way they played more than the way they analyzed the game to me. It's like, at some point in the game, the Mage almost did nothing for like 2 or 3 turns. Like, at some point in their hand was like Fireball, Evocation, MC Tech, Rabble Bouncer, Conjures. Like, they really had nothing to pressure the Paladin, which is exactly what Paladin wants. Like, he wants time, empty his deck, and win. And it feels like they didn't take any advantage from that phase. And when the pressure came back, they didn't even answer it. It's like they left the match.
That sounds kind of harsh. But
we all talked about that shrink ray on 5 minions that never happened at the end.
Yeah, where they took like 24 damage in 1 turn, and things just went pretty bad.
That's not the only thing as well. There was one specific turn I remember very clearly where for some okay, I'll try not to be angry. All right, there was one specific turn where they could have cleared the board. They could have used Equality Consecration and cleared the board. I don't know why they didn't. They were all such good players when they want to be, and they just didn't clear the board. And I don't know why. And I'm trying not to be angry because I know these people personally. I know they're better than this, but I was so disappointed when I didn't see the board clear. I'm sorry.
Well, at least I am not disappointed because I vouched for my boys and they won. So I'm pretty happy with MCon winning here. Seems good to see my friends win, even though the play probably and definitely could have been better. We'll see them tomorrow in the semifinals. We will continue after a short break with the next match of this quarterfinals, which is Attack Mode versus Epic Esports. So see you guys in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We are here with game 3 of the day. Attack Mode versus Epic Esports. Attack Mode, of course, a winner of the NA season, but is Europe not even better than NA? I never know about this. They already played before. Attack Mode won 3-0 in the Swiss round over Epic, but I just have the feeling we might see different result here today. Dib, what do you think of this series?
Yeah, obviously, having played before, you might think it's going to go the same way, but we're talking very different deck lists here to what they played in the earlier rounds, as they got to submit new deck lists for the top 12 here. So attack mode here, they've got a much more proactive strategy, I would say. Kind of the spell mage, the shark rogue, and the bomb warrior with their mid range hunter having been banned, whereas Epic have a much more defensive strategy. Basically, a bunch of control decks really was with the control shaman, the holy wrath paladin, kind of a combo-ish control deck, and the spell mage with the control warrior that got banned. So personally, I like the proactive strategy here. I don't know what Lesamos thinks.
So I'm gonna have to disagree a little bit. I like the defensive strategy. I like control decks. I like the thought that goes into them, and I feel like there's a really good opportunity to play control decks exceptionally well to boost that win percentage a little bit. Sometimes, and obviously with proactive decks, you can make the correct plays and your win percentage goes up. But I feel like with those control-y more archetypes, there's definitely a lot of room to play exceptionally well. So I'm excited to see if Epic can do that today.
Yep, and for attack mode, we will see the bomb warrior in action, or probably at least, because it's not banned, unlike the both warriors in the last series. Dib, why is the warrior not banned? Isn't it a good deck?
Yeah, it is a good deck. I think that maybe they're a little bit more concerned about the value that the hunter has. I don't know. I personally wouldn't have minded the warrior ban here, but I think in some ways, like when we see this warrior with double brawl, double warpath, when you're playing against that for a control deck, you're pretty happy, right? Like a lot of the time, the deck's not doing that much. It does have double augmented Elec though, so it can stack quite a few bombs to apply pressure. But I think overall, they rather leave up the warrior because it's maybe a bit slower than the hunter, and it doesn't have. Well, I suppose it has arguably more value with Dr. Boom than Zul'jin. So yeah, I'm not sure. I think that maybe they're just a little bit worried about the hunter matchup against some of their decks. I think the big issue for Epic Esports though is going to be that control shaman. I mean, their list is quite different to maybe what might be the typical statistics we have from like ladder, with the Kragwa and the double Thunderhead. But I think that deck could be a sticking point for them against the decks from attack mode.
Okay, Lesamos, which of these 3 decks for Epic Esports is your favorite to see being played? Because entertainment's what it's all about in Hearts.
For entertainment value, I enjoy the Holy Wrath Paladin. You get to shoot him in the face for 25 damage at the end of the game. That's pretty cool to me. And it's interesting in the fact that you have to play it really well. You have to really assure that you're using your board controls effectively to get to that end game. So I'm excited to see this Holy Wrath Paladin pop off, hopefully.
And well then, before we jump into the match, I'd like to hear your predictions on this one. Mine's quite clear in my head, but before I'll tell it, I want to know yours. Lesamos, what's your prediction for?
So I've been talking about this control decks the whole time, so I'm gonna go with the boys from Epic. It's my prediction.
Dib?
I think attack mode are favorite here. I think the control shaman is really just a big sticking point for me. That I think Epic will lose twice with the control shaman, and attack mode are going to win 3-1.
I think warriors are strong, and attack mode has a warrior, while Epic does not. So my vote goes to attack mode. Casters, you take it away. Let's see what happens.
And thank you, Livion, for giving us the set for this. Should be very, very good series. We haven't seen that many hard control decks yet in the competition.
No. And of course, like I said yesterday, with the mind of X-Plane, who has typically always found these very unique decks to bring to high-class events.
Yeah,
They brought up the control shaman, and I think that is definitely going to be one of the sticking points, considering that the rest of the lineup isn't that far out of left field. Like we have the standard maze list that we saw in the last series with Snap Freeze, like Drake in it, which is a little bit out of the ordinary, but I think Epic were expecting a less aggressive strategy, probably something not quite like what attack mode has brought in. I'm not sure I would say they were quite as unfavored as the analysts were suggesting, but maybe they'll be proven right, who knows.
I don't know. Personally, I think I really like attack mode lineup because they're really equipped to punish control. Like the mage has those questing adventures, double banana buffoon that can go really out of hand. The hunter, like mid-range hunter, is known to do a lot of value with the frenzies. Zul'jin that puts it back, even though they only play one no Savannah high mains. But there's like Secret Plan, Shimmerfly that's value. Rogue became like kind of a value machine since its nerf, and the warrior just puts bomb in the deck, and I mean, killing your opponent's pretty valuable.
You're not wrong, but this is going to be a game less rolled around killing people and more around to trying to survive, as we do see the first game is the Paladin versus the Mage, just like the end of last set. It's probably going to play out very similarly, hopefully with a little bit higher quality of play this time around, maybe. We'll see.
I feel like this, like, in the previous series, I would have probably gave it to the Paladin, because I think Doomsayer is pretty good against Mage right now, and they had, like, a very defensive list as the Mage with the MC Techs and the Rabble Bouncers. Like, questing Adventurer can be a huge problem for Paladin, and it requires an answer, so double questing, double giant, double questing 4 giants can be too much to kill for a Paladin.
Especially because this Paladin list also isn't playing equality like Paladin list in the last series was, so Drink Ray that actually clear a mage board, and Conjurer's Calling can be cast 4 times during a game, so I think I'm going to agree with you and say that the mage is most likely favoured in this particular game, as long as the board clears aren't used to very high efficiency.
Yeah, and for now it could look like the mage has no pressure, but I feel like as the mage you're pretty happy against a control deck when you have both Arcane Intellects in your hand early. Like, you don't need to put the pressure on early, you just need to, like, when it starts, you don't want the pressure to ever stop, and drawing a lot of cards early really helps you with that game plan.
Yeah, and we do see, continuing on with that plan, we do see the Sandbinder picked up. That will be a pretty useful deck for, considering that both Mana Cyclone and Mountain Giant are both elementals you definitely do want to be seeing at some point in this matchup.
Yeah, and the draw of Mana Cyclone is going to make the Sandbinder even more likely to get the Giant, which is kind of like the MVP most of the time for Mage.
Yes, though there is the humility in the hand of the Paladin, so if Conjurer's Calling wasn't there, the Giant wouldn't be as impactful, but Calling and the possibility of a turn 5 Giant, this could get out of control extremely quickly.
Yeah, like, when there's Conjurer's Calling, Humility just nets you like 7 health, because you get hit in the face by a 1-8 instead of an 8-8, but it doesn't solve the problem at all. Like, you still have to kill the Giants afterwards, because the damage is gonna pile up very fast.
Exactly. And obviously if you don't kill both in one turn, then Conjurer's Calling just comes right back down and you're back to square one.
It's kind of the problem with Conjurer's Calling is when you see the first one, the only thing you can think about is like, okay, how do I make them not cast the second one? It's kind of beauty of a twin spell. Like, it's value, but at the same time it has a lot of psychology to it, where you kind of let your opponent know, like, there's a huge problem for me in my hand.
Sort of like a better version of Carnivorous Cube in a way, if you think about it, because the value of Carnivorous Cube last time was just like, okay, I kill this minion, I get 2 more. Like, in old Cube Lock, you used to see, like, Cube on 5 on Mountain Giant, and then suddenly there's 2 Mountain Giants. Well, suddenly with Conjurer's Calling, it's not 2 Mountain Giants, it's 4 of them, and 4 is very threatening.
Yeah. And I really, really like this Acolyte drop. This is just awareness that they might play Sandbinder. This is their best play because they only have 8 cards in hand, so they can't play the Giant. So I just like this Acolyte, where you just know, well, it's very likely to draw at least 2 cards. And if they don't play Sandbinder, well, that means they don't develop much this turn.
It also sets up pretty well for a future turn, because the Humility on its own wasn't that good against Giant because of Conjurer's Calling, but with the Acolyte here, you can just Humility a Giant and you get a free card of it. So it actually has value outside of just less damage before the Conjurer's Calling comes down. So you see the Sandbinder does get the Mountain Giant, so that will be coming down on turn 5. And the Paladin has no easy way of answering it and the Conjurer's Calling, so we might be seeing a pretty fast ending to this game at this rate.
Yeah. Okay, I would have played Sandbinder on turn 4, but do you think they took so much time because they considered playing the Banana Buffoon and putting a banana on it, so it's a 3/3 and you can contest the Acolyte?
I mean, there's no reason to rush, right? You've got 75 seconds during the turn, you might as well consider, hey, it's like, this is probably the play, but is there like some random alternative out of nowhere that we're just not considering? Like, we did see in the last series that players did play pretty questionable decisions sometimes, so I'm happy to see a little bit of a slower pace of play this time around, just like making sure it's like, okay, are we making decisions that aren't going to bite us later? And when the answer is no, it's like, yeah, we have nothing to regret even if we lose.
Yeah. And the Mage just drops an early Acolyte, and this could be an important thing. Like, they had to play it because they had 10 cards in hand, and they kind of want the board to preemptively be able to kill a Giant, because as you said, for now, they can't answer it clearly and, like, cancel the Conjurer's Calling on it. But the Acolyte is usually a very, very important card in the matchup, especially because, well, they don't play Equality, so I guess it loses a lot of value. But like that turn 7 with Shrink Ray, you need Acolyte, you need Pyromancer to clear the Giants. You can't leave them as 1/1s.
Yeah, no, I was wondering what you were saying about that. It's like, that's a weird Acolyte, but yeah, the Wild Pyromancer with Shrink Ray is definitely a very useful board clear, but considering that Shrink Ray still like reverts them down to 1/1s, if you already have a board, you don't necessarily need the Pyromancer on the Shrink Ray turn. Minions in it will accomplish the same thing, so I don't mind seeing the Pyromancer here. There's not that many things the Paladin wants to be throwing out of their hand. Like, Crystals of Kangor is good with Flash of Light, Purple Bank is good for later, for example. Like, I think this was the only realistic thing that we're gonna throw down this turn.
I might have thrown down
Pretty
Kangor,
interesting.
actually.
It looks like they're going to go. Ooh!
Wow.
No.
I get that, because they
Interesting.
don't want their opponent to be able to trade if they Shrink Ray, so they can Conjurer's Calling this Giant. It's turn 5, this makes sense. It looks like it's very, very expensive, but it's the perfect answer to Shrink Ray.
I know, are you that worried about Shrink Ray on turn 5? Because now that both elementalifications are gone, that does make the Mana Cyclone quite a lot harder to use to get a ton of value.
I don't know. I mean, you saw a Pyromancer go. If you see a Shrink Ray here and you Conjurer's Calling your Giant, it's 50% of the Paladin's clears have been gone by turn 5. That's a lot.
Can't be there. I mean, next turn is also pretty good for the Mage as well, because they can just Arcane Insulate into Conjurer's Calling, and then not only do they have a decent board state, they also have a large hand size to set up for a potential second Mountain Giant. But we do see the Shrink Ray coming off of that Prismatic Lens, so it was pretty smart of them to use the Nova like that, because, as you said, that would have cleared the Giant, and this turn 6 wouldn't have been nearly as good.
So now, if they follow on the same path, they're probably trading with the Giant. They're trading a 1/1 and then Conjurer's Calling, so the Shrink Ray doesn't clear both. But what they don't know is the Shrink Ray costs 2, so you can combo it with the Hammer of Wrath, or with the Consecrate, actually, to make sure you clear everything.
True, Silver feels so inclined just to get the weapon down for a future turn, but
Also,
yeah, I'm pretty sure you trade as well. There's currently 9 cards in the Paladin's hand, so you probably trade into the Acolyte just so they lose a card.
Also, you know the Paladin's gonna heal. Like, you know he's not really at 28. So yeah, just like clear the board, make Shrink Ray leave 1/1s, so they have to clear it because they know you have a second Conjurer's Calling. So now they have to Shrink Ray and Consecrate because there are 2 Giants on the board.
Like, using Hammer of Wrath or True Silver would only leave one of them around. And then obviously, like, as we said earlier, they know there's a Conjurer's Calling in there, so they have to clear the Giants. Like, there's no way around that, but it does feel very unfortunate to use a Consecration on a board like this, knowing that Sorcerer's Apprentice still hasn't been played yet, and sometimes Sorcerer's Apprentice can do some very disgusting things, especially with, again, the Mana Cyclone. It's part of the deck's namesake.
And also when you give her a full turn.
Yeah.
Like, because sometimes, like, early in the game, like, a lot of players are like, Sorcerer's Apprentice is super strong on turn 4 when you just play her bunch of 0 mana spells, Cyclone, but try leaving her on the board on turn 8 and see what happens on turn 9.
Yes.
Like, I've seen mages, like, I think I've saw Apprentice plus Luna draw something like 9 or 10 cards in the turn when they left the Apprentice up.
Ooh, that's a very interesting line of play.
This is ballsy. I thought, honestly, I was really okay with them not using the Shrink Ray, and they touched the timeout a lot. And I really like the timeout idea of just passing the turn, but this Talnos is, wow, I think it's really ballsy.
Mainly taking 16 damage, but they do know that there is the Crystal Swift Kangor double flash of light, so they can take the 16 and then at a later point just heal for 16 right away.
Yeah.
At this point, they're just trying to bait attack mode into just filling up the board so they get an even better Shrink Ray. It makes
also,
sense.
you have to know that if they kill Talnos, they're going to overdraw 1 because they have 9 cards currently in their hand.
There is currently 13 cards in deck. There's still double Holy Wrath and a Baleful Banker in there, and if either of those things go overdrawn,
that's 25%.
That's going to limit the damage output.
Yeah.
Which can output this deck tremendously because there's no Alex Strazas, so they have to actually fire 2 Holy Wraths, most likely to win the game. Using the Pyro, so it's a 3 and 12, and the Holy Wrath is overdrawn!
This
Holy
hurts
Wrath left.
so much. So now they have to get their opponent down to 25, which, like this, it doesn't sound that hard to deal 5. But when your opponent is trying super hard to stay above 25, it actually can be really tough.
Yeah, I believe Ziliax still hasn't been used yet, so even if the True Silver and Consecration comes down to put them to 24, Ziliax will put them right back up to 27, so
well, the
draw is going to be remarkably huge.
They do not play Ziliax.
Play Ziliax? Wow.
There is no Ziliax in this list.
There is no Ziliax in this mace deck. Wow, you are right about that. Oh, and it looks like it's actually worked. Like, now attack mode is filling up the board, and
I really like the
Talnos
play. Thinking about it now, like, playing Talnos could give your opponent the signal, well, we need to draw cards because we don't have the answers, but at the same time you overdraw, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, to conclude on Ziliax, it's weird, like, especially when you play double Banana Buffoon. I feel like Ziliax plus Bananas is, well, Bananas actually. That's a lot of bananas in my sentence.
Nice joke there.
Okay.
I really like filling up the board.
Yeah, but I really like
it's
the
gonna
banana
get cleared, right?
Like, they just wanted the questing to be above weapon range, and 5 and 6 are probably the same number against Consecrate plus weapon. So I really like buffing up the Banana Buffoon here.
I mean, 5 and 6 are basically the same number versus the Consecration, but it looks like we are going to finally see the Shrink Ray coming down just to clear this board.
Well, here, even 1 million was the same number, so it doesn't change anything.
Very true. And this also, because the Shrink Ray does cost 2 mana, it allows the Flash of Light with the Kangle to come down to put them right back up to 25.
Yeah, and this is...
Underestimate the healing of this Panda deck. It can heal a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of why we were saying at the start of the game, like, the 1-8 has no point going face, but even more, like, sometimes you don't even want to go face with an 8-8 on turn 4 or 5, because this Paladin can do turns where, like, here it just gained 12, and this is, I think, not even half it could do with a really, really good turn.
Yeah. No, the Kangaroo is most likely going to stick around as well, which means that that second True Silver and Flash of Light charge are still going to heal him for at least 12 more, most likely. So, probably going to be back to full by the end of all this.
He doesn't have the Flash of Heal. He burned the first one. These are 2 Hammer of Wraths.
So you are right. Yes, I just realized that. I mean, Flash of Light and Hammer of Wrath look remarkably similar. So
well, they're Paladin cards with the yellow effect on it. So, can't fault you for that. And can we talk a little bit about that Resource Project? That is actually a very underrated card in the matchup.
Yeah, it's it's a pretty good inclusion because now, like, if the paladin just fills up their hand, then you can possibly overdraw 1 or 2 cards. And hey, if the paladin's hand's full and they just shuffle the Shivala in, could be
I think they got it on the first Cyclone they played, the research project. Production is telling us Paladins play Ziliax, but I was talking about the Mage. The Mage doesn't play Ziliax.
Does not play Ziliax.
No.
So we do see, speak of the devil, Ziliax drawn for the Paladin that will allow them to take out the Questing Adventurer if they so please.
Yeah.
A little bit more efficient, I'd say, just because you're looking just to dig through your deck as quickly as possible before the Mage obviously gets like the second giant down, and then suddenly you're back to the same position as you was at 10-5.
Can we argue about the fact that Amur or Wrath can go face and you lost an Oli Wrath? While Ziliax cannot go face unless he's on the board, actually. What?
And yeah, we do see the True Silver coming down to take out the Questing. That seems like debatable sequencing. Yeah, they could have used the Ziliax into the Questing there and taken a little bit less damage, but they're at 29, so I don't think it matters too much.
I don't think it matters at all. It's just like on the moment we're like Ziliax gonna kill the Questing, and they just reversed it. But whoa, Rabble Bouncer, no Sea Giant. Oh, they're gonna try to make double turn 7.
Yeah, I was about to say, because you can't play Sea Giant Conjurers in the same turn. Giant turn from earlier in the game where it's like, yeah, this Giant's cool, but it kind
really
of
good.
died.
What the huge Conjurer's calling?
Because the Worgen Abomination will clear off the Ziliax, and then the 7-5 can't get killed unless another Shrink Ray comes down, which almost certainly guarantees that another Conjurers will be able to hit on at least something next turn.
Yeah. Also, what do you think about, because I've seen a lot of players talk about it, using the new Conjurer's Calling, so they're telling their opponent they have 2 now. So you give away an information, but in exchange you have 1 more card in your hand, and we know how important it is to Mage to have a lot of cards in hand. So what is your take on that? Do you like showing information and using the new Conjurer's Calling, or do you like holding it and playing the one they know about?
I would imagine that at some point during the game, they say, okay, we're going to use 2 Conjurer's Calling cards no matter what. Or why not make Mountain Giant cheaper, because there is a possibility that at some point a Mountain Giant's going to come down, and we want it to come down for 1 less mana because that's just more efficient on our turn. So I don't mind showing the second Conjurer's Calling because of Mountain Giant, and in the case of Epic, they also play the Twilight Drake, so there would be more incentive on them to play the second Conjurer's Calling just so they constantly have a large hand size. Fine.
Yeah, this is true. They play... Oh, I think they play Anterace's exact list from the Grandmasters this week, if I'm not mistaken. Because I think he's the only player who submitted Twilight Drake in his Mage.
No, because I have not seen his list. But we do see that Underbelly Ooze, which can get a ping on it, so you get an extra 3/4, which is pretty decent. It's 6/8
2
stats.
mana. 2 mana, you get a 3/3, because we just did use the 1 health you lost to your 3/5. 2 mana 3/3 is a good card. I would probably put that in a lot of tempo decks.
I mean, hey, Totem Golem was a 2 mana 3/4, and we saw what that could do. And they're going to go for another Conjurer's Calling, just because they know that, again, Paladin's lacking on those clears, so might as well put on the pressure now, while you still can.
Gotta say, like, these turn 7s, like, turn 7 is really like an... It's not the all of not or nothing, because they have a lot of good ones right now, but there's, like, the Giggling Inventor that is really, really bad, but they're hitting some huge stats on these Conjurer Callings.
And of course, right as soon as they go for the second Conjurer's Calling, we do see that Shrink Ray picked up the 1 and 4 to clear the board. That was a really
There's only 3 cards in the deck. I feel like if you're Epic, you kind of have to accept the fact that... But, ooh... But you don't have Conjurer anymore with it.
So that's a little bit of a shame, but I do agree with you there. Like, the card count's so limited, and they do know that 1 Shivala Holy Wrath being fired would just end the game, and
yeah, especially if they have 0 ways of gaining health. Because I think in the deck list, they don't have any ways to gain health, so they would need to generate it through Magic Trick, like Counter Spell, I don't think you can count on Ace Barrier. Like, Paladin's never gonna attack you face at this point in the game.
Really smart from Epic. They know that they can play Novice Engineer, Baleful Banker, Holy Wrath next turn, so there's no need to draw the card now when they can do it next turn anyway.
And there's
See
nothing...
any way of denying this Holy Wrath, so that's just gonna be it. Like, the Paladin's just gonna get there.
Don't they have a second magic trick?
They didn't draw it.
Yeah, but they still have one turn, because like...
No, they don't, because there's 2 cards
They
in
can
the
miss.
deck. They draw 1 for turn.
You could go for the...
As I say, they draw 1 for turn. It's 100%. So there are 2 cards in the deck. They draw 1 for turn, so that 1 in deck.
They have Novice.
The card, so they're out of cards. And
I
then
totally
they go
forgot Novice.
Holy Wrath, and that's lethal.
This is on me. I totally forgot about the Novice in the hand.
Yeah.
So this
that's
is
why I'm
big.
here, so that's fine.
Yeah, you can't resource Project right now because 2 cards is just exactly what they want. So I think that's checkmate for game 1.
It is indeed, and yep, there we go. Just gonna do exactly what I just said. Draw the last card, play the Shivala, banker it, Holy Wrath, and we're moving on to game number 2.
Alright, I feel like the mage had a slight advantage, but maybe, I don't know if that cost them the game. I think this game was fairly well played overall, like, I really like most of the lines. But do you think the turn where they invested the questing plus the giants, could that have been too much? Could they have one more wave to pressure the paladin?
I think that is possible. The second shrink ray was as far down as like the 4th card from the bottom, so if they did keep that questing could definitely have gone out of control, and that could have impacted the result for sure. I think Epic just baited them like really hard into thinking it's like, oh, there is no shrink ray, we're just going to go for the 2-turn setup, and it unfortunately didn't work out for attack mode, so... Epic played it well, and they got rewarded for it.
So attack mode keeps the mage, which I think makes a lot of sense. Like, they have a list teched for the mirror, and the rest is control decks, which they can giant. So we're gonna answer from Epic with the Shaman, the deck that they're the only one to submit control Shaman. Because I've seen Murloc Shaman, but they're the only one with control Shaman, right?
And Murloc Shaman has been seeing quite a bit more play than control in the Open Cup format as well.
In the playoff, there's
because
only
it
one
is-
Murloc and one control. No, there were 2 Murlocs. The Oslo Lions and the Dortmund Esports play Murloc Shaman. So we have 3 Shamans in the total of these playoffs.
But only one of them is control, right?
This is probably the controlless deck we'll see all playoffs. Like, I would consider this more control than even Control Warrior.
With cards like Archivist Elysiana and Haggard for the Witch, this deck can definitely go to a longer game, and in theory can beat out the mage as long as Giant Conjurer's Calling is unanswered at least once.
Well, I think the key card for that is X and Schemes. X for single target, Scheme for multi-target. And right now, we have X for 1 giant. Earthstruck is going to be insane, so you don't have to Earthstruck the questing, because you have to kill the questing anyway. So for now, the Shaman has what he needs to answer the mage's hand, but I think you need the Scheme as early as possible, because the Scheme needs to stay in your hand for a very long time to be effective.
So we do see the Spirit of the Frog in the hand of the Shaman, and with Hex that will allow them to fish out Haggard's Scheme, because
Yes.
Haggard's Scheme, if I am not mistaken, is the only 5-mana spell, which means that Hex will always fish it out,
Yes.
and therefore they will get it early, which is exactly what they want, as you have just rightly said.
Yeah, but now they coined the frog. So what do you think they're gonna do? They're going double frog. I think I'm gonna like this. I really think I'm gonna like this sequence of play from Epic. Because a 0-3 is actually fairly hard to kill for mage. Like, they need to double Ray of Frost ping it?
Yes, or they get like Frostbolt from Magic Trick, but this is very important because now Hex will get both Haggard's Schemes, And then you just said how important it was to have Hack of the Scheme early. Well, if you have them both early, you don't need to fish them out, and they're both always going to deal 8 damage, which is exactly what you need against this mage deck in order to bring it to the long game, which is where the mage thrives. Where the shaman thrives. My bad.
The only question is, let's say they don't play anything this turn, because actually they could totally not play anything. Like, the only minion I see them dropping would be Banana Buffoon, and they didn't even play it last turn because they played Arcane Intellect. Yes, they're doing exactly the situation I wanted to talk about. Do you X your own frog?
Do you hex your own frog? That's a really tough proposition because
How badly do you want this scheme? Okay.
It wouldn't get both schemes, would it? I don't remember how it sequences it. Like if it's like gadgets and auctioneer.
I think
I don't remember how it works.
Whenever, like I think when it says whenever, you draw before the spell activates, because the pyro reads after. So whenever means you play the spell, you activate the effect, and then you resolve the spell. After you play the spell, resolves the spell, and then activate the effect. I think that's how it works.
I wonder.
There, but hexing a frog when you've seen that your opponent has like no answer to the Spirit of the Frog, that feels pretty bad. I don't know if they're that.
Yeah, but how good feels double scheme in your hand on turn 4?
And when there's nothing on the board already, debatable, I would say. Yeah. Especially when you see the Thunderhead just drawn off the top, and you can tell they were hesitating on playing that Thunderhead for a while. They were definitely thinking, it's like, do we do it? But I think they're going to be rewarded by Holt, because at this point, attack mode is gonna put something down. Like, there's a Rabble Bouncer, there's questing, there's siege, something is gonna come down. And there's no removal in hand, like, at all, besides Ray of Frost, which it's a pretty hard proposition, like, to use double Ray of Frost and not put a minion in play.
Yeah. This is a very, very interesting early game, because most of the time, the way this matchup goes is like, Mage drops a Giant, answer, no answer, and no answer, game's over, answer, we just keep going. But here, it's weird, like, the Shaman is not actually damaging the Mage, but it's pressuring him, because he's like, I have very valuable minions on the board, and if you let me have them for a very long time, I will find you a way to punish you with them. Like, these frogs are super threatening, even if they have 0 attack.
Yeah, just because of the immense value of the Hag of the Scheme, and obviously, the longer the game goes without Scheme, the worse it is. But yeah, we do see this is going to be the questing turn, and this will allow the Spirit of the Frog to finally have a big impact. And without the mana Cyclone getting hit with Evocation, it does mean that...
So now they don't
even need the second frog. Yeah, now you don't even need it.
Because now you can, like, if they play Earthshock on the 5/5, which they probably zap Earthshock, like, Zap is guaranteed to draw second Earthshock or Lightning Bolt, and Earthshock guarantees Witch's Brew. Witch's Brew, which I think in this matchup is not that important, because usually if you lower your health, it's probably because there's a huge board, and you rather kill the board than actually heal yourself. But second Earthshock would have been really good. Like, Lightning Bolt is not that bad. I mean, kills Khadgar. What else can it kill in the mage?
Sorcerer's Apprentice.
You can
Mana Cyclone, maybe?
Spell power, it kills Luna, which could be a big deal.
And of course, we do see, like, pretty smart here, just throwing away, like, 2 Witch's Brew just because it does fish both of the Haunting Visions, which in of themselves just fishes Hex, and then, like, gives you an additional spell as well. So
yes,
it's the high potential of Spirit of the Frog. Like, it's a card that's been under the radar for quite a long time, and it's nice to see it finally see some pretty high level use here.
And also because you have Elysiana in your deck, and because of Shudderwalk, you probably have 2 Elysianas in your deck. You really don't care if Frog empties your deck. Like, Shaman could draw maybe like 6 or 7 more cards. Mage would still not be able to beat him by Fatigue. So Fatigue is totally off the table, and Mage can just draw as much as he wants to find his answers.
And of course, since he's cycling through so many cards, it means he has a higher likelihood of finding all of the answers he needs, which is also important for the Shaman when they are the guys who are going to win the long game. Mage has to be the aggressor, at least at some point.
Well, if you look at the Shaman list, you see that this Shaman has almost zero way of pressuring someone. I think the best way they would pressure someone is like Thunderhead makes a lot of 1/1s, and then Swamp Queen or the Witch gives you Bloodlust, something like that. Otherwise, this Shaman is probably never going to kill you outside of Fatigue.
And you say that now, but this Thunderhead could be putting on quite a lot of pressure. We do see the other Might, which will give another elemental to the hand.
Blazing is really interesting in this deck. Lightning Bolt is good because you have a Thunderhead, but Blazing can do a lot of things in this deck when you have Shadow Walk.
You're gonna get another Shadow Walk, so you get 2 Shadow Walks.
I mean, you can also get another Elysiana, but I don't think it matters that much in this particular matchups. If he was against Warrior, for example, double Elysiana is insane.
We do see that he doesn't get the elemental because his hand was full, which makes me question, was it worth it then to buff the Spirit of the Frog? So the Spirit of the Frog
gonna
be
get
2/4.
the minion either.
The hand is full, so it does make me wonder, could that other Might have gone on the Spirit of the Frog instead, so that it could actually trade into things? Was that a mistake, you think?
Well, it depends, because the way they played their turn, I think Spirit of the Frog has done his job, and you're okay with it dying, while Thunderhead can really carry the matchup super hard. Like, I think, like, if you're attack mode, you might consider just going Conjurer's Calling on this 5/7 at some point. Well, right now you're gonna make 4 turn 7s, because it's really good, but...
So you do see the Conjurers come down. Hagabith's Scheme is only dealing 3 right now, so that will not be an available clear. And we got a lot of Pipe Mons up in here, along with a Sea Giant by the looks of it. And yeah, Hagabith's Scheme's not quite good enough against this. This could be problematic.
The thing is, they don't know it, because if you look at Elysiana, the Witch, and Hex, these are 3 cards that have been in hand for a very long time. So if you're attack mode, you could be expecting a 7 damage scheme.
Question is, like, the longer the game goes on, the more impact the potential scheme will have.
Yeah.
So the sooner you play it, the more value it gets. So I'm not surprised that they're just flooding the board early.
Alright, so they have 3
If the scheme isn't here, then you just win.
So they have a 3 damage scheme. So can they do something? Like, they have 3 with the 1/1. Lightning Bolt is 3 more. They're not gonna play scheme. They traded off Khadgar, so no scheme this turn, right?
Yeah. They're going face.
What is happening here?
So 2 lightning bolts would be enough to take out the 5/7, and then Hex takes out the Sea Giant. What do you do with the rest of the 5/7s though? Because you clearly wanted to keep Thunderhead alive if you're going face.
I don't get it.
The thing is that if you if you lightning bolt this turn, you also got Haggath on 8, which could be relevant. So I'm curious to see how they work this out.
Yeah, but then if you Agatha on 8, I would have guessed you scheme, at least to reduce the board just a little bit, and then you Agatha next turn, so you finish the job. But no, they're just gonna be like, alright, I'm gonna leave you with 15 damage, and I'm at 30 with the Witch's Brew in hand, so I don't really care.
They also have like an army of 1/1s to Thunderhead as well, which does help.
Yeah, they probably
guess
are going with the fact that they need to double trade this 5/7. Like, maybe they're hoping the Thunderhead takes 10, and so at the end they don't take that much damage.
Yeah, and that would set up into the scheme, because the scheme would deal 4 at this point, which would be enough to clear most of the
We
board
are
stuff.
gonna see the Cyclonist turn in a very, very long time. Like, they can get 5 spells and 2 Cyclones. They can totally recycle this hand if they want.
Well, you can only cast 1 mirror image without like you can cast 1 mirror image without like being full on the board, right? So like now they can't cast mirror image without being full on the board, so they can only cast 4 spells before the Cyclone, which is still a tremendous amount of spells, don't get me wrong, but
That's exactly 10
Like,
cards at
adds
the end
it.
of the turn, if you double Cyclone.
mana, unless you get elemental evocation.
Oh yeah, my bad, because they played Conjure. I totally miscounted it. These are not that good. Spellbender, now that you've seen... There's 1 Hex left, because you've seen 2 Lightning Bolts, 1 X. There is one more Earthshock. So there are 2 cards impacted by Spellbender. I think Vaporize is just a bad card in this matchup. As we stated, the Shaman is not really caring about face damage. Blast Wave is a lot of value with all these 1/1s. And Mirror Entity... I guess Walking Fountain is a really good entity.
No, the 1/1s won't be very impactful because the Hagrid scheme is almost certainly coming down here. Like, you can Earthshock here, trade these 1/1s into Blastmaster Boom, and now you can just throw out the scheme and it clears most of the board. And now that Conjurer's Calling is gone, while threatening, yes, it's not game ending. I'm surprised that they didn't hit into the 5/6 though, that's intriguing. Another Conjurer's Calling was picked up, so they will be able to transform that 5/3 into another 7-drop.
Yeah, and it's interesting how much pressure the mage can put while it didn't draw one single Mountain Giant.
I mean, hey, Mountain Giant's 12-droppers, 7-drops are pretty good too, as we're seeing here. Like 7/7 and 5/6 is not bad.
They're hitting like super big stats on these 7-drops. Like usually you have like Azalina, you have the 3/7 taunt, the Tonal Blaster would have been really bad because like Shaman could really use a 3 damage AoE right now. We have Giggling, like there are some really bad 7-drops, and we've seen like I think this 5/6 is the worst they've seen yet.
Like the 5/10 Line Cracker we see here in the middle is probably one of the better 7-drops.
Pyroblasts when your opponent is at 10 and 10 is your next mana count.
Teemo with Hex will transform all of these 7-drops into 0/1 taunts. That was a huge pickup.
Yeah, but do you use your last
I was about to say, and not only that, Witch's Brew means that they don't die to Pyroblast. That was a ridiculous top deck if they go for it. If they don't go for it, they're dead.
I think you go for it because right now you also die to Fireball because there's like 3 damage on the board in the ping.
That was insanely good. And not only that, this also because the 0/1s are here makes the Walking Fountain also really strong as well. That was a really good draw for Epic right there.
This was insane, but mostly I think it's the recognition of the Witch's Brew, where you're like, we just need this turn. If we get this turn right, Walking Fountain could lock down the game, and I really like the fact that they played it for no value.
Well, 2 mana heal 4 isn't exactly no value, but yeah, I see what you mean. And
compared to what the spell can do. Wow. Okay.
Mage acknowledging that Walking Fountain is a card, it's just going to clear all of these tokens off the board that don't really do anything. You want Conjurer's Calling to hit actual minions and not tokens, and hey, why not play around Walking Fountain while it's available?
Is it that bad to get 2 3 drops right now? I guess it's bad if you played around Walking Fountain. Wow.
Exactly what they're going to do, because like, attack mode, no, they have a Pyroblast, so why not play around Walking Fountain? If the only out is Hagatha, I might as well play around it, but
yeah,
Hagatha and Fountain are here, so unfortunately it didn't quite work out, but points for trying.
Yeah. Now I really like this sequence from both teams really shows like how good they are and the level of recognition they have in the game and how to play around stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really satisfied with how this match has gone so far. Now, do they play the Lackey here just to get that extra spell? Or do they save it, like they're doing here, so that the Walking Fountain will heal 5 per hit instead of 4? Again, this is really good recognition from Epic, knowing it's like, yeah, we can just heal for extra.
Whoa.
And the Argent Commander picked up.
And also, we have to know that Argent Commander, the Divine Shield does not give back health. So the Walking Fountain would only heal 5. Like, right now, Healing Fountain, I think, is lethal. Because they go down to 7. No, yeah, they go down to 7.
7 and heal up to 12.
5 max, so they go up to 12. And Commander plus Pyroblast wins the game.
So the only way is if they get, like, Earthshock? No, not Earthshock, sorry. Zap. They get Zap. Or they get Ancestral Healing, or something similar like that. Some 0 mana spell that they can play.
I don't
with the
think
walking
Ancestral Healing does it, because Ancestral Healing doesn't make your fountain attack more. So I think it's only
No,
that
no,
break
it
the
gives
field.
support, so the Argent commander can't go face. That also
Oh,
gives
yeah,
it.
my bad, yeah.
So it cannot. That freezes it, so it cannot go face. So they are not dead.
Wow! This game is insane!
Yeah, so Fireblast puts them to 1. We do see another walking fountain, which will heal them back up for 10 more, and this game is not over yet.
They can do Giant, it's gonna cost 3. They can Giant Conjurers calling on this turn if they Sandbinder.
Indeed they can. And Hagrid's scheme is only dealing 7, so it won't clear the board.
Holy, this game.
So, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna go for it?
Why
If they don't go for it, then the walking fountain's gonna heal for so much.
You have to go for it. You're in full pressure mode right now. You have to go for it. I think they're debating Evocation, but that doesn't help them ping. So I don't think it's helpful. I think they just threw the card here. I don't see what he does.
Well,
But
they have
you're
Research
in-
Project in hand as well, right? So, next turn they can draw 2, but... Oh no, they're just gonna go to
Oh.
2. Okay.
Then I don't get the...
Like, no need to calling when you already have a massive board, right? So,
Yeah, but why the Evocation then? I guess it was just they wanted to play that changed their mind in the middle. But I do recognize this is way better.
so at this point, the Walking Fountain is still not going to heal for enough. Hagrid's scheme
If they
only
get
heals-
another, if they get another freezing spell, they can.
need to heal. They need to heal, and they have 3 chances for it. Stormbringer's not going to do it.
Nope,
Not going to do it.
not gonna do
It's
it.
not going to do it. Attack mode is going to take
Wow.
this game. Another very close, very well fought game.
There was 2 ways to do it. Like they could have gone this way, or you could have tried to go to the freezing spell again, because you could have done like Walking Fountain. You trade both 0/2s, and then you freeze the giant, and they don't have enough again. But wow, the back and forth between these 2 teams was insane this game.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a really fun series so far. And it's, I was about to say, if it's still only early on, that was the second game, am I right?
This is 1-1.
Like, both of those games were really well fought.
Yes. And now, if I understand correctly, we have Shaman and Warrior against Rogue and Hunter?
Yeah, because the Warrior was banned on each side, if I'm not mistaken. No, that doesn't. No.
No,
One of the
Hunter
Warriors
was-
wasn't banned. One of the Warriors
It's
wasn't
Rogue
banned.
Warrior. It's Rogue Warrior against Shaman Warrior against Shaman Mage.
There you go.
So what
just
did
wait. Yeah, just wondering what they'll queue up this time. Do you have any ideas?
I think the biggest debate on Epic Esports is how do we get this Shaman going? Because there are a lot of bombs. Well, not really a lot of bombs, but there are 2 Alex, so there can be a lot of bombs. And I feel like Rogue can generate so much value. Like, if you look at the list from Rogue, you're like, the curve is pretty low, like, it's not gonna do too much. But then you look a little bit closer at it, and you're like, double Rats, double Miscreant, Ace Baron, Barista Lincoln, double Shadow Step. You can do so many things with this deck. Like, they're gonna generate at least, I think, 10 to 15 cards during the game. Counting lackeys, of course.
Yeah, I was about to say not counting lackeys would be quite something to behold, but yeah, nah. Like, I think if the Shaman is going to take a win, it is most likely going to be against the Warrior, just because.
Yeah.
And while that can be impactful, they do have the possibility of 2 Elysianas, so they can remove the bombs twice.
Yeah,
And the 3rd time, which could be all that the Warrior needs to seal the game.
yeah, I think the way it needs to go for Shaman is like you want the Warrior matchup, and you just want to dodge like getting early Elec that gets out of control with like Goblin or the weapon. And then I think, yeah, if they can stabilize to like turn 10, 12, even if they hit Dr. Boom Mad Genius, it's not gonna be that much of a problem. I think they can beat this warrior by fatigue if they don't get outbombed.
Yeah. No, I could see it, but at the same time, we've all seen the games where Dr. Boom Mad Genius can pull victory out of what seems to a lot of people like the jaws of imminent defeat. So I wouldn't count Warrior out yet. It's been the top dog of the meta for quite a while for a reason. It's the mage versus the rogue, so not going to get that fun matchup just yet, but this is still a pretty close one. What do you think?
This matchup is actually, like, I think very debated. A lot of people feel like who wins? It's like the rogue still can't answer the giants efficiently, but at the same time, the mage can go for as long as the rogue does. Because now it's not about damage, it's more of a matchup about value. One being like 8/8s, which are very valuable, and the other one being like a lot of cards.
So the inherent value of rogue is also through a lot of tempo, right? Let's see, Mount Joint Conjurer's Calling is an incredible combination. We've seen it time and time again on this very show today, but Waggle preparing out a couple of legendaries for 1 mana. That's not something to sniff at, and with the Spirit of the Shark that we do see in the rogue's hand, it could cause like up to like 4 or 5 sets of that like Zaroth's Crown just getting 1 million legendaries out, so this could again be a very exciting end. We do see the highest Baron drawn already, so it's definitely a possibility.
Alright, so this should be at least a pretty slow early game for both teams. It's like the mage is just gonna draw his cards, like get a few hero powers in, and the rogue is probably gonna set up his combos, like trying to figure out what's our curve, how much do you want to invest, like how do we keep the lackeys for Togwaggle, all that kind of things. So I feel like we're gonna see like just draws and hero powers for a little while here.
Go for the Novice Engineer here on turn 2. Like, Novice Engineer, you're not really aiming to draw with Spirit of the Shark in this matchup, I would imagine. It's more revolved around just getting all of the lackey synergy going. But
it might also be the Burglar. Like, the Burglar is pretty valuable, the Fox as well. Like, getting more cards is really good. Also, if you can get Togwaggle out of the Shark, just take it.
The Novice Engineer in particular is a very interesting innovation on Rogue. Like, I know Purple was one of the first people that I saw putting Novice Engineer into this kind of Rogue deck, and we all know how much of a crazy deck builder Purple has been in the past. And Novice
Engineer. I think this is the first time I don't see Leroy. Like, I've seen Leroy in almost every list of Rogue, and they don't have it here. Like, they're going pure value.
But you don't see Myra's Unstable Element in this list either, which is typically like a standard card you used to see in the old Rogue list, like before Preparation was nerfed. With Myra's Unstable Element, like drawing like 10 cards and getting the Leroy at the end of the game was very appealing. But now that you don't have that guaranteed source of card draw,
if you didn't include this, what? Wait, they don't have Eviscerate either. So they're not even trying to do damage. They're not even pretending they will deal damage to you.
For that tempo value game plan, very interesting.
Yeah, I feel like they're totally committed.
Intriguing.
Yeah, they're totally committed to outvaluing their opponent. I don't know, like they're playing double Fan of Knives, so maybe they figured like Fan of Knives is a better defensive tool than Eviscerate, which in this meta I can understand. Like Token Druid. Hunter has a lot of little things. Against Murloc Shaman, it probably does a bit of work too. So I can understand the Fan of Knives in this list if you feel like Rogue is your weakest deck to aggro, which I think is in their lineup.
Agree with that. Most of the time, if you're playing off, like if you're playing against an aggressive lineup, they're most likely not going to ban Rogue. So you still need to have your Rogue be able to beat those aggressive lineups as they appear, which is obviously one of the nuances of building a Conquest lineup in general. see that this is most likely looking like a Cyclone turn. We'll see. At least. Yeah, they're running out of time though. So go for the Ray of Frost, and are not going to go for the Cyclone just yet. Going to wait one more turn, I think. Seeing some lackeys come down, like pretty standard stuff, like Shadow Step on the Miscreants, get a couple more lackeys. Much guarantee that highest ranked Hogwaggle is going to go off at some point during this game. It's just how many times you're going to be able to get those legendary treasures that are so worth paying an understated cost for the card.
Yeah, and the mage from Epic does run 2 Holy Novas, so he should be able to stall a bit. But the real question is, how do you actually kill the 2 legendaries from Togwaggle if they're big?
Let me see here. Well, they do play Snap Freeze, so they is able to kill one of them at least, so there's that. I don't know how they kill both of them though, like if it's something like Malagos, for example, and then they just Fan of Knives, that could be a very huge way of coming back on board, like falling into like double Malagos Fan of Knives. That would be horrifying.
I've been on the receiving end of a double Malagos, double Eviscerate, and it hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts quite a bit.
I mean, it hurts the soul more than it hurts the win rate, I'd imagine. Mirror image come down. It looks like this is just going to be the big Mana Cyclone turn. It's the evocation, so this is going to recover 5 spells? Yes, 5 spells. Then we'll be able to cast at least one more this turn, so hopefully it'll, hopefully these spells are going to be pretty high quality. Let's see what we've got. Able to cast anything, but into it, my apologies, and got another Ray of Frost, huh?
Ooh, Barista, but Barista makes that hand literally explode.
Yeah, there's too many cards. We do see that Astromancer was picked up from the Blink Fox earlier on, which is apparently an incredible play on turn 7 for Mage, let alone Rogue. Rogue is pretty good.
It's a pretty incredible play for anybody that aims to play with 10 cards at every point in the game, I feel.
And I don't think we'd ever be saying that Rogue wants to be playing the game with 10 cards in its hand, but Hearthstone is a very weird and wonderful game like that sometimes.
So many options.
Note is that Barista Lynchon will only get Battlecry minions, so it will not recur the Evil Miscreant, which is important. There's 3 minions on the board currently for Battlecry, so next turn, Barista Lynchon could definitely pull some pretty ingenious stuff with her coffee over there.
Yeah. I really like killing the 1/1s, by the way, because you know your opponent's playing the Rabble Bouncers, the Sea Giants, so I think not leaving too many 1/1s around for too long is a really good way to not get punished, because like getting to deal with double turn 10 or double turn 7 looks really annoying for Rogue.
Yeah, absolutely. Vendetta in the back as well, so they're going to be able to deal with basically, well, the Vendetta and the Assassinate they just picked up from the Ethereal Lackey, so any big Sea Giant or Rabble Bouncer turn without Contra's Calling is going to be answered extremely quickly here, so Rogue is looking to be in a pretty dominant position right now, I'd say.
I think so, yeah.
Is what does the Mage do this turn? Like, they've got a whole bunch of card draw, a whole bunch of secrets, but does anything? Like, Splitting Image is cool, but it doesn't put anything on board. Rabble Bounce is cool, but you don't have anything to do with it. Yes.
I feel like they just want to wait because they could have Rabble Bouncer and Conjurer's next turn.
Oh, they still can.
I'm still wondering, why are they so attached to freezing this fox? Like, your opponent doesn't run Eviscerate, he doesn't run Leroy. Why are you saving so much damage?
As I say, normally my response there would be, oh, to not overdraw, but no, they still had 9 cards in hand, so I am kind of right here. I don't know why they did that on that specific turn. That seems a little bit weird to me, but see how this works out. So you see the burglar come down, and it does get shadow form. Good. Like,
This is good. Starfall is also pretty good. Yeah,
form of
Starfall
hard
can be
removal.
good on a board of like if you need to go through a board of mirror images from Khadga or something like this.
You can see it, and more importantly, it's also like a high cost spell that you're not likely going to be playing like before Vendetta comes down. So Vendetta is just going to constantly have that possibility of costing 0 mana. It's almost certainly coming down next turn. That's in hand already. Like this is about as
And I
good
think
an
this
Atomancer
turn
as it's going to get.
We're finally gonna see the first turn from Mage with probably a double turn 7.
So what? Rabble Bouncer Conjurer's calling, you think?
Well, they have to do something at some point, right?
Arena's full.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna go for it. What do they get? You see,
Wow,
a
that's 5/8.
7/4. Ooh, exotic
That 5/8 is
Mount
insane.
Seller. Yeah, because now that each
This
of these
is
Ray of
actually
Frost
my
is something a
favorite
free,
card.
is something a beast. See, Iron Beak Cowl, that's not that
I
great.
mean, I've seen this card in the deck. I have seen this card in the early builds of Cyclone Mage. Like, this card can carry a game.
Unfortunately, it's not
Ooh.
gonna do that. Like with the beast it's gotten, right? Like Iron Beak Cowl is pretty bad. The Cobra would normally be really good in the late game, but all of
The
the big
Cobra
minions
is
have been frozen.
situational.
So
But it could be, like, Togwaggle can happen. Like, Togwaggle Prep Crown can happen. Like, we could see a 5/5 and 2 legendaries come down this turn.
we could, but that's also leaving up quite a lot of power on board, and oh, that's how they're gonna do it. I guess with the Vendetta, it's a lot easier to justify, I suppose. So yeah, we're most likely gonna see the
that
Vendetta come down to
I think,
take
like,
out the
what was
7/4.
the play? They could have Starfall? So you would only leave up the 7/8. I
You have
guess.
Assassinate too, like could have assassinated the 5/8 and then Vendetta on the 7/4.
They have Assassinate, my bad. Alright, let's see what are legendaries.
Too soon.
A
We
Car
see
Z and
Hakar the Soul Flayer.
Tak is also pretty good in a rogue deck. But yeah, they're taking a car.
Yeah, you're not. I was about to say you're not shuffling many cards in, so I kind of like Hakar. Mage being so willing to just draw cards. Hakar could deal a lot of damage, but we do see the double Sea Giant and the Frost Nova. And
They're actually
Rogue
even
doesn't
on
have
cards in
Vanish.
the deck right now. And looking at both deck lists, I feel like both decks want to draw the same amount. Like, the Mage only has Arcane Intellect and Luna, while the Rogue has 1 Novice Engineer, 2 Fan of Knives.
Yeah, but I don't think that's gonna matter. The board is full. The board is
Alright.
frozen. Rogue cannot answer this many minions at once, and I think Epic is just gonna take it. I don't know how they answer this.
So the Rogue, what can the Rogue do? No Vanish. They can't play any minions.
I don't see a way out. How do they do it? Like, Atama's
Well,
gonna
they
have to
can
pull
deal
some
a
literal
bit of
magic, I
damage.
think, here.
Can they stay alive? 17? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Like, there's so many big creatures on the board.
What's the point? Do they think their opponent is gonna take like 10 corrupted
So
bloods?
for like
at
the
the end?
Hakar Miracle Lethal. Wow.
Vendetta works.
A Vendetta though, so
18. They're still dead. They're still very dead.
yeah,
Alright.
yeah, there we go. So Epic will go up 2 games to 1.
Match point. And now
Okay.
Epic has to find a way with a shaman.
Control Shaman.
Like now, either the shaman wins or the shaman will be their doom.
So there's still that warrior versus shaman game.
Yeah,
Could definitely be a close one. But we do see
I
it's going to be
think-
the rogue up first.
this rogue against shaman might be the most one-sided game of the series. Like, we've seen very back and forth games. Because, like, even if this was, like, a very explosive finish, the rest of the game was pretty back and forth. But I think this one might be the most one-sided. Like, I have no idea how the shaman, like, outvalues this rogue. They're gonna have to deal with things forever.
Well, Hagger for the Witch is a wonderful start if you want to outvalue somebody.
This hand is insane, yeah. There's Scheme early so he can grow, double turn the head, get at the Witch, and Lightning Bolt. This is pretty close to perfect hand if they could pick the cards from their deck.
The only thing that would be missing from the perfect hand at this point is Spirit of the Frog again. Just so once again they would be able to cycle so many cards like we saw the first time the Shaman was brought into play. I'm inclined to agree. This hand is looking really good. This against you is... Just going to go for the SI, just trying to play stuff on curve. They could have evolved the 1/1 into a 2-drop, but they want to save it for combos with the Evil Miscreant right there. So, yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, I totally get it. Like, evolving into a 3-drop when you can actually drop a 3-drop, like, the SI
probably is not going to have a lot of value during this game, so I totally understand their choice.
And they're also, like, the Shaman's also playing it a little bit slowly because they have the Thunderhead, Coin, Lightning Bolt possibility next turn to clear up to 5 health worth of creatures on the board, so the Shaman is also playing it slow, especially because they have way more inevitability at the end. The Rogue is going to have to be the one to kill the Shaman at the end of all of this.
Yeah, definitely.
Again,
like,
shuffling 20 cards in is a lot.
Yes, but the question is, considering how much time the Rogue will have, how many cards do you think it can generate?
It's already generated 3 cards at this point. Like, Henchman Burglar's a 4-off, so I'd wager at least, like, 10 cards, at least. Like, that the Rogue can just generate out of thin air. The hang of a scheme here, just because it lines up so well against this board, just clears it all off, and next turn you do have that Thunderhead Lightning Bolt to clear what the follow-up is, so to the scheme. Another way of easily clearing that board, so relatively good use. The only problem is that it doesn't really deal with the legendaries that High Sparrow's Hogwaggle's going to get later on. To be dangerous. What's it called? Hench Clan Burglar comes down, and Blessing of the Ancients looks pretty good here. Get a whole load of extra stats on the board, especially if that Faceless Lackey could be really huge next turn. It just depends on what the
Blessing of the Ancient looks really, really good. Because also at some point in the game, like, you could just have a lot of lackeys on the board, which look very like okay. Like, the Shaman could be like, okay, I can hold against 7 damage a turn. It's not a problem. And he ignores the lackeys, and suddenly 7 becomes 21 damage, and you win.
Of course, the Thunderhead Lightning Bolt turn just lines up so well that not even going to get the opportunity to pull off the Blessing turn, but Blessing of Ancients is always going to be good at some point. So with no Sea Giant here, it's not like playing a ton of 1/1s is going to get punished by anything either, so yeah, it's just a good turn all around. There is no easy way to deal with this Thunderhead that doesn't require multiple cards. Like, we see which would be a 3/4, and you can Shadow Step it to kill the Thunderhead, but it's using a Shadow Step, which is sometimes a very powerful card.
It's a pretty premium resource, but at the same time, you could argue that you can Van Cleef, but I like this play. Like, they can't interact with the Shark this turn. Like, the only thing is Scheme, and I don't think they will ever scheme for a Shark. So I really like the way they're doing it. Also because now your Underbelly Fence becomes a 4/5 rush, and so you can just dagger a Thunderhead.
And you also, sorry, carry on.
No, I was just wanted to joke, how big of a Van Cleef can we make just so he gets Earthstruck or X'd, but I think what you were going to say is more interesting.
No. I like what this turn is looking like. Like, now you can, if you want, like, you can, like, prep out. Looks like I'm not going to do that. Yeah, just going to Shadow Step, just clear as much of this board as possible.
I think you take if you evolve the shark, do you get a turn 5 or a turn 6?
I believe you get a 5-drop. I don't think you get a 6-drop. Because it evolves and
Because in
then
theory-
like the aura disappears, right? I think that's how it works.
I don't know. I don't know if like the minion comes in, it gives the aura, and then it procs, or if it just procs at the same time.
Well, we're about to find out.
Oh,
Yes,
well, I
big
guess he
drop.
wanted a 5. He had the best 5 in the game, and well, it's not a bad 6. I mean, it's a 4-6, but well, I guess he wanted your opinion more than mine on this.
Spirit of the Frog picked up with that Witch's Brew and Earthshock. This is a really huge top deck right here. Like,
Yeah.
Spirit of
And
the
I feel
Frog.
like this could be the way the shaman wins the game. Is actually if the rogue is just like, let's go tempo over value. Like, they used Shadow Step to clear the board. Like, do you think they overreacted to these 2 Thunderheads, or do you actually like this line of play?
It's really a better thing to Shadow Step, to be honest. Like, what are you gonna Shadow
Togwaggle?
Step?
I don't know.
Rather than
Togwaggle really
hand.
comes to mind.
Togwaggle in hand, you know, Lackey's in hand, so you can't guarantee that Togwaggle's gonna get value anytime soon.
I know, but like looking at the shaman's list, are you in any hurry?
Quite possibly if they fear Hagatha the Witch, knowing that cards in. Like I said earlier, this rogue does not run traditional card draw, so
That's true. They generate a lot of cards, but they don't. Yeah, they generate, but they don't really dig into the deck.
And now we
Yeah,
see
I
a
really like
pretty solid turn right now. Like, this plays around Hagatha the Witch really well because Hagatha the Witch, while it clears the Edwin and the Lackey, it doesn't clear the Ziliax or the defense, so
They're still
that's
gonna
pushing
play
at
it.
least another 10 damage through.
Yeah, so they're getting down to 14, but let's remind that they don't play Eviscerate and they don't play Leroy. So how do you deal the last 10? 10 is a lot of damage when you have to do it with the dagger.
Well, that Lackey is a good start, because that's 2 right there, but with the Witch's Brew, there's definitely going to be a lot of healing coming down.
Yeah, we're talking
Oh,
about
man.
34. I feel like you Scheme Zap. Yeah, Scheme Zap looks insane. You can even frog with it. But they
This
don't
is
have
a really good turn.
They don't have a 6-mana spell, so you never frog before. You scheme frog and then zap. No, you don't have a
Unless
6.
there's, I was about to say, unless they want to like get haunting visions as well. Oh, we'll see. They have a plan. I'm pretty sure that Epic have a plan here. Boys
Oh,
have a
they're
plan.
not gonna scheme.
Yeah, there,
Okay,
there we go. That's the reason why you don't scheme first, because you have Lightning Bolt in your deck, which you can just as easily deal with this board. Don't need to clear
This
when
was
you can
way
just throw a
better.
Lightning Bolt out. Yeah.
Wow.
Don't even need to bolt the Ziliax. You could just Witch's Brew like 3 times.
I think they're debating if they want to only zap the rat or only zap Ziliax and then 3 Witches Brew. Yeah, and they're just
I mean,
gonna
now
kill 8.
unfortunately they only get 2 Witch's Brew, but the Lightning Bolt heals as much as Witch's Brew anyway, so that's fine.
I am fairly sure this is more than enough.
The Rogue running out of stuff to do, and the Shaman's hand is just completely full of options now, and
Yeah.
Hagatha next turn is going to get not only the 5/5 horror, but it also gets an additional spell thanks to
Yeah.
the
And
passive of
I
Hagatha
said I
Witch.
didn't know how would the shaman hold against all that value, and I guess I got proven wrong. Is like apparently the rogue. I don't know. Like I'm still confused about should they have waited, or did they just made the right risk because they had the shark on the board and a huge Edwin, and they just lined up really badly.
I think in the context of their hand made it so that going all in was a pretty reasonable play. Like, there was no
Yeah, I'm
option.
definitely not saying they were wrong. I'm just asking myself, also because these are 2 decks that are barely played, that how much of a time do you have? Like, how much value can you try to generate and be like, okay, let's wait for like 2 or 3 turns?
It's true. No,
Because I feel like if this was Controlled Warrior in front of you, you would have waited because you're like, there's no way we kill it. Does it really make a difference if it's Control Warrior or this Shaman?
well, Shaman doesn't get armor, right? It has limited amounts of healing. Like, we even saw in the Shaman versus the Mage game, like, there's just Witch's Brew and Walking Fountain, and Walking Fountain requires minions to trade into on the turn it comes in for that healing. These have to be, like, minions that have, like, Divine Shield or Stealth or anything, so... Life of Shaman deck can be pretty limited.
I don't know, you can also make the counter argument that Warrior has less answers to a 15-15 Van Cleave than Shaman has.
It's true, but like, wasn't Earthshock already used? I don't... Oh no, Earthshock wasn't used, yeah.
They drew the second one with Zap.
Exactly, so yeah. It's an interesting debate.
Okay. Wow.
At this point, I think the writing is honestly on the wall for the Rogue here. Like, we've got Swamp Queen Hagatha, we've got Shuttle, we've got Rain of Toads. Like, there's just so much value, and the Rogue is just out of stuff.
I mean, Togwaggle, if you Cobalt Lackey into Togwaggle, into... maybe a double a car. Like, this game, a car could save you. Like, draw Togwaggle into Crown, into double a car, and punish the Shaman for drawing so much, and then the Elysiana, and that was a terrible idea.
Well, it was an A for effort, if nothing else. I mean,
yeah.
You could also
Now I'm trying to figure out what legendary. Like, what do you want?
For, like, the wand or the
you want
god
what? Double. At this point, you want double Nosdormu and hope they lag. Double Deathwing, it for 24. How do you win? I want to find that 1%. I want to get my game 5. This series is so cool. I want game 5. Let's find the 1%.
Don't blame you, but I think the only way that 1% happens is if Hyperstone Togwaggle is found sooner rather than later, but he needs to be found.
They have 14 cards. I think they have max 2 turns, because then the scheme is going to become too big.
Probably just going to see the Rain of Toads. Yeah, there we go. It's only overloads for 3, so Swamp Queen Hagatha, that was a mouthful. It's still going to be able to come down.
Backstab is as probably the farthest card from Togwaggle in this deck. Like, if I'm looking at the list, Togwaggle is the bottom one and Backstab is the top one. So this is the farthest card possible from Togwaggle.
And of course, yeah, like Swamp Queen Hagatha with Bloodlust. With a large board like that with Bloodlust.
And now Togwaggle will come to play because... Yeah, I think this sets up lethal. They will have... So I'm guessing they're killing the frog.
Too, like, just in case.
So they're gonna have 11 plus 15, 26, plus Lava Burst 31. Okay.
Alright, here we go.
Too late.
Will not be enough. Will they clear the 2/4s?
The
one. They're clearing the other. As for horror, it's still going to come down anyway, because it's still a really good, like, 5 drop.
And now that we're seeing the draws, I think going all in was the right.
Give it up, and Epic is moving on to the semi-finals. 3-1.
Yeah.
This actually does, this does do a reversal on the casters, because the analysts were like, yeah, Shaman's going to lose 2 in a row, and then attack mode's going to win.
Yeah, this theory was honestly passionate. Like, it was fascinating. When we saw the lineups, there were a lot of things that we weren't sure how they would pan out, but what a series. Like, so many things, so many spots. Like, we've been harsh with the previous series, saying a lot of things about it that we didn't understand in the gameplay, but I have to say this one, it was clean. The decks were super interesting to watch. The matchups, no matchup was like a stomp. This was a really, really cool series.
We agree. And I believe at this point the analysts are back, and I believe that we are going to pass them. We're going to give them a word right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you very much, Paradox. Yeah, we definitely enjoyed this series as well. What I heard from Dan and Paradox at the end there was that it was a high-level series. Dib, do you agree on that?
Yeah, there were some parts that I didn't really like from attack mode in particular. like on the game 3, I thought their choices were a bit sketchy. Like picking Zarog's crown seemed a bit weird in that matchup. I feel like the wand is just better a lot of the time when they had that toggle turn. And I feel like that was really the big like weird turn, right? They chose not to kill the Mount Seller. They went to 7 minions, so they got punished by the Frost Nova. I feel like that was a bit tricky from them, but I really did like the way that Epic Esports set up in that game. Like with that splitting image setup going into the Rabble Bouncer, that gave them the kind of defensive options. And then they also had the option to Conjurers calling it, making it so difficult for attack mode to actually clear the board. So I thought, there was a lot of really good play in the series. I particularly enjoyed like the first 2 games as well. We saw the mage kind of was feast or famine, or the mage can sometimes be feast or famine, and we kind of saw that in the 2 games. Like in game 1, they really were short on threats, and in game 2, they just had like too many threats for the shaman.
So speaking about the mage, I hear a lot of criticism on the mage, and then of course it's easy for us because we see both perspectives, right? Like the mage and the not mage player. But isn't it just a really hard deck to play correctly because you have so many options and you have to really think when to invest what? Isn't it just too hard to play?
I mean, too hard to play is probably a bit strong, but yes, it is a deck with like so many different diverging lines, especially when you start doing all the Mana Cyclone stuff. And the other question is like, when do you go off with the Mana Cyclone? Like, when do you need to get the random spells to kind of increase your odds? And figuring out like when those increase your odds. There's also so much randomness around the Conjurer's calling that like knowing which drops are good, which drops are bad, like all that kind of stuff helps a lot as well, Like 7, you get the real high roll of like that epic Mount Seller at times. But a lot of the time as well, you just get like 7 mana 5/5s that like, Astromancer, for instance, that feels pretty bad. So I think the deck is quite tricky to play, but it is really fun to watch for that exact reason, right? I feel like the Spellmage deck is a really healthy deck for us to have right now in Hearthstone.
Before the match started, we both thought that attack mode would take it, while Lazimos, who left us by now, was convinced that Epic Esports would take it just because he liked their decks more. In the end, Epic took it. Congrats to them. But the point that we thought would be their weak spot, the Control Shaman, took a win in the end. How did that happen?
Yeah, so that final game, the Shaman versus the Rogue, I think what was really clutch in that game was that Coin Hagatha's scheme. I really think that Epic Esports managed their Shaman play in that last series very well, in the last game of the series very well. That Hagatha scheme that kind of forced the Rogue to go all in after that, and then the Shaman had the answer, and then the Rogue just runs out of resources at that point because no Myra's unstable elements in that deck, and kind of fairly short on card draw. So I think that in the end, Epic Esports really did pilot that Shaman very well to kind of get a win with it.
And that they did. Well, congrats to Epic Esports with winning this series and with that securing their spot in the semi-finals that will be played tomorrow together with the finals. But for today, we have one match left. It is the Finnish, what's the name again? The Finnish duet, ENCE versus Helsinki Reds. We'll see how they fare after this next break in a few minutes. So see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, for the finish of today. And we do have two Finnish teams here. It will be ENCE versus Helsinki Reds. And we have two Bomb Warriors as well. Guys, what happens if two Bomb Warriors play each other? Paradox?
Well, I think these two Bomb Warriors are quite interesting builds. So we see the Helsinki Reds one has the Archivist Deliciana with the Geppetto. So there's a lot of and the Barista Lynchin. So there's a lot of like potential for the double Archivist Deliciana in this deck as well. Like Geppetto can also pull the Elec. So there's a lot of like interesting Geppetto stuff. And then for ENCE, they have the Azalina, so they're planning on just stealing all that interesting stuff from Helsinki Reds' hand. To me, I feel like that's kind of how this is going to play out. I don't know if you agree, Paradox.
As the Warrior Mirror goes, I would put the favorite as Helsinki Reds, mostly because they have that late game adaptability. And obviously, Elysiana has always been just the most impactful card in the Warrior Mirror. It's why it got nerfed to begin with. I'm not sure Azalina will be overly impactful. If it is, it has to come down after Geppetto Joybuzz has. Otherwise, its value is going to diminish very quickly.
Yeah.
I think it just depends on like who gets Dr. Boom, Mad Genius out like first. That's always been the defining trait of the Warrior Mirror, and I don't see it changing anytime soon, really.
So, Paradox, you said you know most of these players, I think. Who do you expect to be better? Like, they're both Finnish teams. They probably know each other very well as well. Probably played on LANs a lot. Who do you expect to be better in this matchup? Paradox, you there, buddy? I think Paradox just died. Okay, Dib. You
what
probably
was the
don't
question?
know.
Sorry, what was the question?
Ah, there he is. There he is. Okay, so these are all Finnish players, and you know a lot of them, I believe. No. Okay, Dib. Let's
Okay,
just
well,
go together.
I'll just I'll jump in here.
Sorry. Yeah.
I mean, I think with all these players, it's really hard to like put much kind of between them in terms of skill gap. Like so many of these players are players we're used to seeing around so much. I mean, like for both teams, like Kuftan and Zump are some of the maybe more well-known names in the outside of the Finnish scene. But I mean, also like Vardu, Janetsky, like there's so many good players on both teams. I don't think we can really put much of a difference between them there.
Yeah, I mean, ENCE also is a pretty solid roster too. Like we've got Kufdom, we've got Creeps. Like they've always been staples of the Finnish scene. I don't remember who the third person is off the top.
No Rage.
Rage is also a really good player. Oh, he's gonna bitch me out for that one later, isn't he? Yeah. But yeah, all I was gonna say all three of them are really good, but yeah, I think we're just gonna let the casters take it from here before I scuff this up too much more. So take it away, guys.
Yeah. Welcome back. So don't worry, Paradox. There's plenty of time for you to scuff things still, as we're still on casting. So, do you think that there's any favorite that you would have here based on the decks? I mean, for me, it looks like ENCE are trying to target the control warrior. Maybe like a lot of their lineups are quite greedy, or their lists are quite greedy. Like particularly the Shark Rogue. With the Togwaggle scheme and the Witchwood Pipers and like so much cycle to try and get that like massive Togwaggle back in the deck. But do you think that that's enough to beat this kind of bomb warrior or almost pseudo control warrior hybrid for Helsinki Reds?
A little bit more, it's like a control warrior that's like playing bombs in it. Like most old bomb warrior builds don't play two brawls, and this one does, which I think is pretty impactful. Like the warrior build in general seems pretty focused for the mirror in Helsinki Reds lineup, which is definitely what you want to be seeing when ENCE's lineup is so like control based. Like the only thing that's even remotely aggressive I can see here is that Hunter deck. So Helsinki Reds has a pretty decent chance of taking it.
Yeah, and that Hunter of ENCE's was banned. So I think that I mean, it really does seem to me that like that warrior mirror could be a sticking point for ENCE. But we're going to be able to jump into the game now, as we can see ends here up against Helsinki Reds in this first game.
Indeed, and it's going to be the Hunter versus the Rogue. So Helsinki Reds Hunter versus Ence's Rogue. What do you think about the matchup?
So this Rogue is quite an interesting one because it's a little bit slower than we would expect. I mean, cards like Witchwood Piper and that are not really going to help much against the Hunter. But other than that, I think usually you would feel pretty good against the Hunter as the Rogue. But I think the sacrifices they've made to be better against the Warrior might catch up with them a bit in this matchup. They're also not running any of the Underbelly Fences. So that's another like pretty good tempo card that you lose out on, you know, running like Novice Engineers and Witchwood Pipers instead. And running also one Walk the Plank, which is not particularly that great against Hunter.
Same time, the Hunter build itself isn't exactly playing too aggressive of a build. Like we see, like the Deadly Shot, the Dire Frenzy, like those cards aren't really that useful as far as tempo goes against the Rogue, which you're most likely the aggressor just because of High Sparrow and Togwaggle, but
yeah.
Away, it just depends on like who draws their big value card, like Zul'jin versus High Sparrow and Togwaggle, I think is going to be the name of the game here.
Yeah, and we've got a pretty slow start for the Hunter here. I mean, they've even had to go with just this Scavenging Hyena on 2, which we can see is going to get very punished by the backstab. But do you prefer this hero power or just coining out the Blink Fox?
When at Blink Fox, you have no follow-up, which is the problem.
Yeah.
And you always want to have follow-up when you're playing, otherwise you're kind of just like making inefficient turns. So, like,
agreed.
Like Dagger there, like you don't need to read Dagger on 4 or anything, so it's just good for the next few turns. Got the Fox on 3, the Burglar on 4, another Fox on 5 Eviscerate, like.
It is looking like a pretty good curve for the Rogue. And I mean, like we saw the Hunter there with the Master's Call, it's really slow. And then, I mean, what? Do you want to go for another Master's Call, or do you think they're going to have to even consider Deadly Shotting this 3-3?
I don't think you have a Deadly Shot 3-3. I'd rather Master's Call before I Deadly Shot a 3-3. That sounds like a really bad proposition, honestly.
It does feel very bad. I mean, alternatively, they could play the Timberwolf and go with 2 of the 1/1s, but all that does is leave your Timberwolf to be killed by the Dagger, so that doesn't really feel very good either. If you do Master's Call here, you are going to go to 10 cards. I don't know if that really matters. Or do you think it's maybe just time to go for a tracking and find something more proactive to do?
What are you even looking for, though? That's the question. I mean, they agree. They're going for tracking, and
I mean,
Animal Companion is like the best thing.
Yeah, it fills out the turn the best, but like you could get punished with a lot of the different Animal Companions here, right? I mean, we know that with the Abyss in hand, like you could go Blink Fox Coin Abyss, kill a Misha. If it's Huffer, like, well, at least you get the 4 damage in, but it's going to get backstabbed. So it looks like they are going to go with
Leo could just get hit by, like, Blink Fox and Dagger on board, so just going to take that Dire Frenzy just so you can use it with the Vicious Scalehide, so you get that healing that is sometimes important, not as important in this particular game, especially with how slow the opening hand is looking for both sides, but...
Yeah. But I think that also encourages them to not play the Master's Call there, right? Because you want to play that now after you've played the Dire Frenzy on your Vicious Scalehide. That definitely looks like the plan. So I think that's also why they opted to go for the Deadly Shot in the end there rather than the Master's Call. So, I mean, this looks like a pretty straightforward Hench Clan Burglar, or do you think you can be greedy enough to play Spirit of the Shark first?
You've seen a Deadly Shot, which is one of the ways the shark can be killed, but it does look like they're going to go for the Burglar, get Power of the Wild.
Yeah, Power of the Wild seems
pretty good.
Does seem pretty interesting. I mean, Warpath is like an option maybe, but you don't really want to spend like your whole turn clearing as a rogue, right? Like Warpath never feels anywhere near as good outside of the Warriors, where you can get away with that kind of spending a whole turn clearing a board.
Though at the same time, it might be necessary, like if a giant Tundra Rhino turn comes around, or what Helsinki Reds are going to go for. They're just going to go ahead, get that Scavenging Hyena buffed up, and not for the, what's it called, the Skitter right here. The Walk the Plank would also just easily be able to dispatch this Hyena. And this is a really good spot for Ents.
There's also just the Blink Fox Eviscerate here, right? You can Blink Fox, Eviscerate the 7/4, and kill the Timberwolf with the hero power. Or do you think that, this might be one of the better possible walk the plank targets they're going to get? So do you think they need to take it?
Well, assuming that Ents is trying to think about Dire Frenzy, then walk the plank is obviously going to get better targets later on, and Eviscerate, like with the 3-drop, just lines up so cleanly that I think that they are going to go for that. That's just a pretty solid line in general.
Yeah. I mean, you are running out of synergy in your hand, at least, for this Spirit of the Shark. But, with this deck, like, built with the double Cable Rats, double Novice Engineers, it's not like you're going to run out of ways to use Spirit of the Shark later. So you're not really in any rush to play it, I think, as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. But obviously, Ents just running through their options, no need to rush. Like, this is, after all, the second game, and they are down the game, so there's no reason to, like, there's no reason to rush. You have 75 seconds, there's no reason to automatically go for that, and they are going to go for the Shark here because they do have the Blink Fox next turn as a follow-up, along with Shadow Step, so they can fish from the Hunter class.
I'm pretty sure this is the first game, though, right? Unless we missed one. I'm pretty sure this is the first game, so it's still 0-0.
I must be tired then, my apologies.
I think so. That's all right. At least I'm keeping track. So do we just go? Do we just go with the Animal Companion here? I mean, or do you want to try set up the Thunder Rhino if you're Helsinki Reds here?
I mean, knowing that Walk the Plank is a card, using Thunder Rhino just to hit for 2, it feels pretty bad. Don't want to do that.
Yeah, I like the Animal Companion because you also have the hero power ready. So at least you guarantee. I mean, you're getting the same amount of guaranteed damage this turn, and you don't really have anything super amazing on the follow-up for the Thunder Rhino anyway. So it seems to me like the Animal Companion hero power might be an option. That would leave you with 1 mana, so maybe you consider the tracking first. It looks like that's what they're going to look for.
Or Headhunter's Hatchet and Kill Command. I'm pretty sure you just take the Kill Command. I don't think there's many... oh, no!
Yeah, the Hatchet works this turn with the Animal Companion. Huh. I'm surprised at this Master's Call, to be honest. I feel like...
this is a really passive turn from Helsinki Reds.
Yeah, I feel like in this matchup, the Dire Frenzy on the Dire Frenzy and then like Master's Call afterwards is so powerful. So, do you ever consider Shadow Stepping the Shark here? Like, you can Shadow Step the Blink Fox first, get the extra 2 cards, and then you can Shadow Step the Shark and just like replay it with the Stealth, or even just hold it in your hand for future synergy.
See what the 2 cards are first and then decide.
Yeah.
Hunting Party. Yeah, none of these cards are very good, unfortunately. But it's a lot of like greedy cards, but greed isn't really what you're looking for as the rogue in this matchup because of Hunter having this massive OTK potential with Timberwolf, Dire Frenzy, and Thunder Rhino like later on in the game.
Yeah, but they have seen 2 Hyenas already, and I mean that's kind of one of the biggest damage potential cards, right? So you're probably not too worried about that at this stage. So we just see the Power of the Wild. I mean, it makes sense. That's reasonable tempo on board. And the Shadow Step felt pretty underwhelming there, considering how slow it was. So Unleash the Beast. This seems like a good way to kill the Shark. Killing the Blink Fox is probably just not as much of a priority right now. Like, if you look at the end stack, then the Shark is, like, so powerful with almost all the draws.
Yeah, they could also win Vicious Scalehide Dire Frenzy, because then you'll have for 4/5 that just doesn't die to Walk the Plank, which is obviously something that Helsinki Reds is going to consider.
Yeah.
So adds to the pool of Zul'jin, and just to make sure I'm not making more mistakes, yes, they do actually run Zul'jin, so imagine getting one thing right in this cast. We're off to a wonderful start. Hopefully I can keep this going.
So this multi-shot here, Ents can use this to actually clear off both these minions if they want to take 5, which I think is seemingly acceptable to take the 5 here. And I like this Dust Cave and Hunter instead of, like, you know, a 4/4 Edwin doesn't feel anywhere near as good. And Duskhaven Hunter is actually, I think this is exactly this kind of the stats you wanted with, right? You wanted to be the aggressive 5-2 here.
Yeah, there's no need to be the 2-5 when you're trying to be the aggressor, which is looking like what Ence's plan is, and given the weak context of the hand, I would say is a pretty good awareness of how the game's going to pan out. Like even in hand slaves, you can just see the Hunter's just full of cards, and the cards that Ents have the pretty situational and don't really do all that much. Like hunting party for like poisonous rust spiders, and that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, I mean, they've played both their Blink Foxes, which are the only natural beasts in their deck. Oh wait, there is Life Drinker as
there's
well.
There's a Cable Rat, isn't there?
Oh yes, you're right. Cable Rat and Life Drinker. So there's actually a surprising number of beasts in this.
There's a lot of beasts then, yeah. Snipe, which will allow to get will allow him to get rid of Evil Miscreant if that comes down, because Evil Miscreant does have 4 health.
Yep. Although, I mean, I think in that scenario you'd be pretty happy as Ents if that was the only thing that the snipe hit. Are we okay with taking 5 more damage here? Are we worried about explosive trap? I mean, this secret came off a Shimmerfly, so we have no idea what it is here in Helsinki Red's position, right? Or sorry, in Ents' position.
Yeah, I mean they're so similar. But no, I think because the secret was generated from thin air, you can't really play around it. It's like, if it's explosive, whatever, like we can just kill it with this, right? But just realized that they are going to be playing the aggro game, so they're just trying to push as much damage as possible, just trying to put Helsinki Red in this position where they constantly have to deal with the board, and maybe eventually like a giant Edwin comes along and they just win that way. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, with Spirit of the Shark, you can definitely get those Edwins to absolutely insane numbers. And they do have, like, at least 2 0-mana spells in their hand that would help with that as well. So, there is that possibility. I don't even remember what this thing's called. Carrion Drake. The only time I ever see it is off, like, Blink Fox stuff. It seemed pretty good here, right? Getting the Poisonous seemed good. They played around the Rat Trap by only playing the 2 spells or 2 cards that turn as well. And getting the Poisonous minion on board here kind of forces your opponent to deal with it, because they can't just summon some big stuff themselves, and they can't like unleash the beast. As we can see, they've picked up the 3rd or the 2nd copy of the card in their deck.
Yeah. And this does make the 3/7 getting hit into that snipe a lot more impactful.
Yeah.
Actually, not now that they're making this very smart trade of using the 1/1 and the 3/3, but it's just a big minion that can most of the time trade evenly, even as a 3/3 rather than a 3/7. But
yeah, but if it hadn't got sniped there, then they would have had to use the 4 or the Vicious Scale Hide into it as well, right? So the snipe was still pretty impactful because it left them able to fully clear the board.
Yeah. So we do see the Piper come down, getting the Engineer, and really starting to get a lot of cards together. Like Novice Engineer Shadow Step is a draw 2 combination.
Yeah.
And does lead directly into Edwin, which is a 8/8 at this point, I believe.
Yeah, but you won't be dealing with the 4/1, right? You're leaving them with 6 damage on the board into your 8/8. That doesn't feel particularly good to me. I mean, you could maybe even backstab your Novice if you want to make the Edwin a bit bigger.
Is how much value you can place in backstab later on in the game, and it looks like Ents think that they can put more value in backstab later rather than just throwing out now, which I agree with. Well, Hunter plays quite a few small minions. It's reasonable to expect backstab to do something.
Yep.
So in fact, to 10/10, I did forget that you do get to replay the Novice Engineer from the Shadow Step.
Correct.
So it doesn't quite immediately die on board, but with Scale Hide Timberwolf, it will die, but it does take out 2 Scale Hides on the way out, so that was a pretty useful Edwin turn, if I do say so.
Yeah, but there's actually quite a lot of ways for Helsinki to clear here, right? There's the Unleash plus the Timberwolf as well. That's 6 damage that they can add to the Vicious Scale Hide that's on the board. That seems a little bit better than the using the 2nd Scale Hide here. There's also the Animal Companion, which might be able to give them a minion that can Like if it gives Huffer and they play Timberwolf, then the Huffer and the Scalehide on board can kill the Edwin. So there's actually just a lot of ways. Plus there's obviously the Unleash the Beast one as well. You know, that's a 5/5.
But they're just going all in with Thunder Rhino, they're just going face. Just don't even care about the Edwin, just saying, yep, I'm just gonna set the 2-turn lethal.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're healing for 10 here, right? So that's effectively the same as like the amount of damage the Edwin's gonna deal. I actually really like this. Setting the opponent down to 4. There's no healing in the rogue. Like, what are you gonna do as the rogue?
Well, except that for the rogue.
Yeah.
Well.
So, I mean, this means your Edwin's going to be able to survive here. You can walk the plank on the Tundra Rhino, right? You can kill the the Timberwolf off with your backstab or your Novice Engineer, and then you can kill off the 2 vicious scale hides. Your Edwin's only going to be on 6 HP, or still on 6 HP, which isn't so bad. This doesn't seem like actually too bad a scenario for Ents here.
Yeah, Ents putting out a slightly more refined version of your line, which is why kill the Rhino? I mean, you can just kill Scalehide and then everyone takes less damage.
Yeah. Fair point.
Ents just deciding to go right the other way, just be like, and they're trying to kill us. No, let's kill them first. Like, Edwin is still a 10-10, still pushing 10 damage to the face, if they so choose. Looks like they're just going to play the same safety trade, though.
So what were they trying to play around by killing that 1/1?
Kill command for a start, because kill command hero power is lethal. Like, that's pretty
a fair
relevant.
point.
Yeah.
They're trying to play around not dying. Then that seems reasonable.
Yeah. So you see the Animal Companion, which does get the worst option in Misha.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he just gets hit by Sap or by the poison guy. Like, yeah, he's not that great. This does, however, push 9 damage to the face, so they are dead next turn if they do not draw a single heal. Like,
and there's 1 Life Drinker in the deck, but how are they actually gonna clear the board if they play Life Drinker?
And actually, I am mistaken, they are at 3, so they won't immediately die next turn, which, yeah, is relevant. There's also, yeah, now we got Spirit of the Shark with Lackeys, and we can get a Witchy Lackey, which can get a possible Ziliax off of it.
Yeah, Ethereal Lackey,
yeah,
we could get a fan.
Is. There it is.
So do we go for the Ethereal Lackey first? To see if we can get like a
Fan of Knives.
Yeah, Fan of Knives.
Full Element, yeah, that's not very good.
I'm
gonna take the head crack. And Preparation! That's a good pickup.
If prep still costs reduced things by 3, we could have got like a prep with the unidentified contract that maybe would have been able to get like a scale hide for future healing if you could clear the rest of the board here. But that's not going to be relevant here anyway.
Just gonna set the guy, and then we're just gonna see what exactly can come off of this Witchy Lackey. It's gotta be something good.
Ooh.
Arcane Golem and Organized Soul Freeze. That is not the full drop you want to see, and the Helsinki Red is gonna take it.
What do you think they were looking for there, right? Because they did it on the 2-drop, so that would get them to 4. So they won't be able to look for like the Ziliax we were talking about on 5. Do you think they were just looking for a taunt? Like, was that their plan there, just to look for the taunt instead?
Possibly. Since there is still Life Drinker available. Like, if they drew Life Drinker next turn, for example, they could go Hunting Party Life Drinker, and then they have another Life Drinker, so they just don't die to hero power for like 2 turns in a row, and then maybe the Edwin just gets them there. But
maybe
Red's acknowledging that they can just play the aggressive line and they just win because Rogue doesn't really have much in the way of consistent board control methods.
Yeah, I really like that line from Helsinki Reds, the way they chose to just ignore that 10-10 Edwin. Like, we were discussing all the different ways they can kill the Edwin, and instead they just figured they'd kill the Valera instead of the Edwin, because when they kill the Valera, the game ends. And so that really worked out well for them. I mean, the pressure was just, as you said, too much, and no way for Rogue to heal. So that was really massive for them.
Gonna move on now. And it's going to be the Mage Mirror match, my favorite.
Yeah, but in this game, it's not quite an exact mirror match because we have the kind of more dragon mage build here for Ents and the spell mage build with the mana cyclone for Helsinki. Which of these decks do you think is favored in this matchup then?
So, given that the matchup is more revolved around who can get their big minion to just stick around and then get hit by Conjurer's Calling, Ents run quite a few more big minions than Helsinki Reds do. Like, there's like a couple of Giants and Rabble Bouncer compared to like Astromancer, Messenger Raven, Voodoo Doll, which is extremely important against dealing with these Mountain Giants, for example. Like, say Ents is definitely favored here.
And especially because Ents are not on the coin here, the Voodoo Giant is really good because as Helsinki Reds, you can play the Giant on 4 with the coin if you just have like an Arcane Intellect like we see here. But that means that Ents are going to be able to Voodoo Doll. So what that means is, as Helsinki Reds, you don't want to play the Giant until you can actually play a Conjurer's Calling on it, right? You have to actually like stall your threat. And by stalling the threat, you give the Helsinki Reds here a chance to play that first threat, which is kind of what we were talking about is actually super important.
Yeah. We do see a pretty relevant threat on 4 with that Twilight Drake, which isn't really going to be answered. Like, there is a Snap Freeze, but there's no other forms of hard removal in this deck, so just being able to stick like a big minion and just slowly deliver the chip damage, especially when neither side is running burst damage like Fireball, it's definitely going to be very important.
Yeah, Helsinki do have the Antonidas in their list. So they have the Antonidas with the banana buffoons and stuff, so they can generate some burst. But Ents here, you know, like neither of the decks naturally have any real burst, as you're saying. And the Sorcerer's Apprentice. So the philosophy I've heard here when listening to other people talk about this matchup is that it's just more important to do stuff than like not do stuff, is kind of the way I put my paraphrasing of that. To actually play minions, put stuff in play, like be more aggressive in a sense in this matchup. Do you agree that that's actually more important here, or would you prefer to just see them ping and pass?
In this specific instance, it is more important knowing that there's just so much like big minion value coming from the opposing side that there's no real reason to save the Apprentice, especially when you don't have the mana cyclone just yet. Like, being able to just like possibly play another card with the Intellect next turn is pretty huge.
Yeah.
So that there's no hard removal in the opposing mage deck.
Yeah. I mean, the other consideration was that they do have the Antonidas in hand, so maybe saving it for closer to the Antonidas could have worked. But here, I mean, this Sun Fury Protector, do you think this is just enough? Like, is it good enough to just contest the Sorcerer's Apprentice here? Or do you really you don't ever need to Voodoo Doll it, right? That just seems very underwhelming.
You also don't really need to give very many minions taunt, just because this is more a matchup of just getting a giant and then hitting it with Conjurer's Calling, and having like anything other than the giant with taunt at that point would be rather irrelevant. So I'm not surprised they just dropped the Sun 3 there. On 2, like if they were going to drop it at all, but I guess the Apprentice was kind of just like, we want to kill this, so this is the best way we can kill it.
Yeah,
Helsinki Reds is once again going for the tempo here with the double banana Apprentice, so it's a 5-4.
Yeah, and gonna smash face with that 5-4. So we can really see the difference in approaches here, really, right? From Helsinki Reds and Ents. Helsinki Reds chose to not play that Sun Fury on 2. They were rather wanting to be reactive. Instead, they had to play it on 3. Whereas Ents have, you know, as you said, that maybe their deck is lower in total threats, so they want to be more aggressive on the board. And here, the Twilight Drake looks like a pretty obvious play, right?
No, Twilight Drake's a pretty solid line here. It's a 4-6. Like, this is a good guy for the Keysmith. By comparison, doesn't really do much on board. It just dies to the banana buffoon or the Apprentice. Yeah. Like, 4-6 just kills a 5-4. It's as simple as that, really, as far as I can tell. And we do see the turn 4 Sea Giant. Probably not the giant we were expecting to see on turn 4, but a giant's a giant, and it's still just as dangerous. Like, even if it's not elemental and has a giant like wheel for a belt.
Yeah, but it is gonna.
That's a huge draw.
I was about to say it's going to be answered in the same way that the Mountain Giant would have been with the Voodoo Doll, but here, as you said, that mind control tech, I mean, is it worth going for? Do you get too punished? Like, if you don't hit the Sea Giant and Helsinki Reds can actually just Conjurers calling the Sea Giant, are you just too punished? Like, it seems like Ents, don't think that it's worth going for the risk, maybe?
Yeah, I don't blame them for not going for the risk. Like, when you have the Voodoo, you might as well clear it, especially when the hand size is so low. We do see the Mana Cyclone picked up, so if they do go for the Nova, which they really shouldn't, but if they do, then they can get 3 spells this turn, and they are going to go for it. Interesting.
Yeah.
Really going for this tempo-based approach this game.
Yeah, I mean, what I like about the Nova here is that it protects your Sorcerer's Apprentice. It protects your just Banana Buffoon, like the damage that it can do, and they get a Fireball off the Mana Cyclone. That's exactly what you're looking for in this matchup, right? You just want to be able to get some burn to push with this tempo approach that they've taken. And even the Elemental Invocation is not so bad, because when they play Antonidas on 6, now they can actually on 7, they can play the 2 Elemental Invocations and turn them into Fireballs.
Yeah. Though, a good counter to this Apprentice right now is the Zilliax, which does protect not only Enter's life total, but also trades pretty well with the other 2 minions on the board. And as stated earlier, a lot of the problem with this maze deck is its lack of hard removal, and just why it's such a detriment sometimes. Yeah.
So the Rabble Bouncer here is what, 5 mana? It seems to match up fairly well against the 4/6. We can imagine that one of these minions is going to trade. It looks like they're going to trade off the Banana Buffoon and have the Mana Cyclone go face. But now the game plan seems kind of, cut short with the issue here is that, like, their opponent's now on 20, right? Like, Ents are on 20 here. So Helsinki Red's plan of, like, being aggressive seems to have maybe run out of fuel a bit. Do you agree with that, or do you think that they still have an option with this, like, Antonidas in hand?
We see 2 Elemental Invocations in hand, so that would add 2 more Fireballs, so that's 18 damage right there. And all you need to do is just get 2 pings, which is very easy to do, and then that's just lethal.
Yeah, or just 1 attack from one of these 2 attack minions that are on board. So do you think that the Fire Tree Witch Doctor is a good bet here for Ents? Like, what do you want to find off the Fire Tree Witch Doctor that's good? I mean, you can always go for the Arcane Keysmith afterwards if that doesn't work.
Just going to go for the Giant instead, just trying to get a load of the big minions on board. Obviously, they don't know where Helsinki Red's hand is, and obviously Antonidas getting 2 Fireballs right off the bat is pretty devastating. But unfortunately, the Mountain Giant does clear Antonidas immediately, so maybe the Reds decide to just hold off for 1 more turn just so they can play an image with Antonidas.
They wouldn't
mind seeing Flame Strike here because it does clear the board, and then you can just go for the free spell turn next turn, and then you have 24 damage, and you don't even need to ping at that point. So yeah, it looks like that's what they're gonna do. Just clear the board, remove any possibility of Conjurers calling, and Antonidas should most likely clean up the game from here.
Yeah, it's gonna take them 2 turns to play all the Fireballs anyway, right? Even if they got the 2 Fireballs from the Elemental Invocations in that turn, so they still would have needed to survive. And as you say, the Conjurers calling on the Mountain Giant might have actually just been a little bit too threatening alone. So we're gonna see Ents here just go for this Arcane Keysmith. Which of these secrets do you like?
Looks like they're eyeing up the Mirror Entity, and with the Antonidas coming down next turn, that entity is going to be delicious. Oh, with a 1-mana spell too? Oh, do they take it though? The Research Project's looking quite a bit better. I wouldn't be surprised if they take the Research Project instead, but if they take the missiles and then Antonidas comes down, that would be huge.
Yeah, because they'll be on 9 mana, which means they can play that missiles into 2 Fireballs still. But Research Project seems totally reasonable here, and what's really good is they can also just Conjurer's Calling the Antonidas that they get, right? They'll get the Fireball from it. They'll get multiple 7-drops with the Khadgar. They can use the research project, or they can use the Fireball they get from the Antonidas to clear their opponent's Antonidas. Like, this seems like a really good turn for Ents now that Helsinki Reds have committed to this Antonidas into that mirror entity you were talking about.
Yeah. It's all going to depend, I think, on what this Arcane Intellect next turn is most likely going to get. They need to get Frost Nova. Because otherwise, yeah, like you said, Khadgar Conjurer's Calling is just way too much.
Yeah.
Because, like, there is no way for them to do this in one turn. It has to be a 2-turn setup. Top deck Frost Nova right now, that would be 7, so they would be at 13, and then 2 Fireballs Ping would be lethal the turn after, so they do have a 1 in 16 of just winning the game next turn with very little that...
They do have 2... Oh, right. They have 2 Frost Novas in the deck, but they've already played the 1. So he's gonna use the Conjurer's Calling here on the 4-drop instead. On the Arcane Keysmith. Do you like this? You think just keeping the Antonidas up is worth it? Personally, I liked the Khadgar Conjurer's Calling getting 4 7-drops.
Lethal though. Is 13 on board. The Antonidas sort of cast 2 fireballs, and yeah, that'll just be it.
Yeah. It does. It does.
Magic Trick may have to pull a miracle here. I'm not sure how the Reds come back otherwise.
So if you get Frost Nova off the Magic Trick, you can, that's 4 mana that's going to cost you in total. So you can play 1 Fireball with that. That's going to put your opponent down to 14. That's not enough, because you're going to just die to your opponent playing Fireballs repeatedly at your face, even if their board is frozen, right? So Does that mean you have to kill this Antonidas? Does that mean you have to draw here, or do you want a Magic Trick still? Like, what is the path to victory here for Helsinki Reds?
Oh, I think if you are going to Fireball, they do get the Frost Nova. Actually, you know what? They can kill the Antonidas right now. They take 11.
Yeah.
There's only 6 of the Fireball.
They've got 18 in hand.
No,
so over the...
Yeah, this still
with the
works
3
out
Fireballs,
because... Yeah, so now they kill Antonidas. Yeah, no, now they kill Antonidas, and then they go Fireball Ping, and then they still have the setup.
Yeah.
Into Frost Nova was the play. I just didn't think about it to like that next step. But yeah, Helsinki Reds did. That's why they're in the top 4, and I'm here on the desk. But
yeah, they could have also got it off the Arcane Intellect there, and then decided to make roughly that same choice. But this way, they are set up. Well, they can play around the secret a bit here as well. Like, they can play Arcane Intellect first. Actually,
they can't.
No, yeah, because then they can't Frost Nova and Fireball.
It's not the issue. The issue is that they can't ping.
Yeah. That's what I mean. With
just
the
to
ping.
get to the 20. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fortunately, for Helsinki Reds, there is no counter spell up. So if they go for the Nova first and see that there is no counter spell, then they basically know they've won.
Yeah, short of the Caligos getting anything, but I don't think there's really any counterplay for this Caligos to get, right? There's no... Well, it could get a counter spell. That would be the one piece of counterplay.
So they can test for the counter spell, and then Frost Nova, and then Fireball Ping, and then they're done. Helsinki Reds did it.
Yeah, in a very classical Freeze Mage style here.
Good old Freeze Mage, where you just freeze the board and then just set yourself up for exactly for counter spell here. So they can freeze over the board and throw the Fireball out. So
they can still get undone by the Alexstrasza in Ence's lineup, in Ence's deck. Like, if they self Alexstrasza, that'll put them to 15, which will mean they would be above that 13 health range that we're talking about Helsinki getting them to in this turn. So the Alexstrasza isn't out here. Caligos into counterspell can stop the fireball lethal as well. They don't even have the extra mana to play like the Ray of Frost first. So I think it has to be the Kaligos here, right?
Because it doesn't do anything. Like, there is
Well,
no counter spell.
No, Kaligos can discover the counterspell. Because Kaligos discovers a spell, right?
Can, yes. I forgot that Kaligos actually is a battle cry. Yes. So they can discover counter spell, which I think is their only out. So yes, good job.
Yeah.
Since
and they know that there's at least one fireball in the hand, right? Oh, there it is, the counterspell. I mean, surely they have to know that they have to take it, right? Or do they think that there's only one counterspell in the deck?
There's no way.
Yeah, come on. It has to be obvious here from the fact that your opponents put themselves on 13.
Wait, are they not going to cast it?
No. Surely they have to.
There we go.
Wow. Okay. I don't even. How many? Do you know offhand how many mage spells there are? Because that seemed pretty unlikely that Kaligos into counterspell.
Yeah. Okay. So now Helsinki Reds has to survive the turn again. Yeah. Ray of Frost something and then Arcane Intellect. So they Ray of Frost the one that doesn't have Twin Spell because they want the Twin Spell one to actually go off the breeze 2 things.
Yeah, that's a good technical point. Oh, they're gonna go for the fireball though, and this fireball's gonna get counterspelled. And now what? They need to Arcane Intellect into Frost Nova.
Nova. They can freeze 3 minions, but it won't be enough. It wouldn't have been enough anyway. Like even with the counter spell, because they didn't get. As I say, they didn't get the Frost Nova they would have needed to survive that turn. But oh, what a game!
Wow, that was really fun to watch. Seeing that like back and forth from the mage. This is one of the reasons I love Antonidas in the deck, right? It just sets up such interesting games with the fireballs, the mirror entity on the Antonidas. I mean, really, just the secrets came in clutch there for Ents, right? The counterspell exactly when they needed at the end, and the mirror entity to set up like those scenarios
where the Antonidas,
yeah. To the point where where Helsinki had to waste a fireball killing the Antonidas and then falling short in damage. That was a really fun match to watch. I think that's one of the reasons I love this deck so much. It can be like really fun to play and to watch.
Yeah, I agree with that. So just gonna move on to game number 3 now. I'm pretty sure. Game number 3. Yeah, there we go.
Game number 3.
Yeah, you can tell it's late for me because I'm having to remember all this stuff. Yeah.
With the score at 1-1 at the moment, Ents got the win with their mage that we just saw, and Helsinki Reds got the win earlier with the Hunter when they ignored that Edwin and went face. So now with the Bomb Warriors left for both teams, and the Spell Mage left for Helsinki Reds and the Shark Rogue for Ents, do you think that would this change your prediction for who you would think would win? Like, which team do you think's favored now? I mean, that approaching warrior mirror is
pretty hard to say without seeing like which warrior is going to win. We have to wait until one of the warriors wins before we make any real bets on who's going to win this series.
Yeah, I think this next matchup could be really key. I think if we saw Ents' Rogue into Helsinki Red's Warrior, that would set up a good position for the Rogue. That's really the deck that this Rogue wants to be targeting. But even with those bombs and stuff, maybe sometimes the Warrior does enough to kill the Rogue as well. And then with the Mage into... I think the Mage into the Rogue would probably be best for Helsinki Reds. Or maybe the Warrior Mirror, if, as you say, they're going to be favored because they have the more late game with the Geppetto and the Archivist and all of that. But so
I was about to say, like, sorry, carry on. Yeah.
No, go on.
It really, I think if the Rogue runs into the Warrior, it could be interesting. Like again, I hope I'm not. Yeah, the Rogue didn't win. It lost to the Hunter, so yeah, the Rogue running into the Warrior would be interesting. Yeah. And I was going to say almost, but the Warrior is being played from Ents versus the Cyclone Mage, and this is looking like a pretty good opener for Ents. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the Dynamatic is good, but most importantly, Town Cry, right? That helps you fetch the militia commanders, which can be really, really good to clear up the board against the warrior. Against the mage. So I think Ents are going to be feeling fairly good here. But for me, in my experience playing the mage a lot, I've found that the bomb warrior is a bit of a difficult matchup just because of how many freaking bombs they put into your deck. And I've had too many games where I've drawn bomb after bomb after bomb to die, like from a really good winning position. So I think that the way that Ents have built their lineup here with the more let's say aggressive tempo heavy bomb list that like cycles a lot more and has more just bomb stuff is going to be good in this matchup, I think, versus going for a slower control warrior. Would you agree?
I would agree normally. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, Helsinki Reds' version of warrior is a little bit more favored against the mage just because there's so much extra removal, but the amount of tempo being put on would be better against this Mana Cyclone build, knowing that there's not that many big things they're going to be doing on curve. A lot of their turns are more combat oriented. We see the hand right now, for example, like we've got Banana Buffoons and a couple of Cyclones, but we don't really have anything to deal with deal with Goblin into Devastator, for example, like just pushing a whole load of damage. And again, just getting all those bombs in the deck too while you're at it.
Yeah, and Helsinki Reds chose to throw back the Sorcerer's Apprentice, which I can guarantee right now they wish they didn't, right? Like, this is the perfect hand to cycle with that Mana Cyclone, because you would be able to play the Ray of Frosts, you would be able to play the Bananas from the Banana Buffoon eventually, and you would be able to get just a lot of spells replaced to your hand, which could be pretty crucial in, fighting for the board, which is actually pretty important in this matchup, as well as finding some extra damage.
Yeah, do see a pretty big pickup right there for the Arcane Intellect, which possibly could lead to a turn 4 Mountain Giant. This is definitely what Helsinki Reds is looking for in terms of being able to fight back on this board.
Yeah.
So Frost Nova and Ray of Frost, not that great.
But as we did mention as well, the Militia Commander in hand, because of that Town Crier for Ents, is really big. Because they had that 3 damage on board with the Goblin Bomb. Goblin...
Clockwork Goblin.
Clockwork Goblin.
So half right. It is a goblin.
It is a goblin, and it is holding a bomb, but it is not the little 0-2. With that and the Militia Commander, they would have been able to kill a giant, but instead, just going for the Omega Devastator. Do you like that here versus maybe like the slower play of the Acolyte of Pain and the Town Crier?
Something to consider that is the Azalina Soul Thief in Ence's hands, so like playing a load of minions down and then just having an empty hand and just Azalina on 7 just to replenish a whole hand of cards would definitely be a very huge tempo swing. So throwing down the Devastator now, especially when the game most likely doesn't have too much impact past turn 10, I think is very reasonable. And it looks like we're going for a pretty big Mana Cyclone turn right here, fishing 3 spells back.
Yeah, I think this is just... This is just a case of trying to find things to do, right? Like, at the moment, the mage has nothing to do. And now with a full hand, like, do you just chuck the coin here? Do you just play another Ray of Frost? But you have to play both copies, right? You have to play the Ray of Frost and the one that's generated by the Twin spell. Do you think that's worth it? Or do you think it's better to just burn a random card from your deck?
Yeah, I think if there was a card to throw from your hand, it would be the coin. See... The Militia Commander is picked up, which means Town Crier will fish out Zilia. This is the only possible mech.
Yep.
But something of importance is that the Mana Cyclone did manage to pick up Pyroblast. Over Azalina Soul Thief, they can get a Pyroblast, and that would be a very unfortunate way for Helsinki Reds to lose this game.
That's actually very true. I mean, the Pyroblast is pretty bad here for Helsinki Reds, right? Like, Pyroblast is only good in the situations where you are the one applying the pressure. And that's not really how this game is panning out right now. Ents definitely has the better board presence, and with the 2 rushes that we can see in hand, they're not going to be losing that anytime soon. So I think you're very correct in pointing out that the Azalina getting that Pyroblast could actually be, I would say, a pretty hilarious way for the mage to lose this matchup, because I'm a big fan of Azalina and these Bomb Warriors myself. I think like it just allows you to basically cheat and steal your opponent's win conditions in some matchups like this.
And in general, a lot of the cards in Ed's hand right now aren't that good for the matchup. Like Militia Commander, Ziliax, like these cards are decent, but they're not killing giants, not on their own. And hey, getting 10 cards is pretty solid in my opinion. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just go straight for the Azalina on turn 7.
Perhaps. I mean, the Militia Commander can be pretty good if you have something else to trade in, which because they have the board, that it has been an option. But if you think you're going to go with the Azalina here, would you rather play the Militia Commander out now? Would you rather play the Acolyte, or would you rather play the Ziliax?
I would rather play the Ziliax because the way Helsinki Reds have done this turn makes it pretty obvious that the Reds are trying for a board clear, so being able to magnetize the Omega Devastator and prevent it from dying to any board clear just continues to apply that pressure. And Warpath is also not a very good card in this matchup, so I think the Reds are going to... the Ents are going to Azalina on 7, and they're going to see the Reds' hand, and they're going to be very happy with what they see.
Yeah, I mean, I really do like that Ziliax there. As you say, playing around the board clear, I mean, we can see... Or even, Ents know that they've still... that Helsinki Reds still have the coin in hand, and they've gotten a lot of random spells, and anyone that's been playing Hearthstone long enough is when you think of random spells in Mage, you're going to be thinking of Flame Strike, and that's something they've actually played around quite well here, because that Flame Strike would have been able to come down and clear the board totally, but now because of that Divine Shield and the extra health on that Omega Devastator, it's just not going to do anything here.
Yeah. So at this point, Ella isn't that great either. There are 8 cards in the Mage's hand, and they do know one of them is Rare Frost, which would be pretty good against E-Giant, so...
Yeah, but you couldn't play
it. Up the Azalina. I mean, it would cost... Like, it would leave the Siege-Giant up, of course, but...
I don't know. I really like...
Too.
Yeah, I really like Militia Commander and Elec here. I mean, you get another 3-4 on the board. You can kill the Sea Giants with the, just trading your 3-3 and the Elec. I mean, and the Militia Commander, which seems pretty solid to me.
And it's also emptying the hand, which makes Azalina even more valuable later on in the game.
Yeah.
Like trading a hand of 6 for a hand of 8 isn't exactly great, but trading a hand of 4 or 5 for a hand of 8, now that's appealing.
Yep. And they're getting closer and closer to that Pyroblast even being lethal. I mean, if Helsinki Reds see this Azalina, they're gonna almost have to freak out a little bit, right? Because they're going to know exactly that Pyroblast is going to be in hand, and at this stage they've been just taking way too much damage from all these mechs hitting them in the face repeatedly.
It's not only that, now Ents also know that Conjurer's Calling is in the hand as well, and Azalina Soul Thief does happen to cost 7 mana, which does mean that Azalina would summon 2 7-drops with this Conjurer's Calling, so... It's becoming quite a lot easier to justify playing this Azalina Soul Thief right here just to take the hand. I think they're going to be very happy when they do it.
But here you also have a good target for Militia Commander again, right? You can rush the Militia Commander into this 4/9 Nightscale Matriarch, or you can rush it into the Countess Ashmore and just trade off the 1/2. There's a couple options here for ways to use the Militia Commander, but maybe they want to use Warpath alongside Militia Commander. This means
does work out to where it would be able to clear all of the board. So what are they going to do?
So
Fates for what? I'm surprised they... I mean, okay, the trade... Yeah, the trade works out. Yeah, the trade works out just the same. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
So they push the 1 extra damage. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, they're taking 1 extra damage on there.
Is coming up soon, and Mana Cyclone also adds cards back to Helsinki Red's hand, which does happen to make Azalina quite a bit better, so...
Yeah.
I know, I'm harping on it a lot, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna come down. The question is when.
Yeah, I mean, it does definitely feel... I think if Ents draw dead this turn, right, then that just might be the signal to go in on this Azalina. it's like, for me, Azalina is just always a question of like, do I have better things to do this turn than just, you know, do nothing and replace my hand, basically? Because that's what happens most times you play Azalina. If they can hold Azalina for turn 10 and they know that there's still the Conjurer's Calling in hand, it becomes even better as well, right? Because then you can Conjurer's Calling immediately with that Azalina on the board. You don't have to hope that it survives a turn. So yeah, I mean, we're talking a lot about this Azalina, but it is looking better and better. But for Helsinki Reds here, do you think that this unexpected results, two drops, do you think that's going to do enough?
Well, apparently they don't think so, and I don't think so either, knowing that there's a 7-5 sat right there. Got some really solid cards, but solid cards is exactly what Ents are looking for right now. I don't know, we could see the Dynamatic into the Elic, and then on turn 10, the Azalina's gonna come down, and oh, you'll know what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, with this Polymorph and Fireball picked up, do you expect Helsinki Reds to even just use the Fireball or the Polymorph next turn to remove? They need to deal with this Zilliax Omega Devastator.
Yeah, they need to deal with the 7-5, so using one of those two removal spells sounds pretty reasonable. And obviously, if Ents can just go wide on board, it does lead into the Flame Strike, unfortunately. Though, on the flip side, if they Flame Strike and then Azalina comes down on 10, there's a Pyroblast and a Fireball.
Yeah,
that's 16 damage. Yeah, so kind of a hard one, really.
And if you go face with this Omega Devastator, then you're going to be setting up for that Fireball and Pyroblast to be more than enough for lethal. But it looks like Ents actually just want to go for the option to draw cards.
I see. If they're trying to play around Vaporize, that's what they're trying to do. They think that the secret is Vaporize.
Yeah.
Just pushing face and losing that guy, they're just going to play it safe.
Yep.
And unfortunately, much to our misfortune, they're not going to immediately go Azalina on 10, but
yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Sometime soon.
Although realistically, this Warpath isn't so great, and they know that there's a Conjurer's Calling in hand still, right?
I'm pretty sure they're going to want to shuffle the bombs in first before they Azalina. But yeah, I think next turn is the turn. Like at this point, the hand is really dead.
Yeah, this Augmented Elic and Wrench Caliber is a little too tasty here. I agree. I mean, shuffling 10 damage into your opponent's deck seems pretty good.
Like, the Red's hand is just so weak. Like, I'm sure Ents have just noticed at this point, and there's another Conjurer's Calling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, this hand's just getting better and better for Ents at this point.
Yep. Helsinki Reds, though, what are their options really here? Do you ever like Fireball or Polymorph these minions to try and buy yourself some health? Do you want to go with unexpected results?
I think you have to deal with the Elic at the very least, and just go Polymorph the Acolyte, the no draws, but yeah, I think it's time.
It looks like it to me.
I think it's time.
You know that there's the Conjurer's Calling in hand. None of these other cards in your hand seem like they're worth it. I just want to slam Azalina here if I'm Ents.
Too. It looks like they're running it up and they're going for it. And now they know how much damage is in the hand. They know how good the hand is. There's even a Conjurer's Calling with Twin Spell on it. So they can do it on the Azalina, and they have 2 more Conjurer's Calling in hand.
Ooh.
They are literally out-maging the mage right now.
Yep, and with the Pyroblast, they've got the lethal on board set up. And now, I mean, Helsinki Reds know about this, right? Ooh, they take the bomb as well.
18.
I'm a little surprised that Helsinki Reds that Ents didn't take the attack there on the Wrench Caliber. Do you think they're trying to wait for another augmented?
I was about to say, there's no reason to attack, really. It doesn't change the map in any way. Like, you can attack next turn.
Well, shuffling in another bomb could change the maths. But I suppose they're trying to maybe play around Mirror Image as well. That they know that that's in hand, so they're gonna get more damage by making sure that 5/5 can connect face. I think that's probably the logic there, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately, this unexpected result's got some very unexpected results. We got Ancient Watcher, which does nothing, and the evil Cloak of Evil.
I mean, I would say that that for Helsinki Reds there, that should be named to underwhelming results instead of unexpected.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, and they can just like throw a Pyroblast at the face and just push 15 if they really want to. I don't think they will. I think they're gonna conjure us this turn most likely.
Well, you can set up for Pyroblast lethal next turn with double Banana Buffoon on both of the sets of bananas on the Swamp Queen Hagatha. You can deal 9 damage this turn, and then that sets up for the Pyroblast to be lethal next turn. I mean, Helsinki Reds know exactly that this Pyroblast is there, so this seems very good. I mean, setting up for
they're
lethal
gonna go for it.
always seems good.
Especially when you know what your opponent's hand is, and they know the opposing hand is very bad. So Helsinki Reds is gonna move on. Just don't even want to think about the Pyroblast coming down on them.
Yeah, Helsinki Reds know, and they're gonna deny us the joy of seeing that Pyroblast played by the warrior onto the mage for a change.
Yeah, from the Mana Cyclone. The Mana Cyclone just betrayed them this game.
Definitely did. But that's going to be Ints taking a 2-1 lead in this matchup. Really importantly, getting the win with their warrior. You know, if, as you say, that their warrior was unfavored in the mirror, getting the win against the mage is really huge. So I think that only leaves them with their Shark Rogue, which is going to be up against Helsinki Red's bomb control warrior or their mage. So I think the Shark Rogue against the warrior could be pretty favored for them. But unsurprisingly, Helsinki Red's actually going to go with their mage first here, as we see Ence's Shark Rogue coming up against that spell mage that just betrayed Helsinki Reds so badly.
We do see the Miscreant in hand already with the Shadow Step, so Ents, if they want, can get a lot of lackeys early, and we all know how good Evil Miscreant and lackeys are by now.
Yeah, I think for me, this deck has changed a little bit in that I don't think you want to Shadow Step Miscreant as often. You've got so many other targets that also synergize really well with Spirit of the Shark, but I think you want to be a little bit more greedy with your Shadow Steps sometimes, and so I actually like their choice to mulligan it back here instead. But obviously, keeping the Miscreant when you're on the coin, it's still pretty good to coin out Miscreant on 2 a lot of the time.
Yeah, especially with what the hand is shaping out to be, that we've got Miscreant on 2, Link Fox on 3, Shark on 4, and then Lackeys on 5, and then Togwaggle on 6. That's pretty strong.
So I just want to talk for a moment about Helsinki Red's choice there. That magic trick gave them what I would argue is 3 of the best spells against Mage. Frost Nova, Mirror Image, and Arcane Intellect. Now, you know, Mirror Image used to be really good against the Waggle Pick rogues in particular because it was almost like a weapon removal because it got in the way of that Waggle Pick. And the Frost Nova can be really good against this deck if it goes wide on board. But do you like the Arcane Intellect pick in the end? Just trying to go with, like, I'm going to focus on my strategy instead of trying to preemptively guess what's going to be good against yours.
Or, like, they know that their hand isn't really very full, and obviously they need a large hand for the Mana Cyclone and Mountain Giant synergy to go off, so they just want to get the card draw now so they have more options and they know what they're doing over future turns. Especially because they don't even have a play on 3 to begin with. It makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. The proactive play definitely seems more interesting here, and that's what they're going to do here with this Arcane Intellect. But this is pretty good curve for the Shark Rogue here, right? I mean, we can play Blink Fox into now the Hench Clan Burglar if we don't want to play the Spirit of the Shark on 4. I mean, this is some really good value that the Shark Rogue gets, and I suppose that's really what it excels at. And we'll see if the Mage is going to betray itself again and give the Shark Rogue any fireballs or pyroblasts or anything like that.
Personally, this time, so it's a little bit less likely, but like we do see that they got Messenger Raven off of the also a Battlecry minion, which makes Spirit of the Shark even better. Easy things this game, especially because the Mage has no way of removing it. They've just got a lot of big guys, and that's about it.
Yeah, discovering a a mage minion, that means they can always get Mana Cyclone, which can give some more Pyroblast, some more mage spells. Although wait, Mana Cyclone in Rogue will actually give you Rogue spells, right? No, it is random mage spells.
Random
so
mage
it will still give
yeah.
them mage stuff.
I'm
Always
pretty
have to
sure
check
we
these
won't be seeing
interactions.
Mana Cyclone from the other side of this game.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of hard removal, there is that Frostbolt, which can deal with Spirit of the Shark now.
And it can deal with the Blink Fox this turn as well, but it looks like they're going to hold it. And it is a Pyroblast! Oh my.
I'm pretty sure Helsinki Red's just sick of Pyroblast at this point. Like, it wasn't good in the last game, and it's not good on turn 4 in this one, that's for sure.
Yep. So, do you like their choice not to Frostbolt, though? I mean, now they're basically giving up their Sorcerer's Apprentice, although a lot of the time you probably imagine your Sorcerer's Apprentice is like dead to a backstab anyway, right?
Probably isn't doing much of this hand anyway. Like, you got turn 5 Giant, it's a Conjurer. It's like, you don't need a 2-mana Conjurers in this situation, so I'm fine with it. It opens the possibility for like ping if the Blink Fox trades into the Mana Cyclone as well.
Yeah.
It's fine.
That is.
I mean, you also want to save Frostbolt for Spirit of the Shark as well, because otherwise you have no way of dealing with it. Like that's also pretty relevant.
Yep. Oh, Eviscerate is just good because that's 4 damage to face. I mean, in this matchup, like as the rogue, you really do want to apply. You still want to be the beatdown, right? Like, I mean, this rogue is built for a lot of value, but hey, look, it's a good old classic Chill Wind Yeti.
Speaking of value, what's a 1-mana 5/6 in stats? Now that's value.
Yeah, that's a really good upgrade.
Into a Yeti is pretty good, especially when there's no easy answer to it. Like Giant kind of just dies on board. Rabble Bouncer kind of dies on board. Like the Reds are just in a really bad spot here.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I actually really like that, Lackey. As you mentioned, it actually sets up well against the Giants. I mean, on average, you would hope the 4-drop, especially with the fact that you have the Eviscerate in hand, is going to be able to set up a scenario where it can deal with that Giant. And it looks like Helsinki Reds are going to have to Frostbolt and Ray of Frost this
It took you a little while there, yeah.
Yeah. That's how long it's been since I've seen a Chill Wind Yeti, but Chill Wind Yeti dying an icy death in the end.
Yeah, the irony is not lost on this desk, but we do see that now that the Frostbolt and Ray of Frost are gone, Spirit of the Shark is looking an awful lot harder to remove now. It's probably not going to come down anytime soon because to empty the hand, because the hand is so full of stuff, but it's gonna happen.
In my experience with this deck, that's kind of sometimes the problem. It's like you really just have too much stuff for Spirit of the Shark sometimes. You look at your hand and you're like, all of this would be so good to play with Spirit of the Shark. Wow, actually Meteorologist is really good here, right? Like that's a lot of damage.
No. You know what's better than Meteorologist? Khadgar.
But we don't have any like faceless lackeys in hand right now, and one of the other problems with faceless lackeys is they set up for your opponent's Sea Giants. So I actually really would have liked to see them pick the man, now I totally forgot what the freaking card was even. Instead of the Khadgar.
No.
The Meteorologist.
You're not thinking far enough ahead. Alright. So they got High Sprint Hulkbuckle. Oh no.
Oh god.
So they summoned 4 legendaries for 3 mana. Now that sounds like a really good idea. And there it is, finally, the first Giggling Inventor of the day. For 7 mana. And what a terrible time for him to show up.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose this High Sparrow Togwaggle here, you have to take the crown, right? If you took the Khadgar. That's I mean, I think, as you point out, that has to be the plan here. I personally, I'm somebody that really doesn't like picking crown off of Togwaggle. Like, especially with this list they have, they're playing Togwaggle Scheme. So most of the time they want to shuffle Togwaggle in and rather do like Wondrous Wand and then pick the crowns later. But I think with this Khadgar it makes sense. They can even just scheme in the Togwaggle next turn because there's a pretty decent chance it doesn't die here. Like, Mage has not really got any of that single target removal that can kill this Togwaggle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they barely have AoEs either. Like, that's the problem. Like, really, it's just Frost Nova, have big guys, kill your big guys. That's usually how Mage is going to get there in this position, and cost quite a lot of mana. Like 5 mana Mountain Giant is definitely not what you like to be using to try to get the board back, especially when you're giving the Rogue the initiative right back on the other end.
Yep. Okay, so we have to surely see the Khadgar here, right? We can Togwaggle scheme in the Togwaggle if we want, but then that does mean we can't eviscerate to kill the giant. So I think this ordering is good, right? Let's see what we get off the crown first.
We get Tess Greymane, which wait, yeah, because you can Shadow Step Tess Greymane later in the game.
Yeah, you can
play all of the main stuff that you get. But yeah, you're probably just going to eviscerate the Mount Giant. Like, there's no way you want Conjurer's Calling to be good, especially if Frost goes in the list. But
yeah,
4 Tess Greymanes is pretty good.
Yep,
that is pretty strong.
Proactively trading off the 1/1 here, I actually like that as well. It's just not doing anything for you on the board, and you want to play around like Frost Nova potentials. You know, if they can. You don't want to fill up your board too much. You want to give yourself more board space, right? Especially with all these minions that are going to give you like stuff in your hand, like with the Spirit of the Shark and the Henge Clan Burglars, the Cable Rats, even the Ethereal Lackey. You want to give yourself more space on the board. So I really like trading off that 1/1.
I mean, in general, this just shows the raw power of Rogue as a class. Like, even after it got nerfed, there's still just so many ways of just getting value, just clearing the board. Like, even without Raiding Party Waggle Pick, it turns out you don't need to kill people. You can just, like, play such big stuff, like, in such large waves that they just die anyway.
Yep.
A pretty hard turn right here. I think they're just gonna, like, Giant... Gonna go for Conjurer's Calling. Okay, with Entity. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Image, rather.
Yeah, I think you kind of... You have to do this, right? You have to try and hope that you can get your the board back by getting the big Conjurer's Calling turn. But would you consider scheming in the Tess here? I mean, or is that too meany, right?
You've only played one Mage card so far this game. I don't think it's worth shuffling in at this point.
Yeah.
Like 4 Tess Greymanes? I think that's a little bit ambitious.
I must agree. I would have liked to see the Ethereal Lackey maybe even first here. Like, your board space is not a problem, or like hand space is a problem. So maybe playing it first would have also given you the potential to find like a walk the plank or something like that in order to kill like the giant. So it would have given you the potential for that. But instead, we're probably just going to see a Witchy Lackey on one of these Tesses. It'll evolve twice. So it goes to a 10 drop. So Sea Giant.
Nixia and Big Bad Archmage. That was a good Lackey again.
Yeah.
These Lackeys have been really good so far.
But, you know, there's a big thing that we talked about in hand right now, and that's that Frost Nova. Still, no Conjurer's Calling, though, is really huge here. This is where Helsinki Reds really needed to be able to freeze the board and to actually Conjurer's Calling their Giants so they could, you know, threaten lethal on the counter swings. Because the way it is right now, they can set up... they would have been able to maybe set up a lethal potential with the Conjurer's Calling, right? Because they've got the bananas for the follow-up turn, so that's like an extra 4 you can get. So they would have dealt 8. They would have dealt 8 here, put it to 16. So if their stuff hadn't been removed at all, it would have been able to set up a possible lethal, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. They actually still have a 2-turn lethal setup because you forgot something very important.
Pyroblast.
They have a Pyroblast in that. So they actually still do have a 2-turn lethal setup. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's
The Imperial Lackey doesn't get any way of removing this giant. Not the game.
And they don't even get to...
Like, Giant with Nova is a pretty good way of killing people, as it so happens.
Yeah, I think you actually have to play Togwaggle Scheme first here. Otherwise, you don't get 2 procs on either your Ethereal Lackey or your Hench Clan Burglar, you don't get 2 attempts at finding the spell you need. So I think you actually just have to Togwaggle Scheme here. It's quite a weird, like, desperation one. Right?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Do you use it on the Shark or do you use it on the Miscreant? Oh, was I just gonna... Oh, no.
I think
they
they
almost did it. Yeah, they almost did it, yeah. Looks like they are going to use the Scheme. Are they going to do it on the Shark or are they going to do it on the Miscreant?
I think you might do it on the Miscreant. Oh, on the Witchy Lackey instead.
That's really interesting. Alright, let's see what this gets. It needs to be a removal to Giant. Vendetta is removal. Great.
Yeah.
Vendetta Eviscerate can be removal. That does
it is enough,
Giant.
and even though the Vendetta is still 4 mana, it's going to be enough to clear here because they have the mana free.
Yeah. And then there's still 16, 18 on the board.
Oh, Frost Nova! That is...
Again.
I mean, that's the lethal setup, right? Frost Nova here. You can banana the minions. And then you can push. Like, you can even go with the mirror image here, so you don't get...
calling!
I mean, Conjurer's calling here...
Banana Buffoon, and then Conjurer's calling it. And then you can play 2 bananas, and they're at 10. And the board is full, so you can't even get another Lackey up.
Oh, I suppose you can. It seems a bit like... good old Magma Rager.
Part of every single Hearthstone developer joke. He's showing up just in time.
And also the name of my podcast. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, none of those 3 drops mattered. With the bananas, it was enough to set up for the Pyroblast, and this time they're not going to be betrayed by Pyroblast. Although they're not even going to get a chance to cast it.
Yeah.
Oh wow, what another crazy mage game. These mage games are really delivering in this series so far.
Now?
Yeah, it's 2-2 now. So game 5. So yeah, this is going to be that Bomb Warrior for Helsinki Reds up against that Shark Rogue again. And this is where I maybe worry a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. It's a Shark Rogue, yeah, because the Warrior won against the Mage. I almost forgot, but...
Yeah. So that, the slower warrior list for Helsinki Reds, with the Geppetto, the Archivist Deliciana, I don't think you can even fatigue the rogue. Like, if the rogue gets the Togwaggle schemes off, like, personally, when playing a rogue list pretty similar to this, except with double Togwaggle scheme, like, I have fatigued warriors that played Archivist Deliciana. Like, that's how much value this rogue deck has. And so that's why I think the slower warrior deck here could be in trouble. But this is a good opening hand here for the rogue at least. But on the warriors side, Augmented Elec can be pretty good as well.
Not when Vendetta is back in the equation, but anyway. There is one card, and one card only, that is the most important thing that they need to get on 7. It's the Lot the Boom.
Yeah, true.
It's the most powerful card in the deck, and they need to draw it. Otherwise, yeah, I think the rogue could be in pretty good shape if the warrior just doesn't find Dr. Boom until it's too late.
Yeah, I think one of the other things that can be really important is actually putting enough pressure on and shuffling bombs, which is why I do like the Augmented Elec. But here, this is a really good opening for the rogue as well, right? They can coin the Miscreant, although they don't really have anything to do on 3 as a result. So maybe they even want to hold it back and coin out the Shark. But problem with coining out the Shark... coining out the Shark's okay. Usually you don't want to play the Shark into like Dynamatic, but that doesn't really matter in this matchup. So I like this Omega Assembly early on. Like, we're saying that the Rogue is kind of favored if this goes into the extreme late game. So you don't really need the 3 mechs, right?
Yeah, and to be fair, the choices of mechs here, it's like you've got 2 average to bad mechs versus Devastator, and Devastator is always really good when the game goes to turn 10. If it does go to turn 10.
Yeah, at this point though, I expect the Omega Devastator to probably just be played out on turn 4, right? I mean, if Helsinki Reds are identifying this the same way we are, that the Rogue is the kind of slower deck, Yeah. So,
Yeah,
so
I think
now
you might be eating crow now with that Clockwork Goblin right there, shuffling it 2 bombs potentially.
Yeah. We could see a backstab Evis here, but that feels pretty bad, right? Like, how scared do you have to be of this augmented Elec as the rogue?
I don't think you're scared. Like, I think, you can just pop down the shark, right? Because you can just go backstab, miscreant, you get 4 lackeys, and then you get a lackey battlecry as well. But Blastmaster Boom picked up off the top, and that is 2 bombs being shuffled right in. So Blastmaster Boom on 7, yeah, it's a realistic possibility. Into Geppetto on 8 as well, so you get those 2 extra cards.
Yeah, but it looks like they're gonna go for the Omega Devastator here on 4, as we kind of initially thought. They're not as interested in shuffling into the bombs as they are in having the better minion on board and actually, you know, filling out their mana, basically. Instead of leaving that 1 mana floating, they want to rather just play the 4/5, essentially the Mech Yeti here.
Yeah, it also makes sense too, because they do have the second augmented Elec, so they can just go Elec Goblin on 6. Like, you go Devastator on 5 and then those 2 on 6, so it makes sense. Like, just wanting to put on as much pressure as possible before the road gets completely out of control. I mean, you see the combo coming down, and we get a Witchy Lackey, a Faceless Lackey, and a Kobold Lackey, and a Pharaoh Lackey, so 4 out of the 5 lackeys, so let's see here today.
Yeah, so that's a lot of options really here for the rogue, which is important. I mean, which of these lackeys do you actually want to play here? Kobold Lackey can clear either of these minions. Ethereal Lackey getting 2 spells is good, but probably not what you need here. Your hand's got plenty of value. Faceless Lackey obviously makes you weaker to Brawl and Warpath. And the Witchy Lackey could have been powerful to evolve, but seems like Ent's just going for the board clear instead. Or not clear, really. But yeah.
Well, clearing the relevant threat off the board, I think that's a good way of saying it. Yeah, we do see the commander coming off the top. That will allow them to clear both the shark and the miscreant, so now there's only a lackey left. And at this point, the rogue's hand is just so full of stuff. At this point, it's just playing good cards and just trying to put on, like, return pressure to the warrior.
Yeah. The Blink Fox and Eviscerate looks pretty tempting this turn, but you can also go wider with some kind of lackey shenanigans. Like, we got the Evil Cable Rat, and you could play one of the 1-drop lackeys as well with the Evis if you want. Do you have any kind of preference? Do you think the 3/3 is worth it? I mean, well, we can't clear both the minions if we play the 3/3.
I mean, you can't guarantee clearing both of the minions anyway, so
yeah.
I don't mind going for the 3/3 and like you eviscerate the 4/3 just because with the dagger it does contest the 4/4. 2/4 rather. Yeah. But yeah, it does contest that, and it looks like that's what they're gonna go for. What do they get? They get Brilliant Nullifier. That's not gonna be very useful.
No. And not even buffed yet. Just a poor 3/8.
Yeah, it's just a 3/8, not a 4/8. Not yet.
Not yet. And I mean, I think that's probably the most likely way we're going to see Beryllium Nullifiers after they do get buffed is off like Omega Assemblies, Dr. Boom, and these random type of effects.
Yeah.
But here we're going to see that double Clockwork Goblin bomb shuffle here with the Augmented Elec. And it's still a pretty imposing board for the warrior.
Yeah, and not only that, this also leads perfectly back into Dr. Boom, Blastmaster Boom, rather, to use his appropriate title. And we'll summon 5 minions onto the board, so even if the Elec dies, that's still just enough. All of his Boombots with him, and put on a frankly ridiculous amount of pressure back to the rogue, especially considering that it's just full of minions, but none of them besides the Ethereal Lackey really do anything.
Yeah, all of these options are pretty low on tempo, right? Like, we almost have to look for spells of the Ethereal Lackey to try and really find something good to do.
That assassinates something to do next turn when the Dr. Boom comes down. Also got the Academic Espionage if they really want to play the fatigue game, which I'm pretty sure they don't want to. They actually pick the Espionage, wow.
I like this. I've found in my experience that Assassinate is still garbage, even when you pick it from Ethereal Lackey. I've found that it's really, really underwhelming. So I don't mind their choice here of the Academic Espionage instead. If you're in a bad spot, you can always just play that Academic Espionage to try and find yourself some better options later. And as you say, if they do go to the Extreme Fatigue...
Underwhelming, that evolved into the big game hunters, definitely qualifying of that title.
Yeah,
very
very
last
much.
month to come down, probably immediately into Geppetto Joybuzz, just drawing 2 cards, and one of the Militia Commanders has already been played, and the Zilliax has been drawn. Most cards from Geppetto.
Yeah, the Geppetto Joybuzz has a lot of value. Yeah. And one of the synergies that's most interesting is like Barista Lynchen, right? Like if this if this Blastmaster Boom sticks on the board somehow, I mean, if it sticks on the board, you're probably just killing your opponents anyway, so that's fine. But if it would, then you could get another one with the Barista Lynchen, or even just getting another Geppetto Joybuzz from the Barista Lynchen can be pretty powerful.
Yeah. So do see Shadow Step coming down, just trying to find some way of dealing with Blastmaster Boom, because
I mean, he's looking for Vanish, right?
Yeah, got another Shadow Step, so they can keep this train rolling, just trying to find some way of dealing with it. But...
Hopefully before the turn runs out at this stage. That's another Shadow Step.
That is a way of dealing with it.
Yeah, I mean...
It's certainly a great way of dealing with it. It's a way of dealing with it.
Yeah, it's pretty underwhelming.
I would see the thanks emote. Obviously, all these players know each other, so no, it's not just pure BM, but...
Yeah. So a little bit of a mistake in the ordering there. I mean, could have played the Spirit of the Shark first before the Faces Lackey to get an extra minion. I mean, the minions are just trying to absorb damage from the bombs at this stage. That's basically their role on the board.
The Boom's just going to come right back down, and that's 4 more Boombots.
Well, Spirit of the Shark did survive here.
Somehow survived, yeah. There were 2 bombs aimed at that Spirit of the Shark, and he survived. That is one durable spirit, and he's gonna put in some work now.
Okay, so Hench Clan Burglar here. We could find Execute with the Vendetta. We can kill the Boom. We could find Brawl's not enough. I mean, it's just a case of figuring out which permutations lead to which being the better options to start off with here, right?
Well, the Evil Cabaret to start off with did not end how tended.
The Goblin Lackey is actually pretty good here, because you can use it to rush something in with the Vendetta to kill the Boom. Getting more minions on the board helps protect you against these bombs. So I would argue these are actually 2 fairly good results. And we can play the Hench Clan Burglar still as well at the end of all of this, if we want. But Life Drinker seems reasonable. Yeah.
Recover the life turtle. It's just a little bit of a shame that you have to sacrifice one of the minions when, if you got like Goblin Lackey, for example, Kobold Lackey, that's his name, the one that deals 2 damage. You wouldn't be able to clear Blastmaster Boom without losing anything, but well, such is life.
Okay, so now if we play Geppetto, we're going to be able to play one of those 1-cost minions we get from our deck immediately. So that means, like, if we got the Barista Lynchen, we could play it immediately. Even something like Dynamatic could be useful, although Geppetto himself is not a mech, so he's still going to tank damage there. What else would be particularly good to get as the 1-drops here? Obviously, Elysiana gives you all the...
How about instead of going for Geppetto, you clear the board? Clearing the board sounds like a pretty solid idea.
That's a fair point.
Next turn, you have a Mega Assembly with Zilliax, so even though this Life Drinker managed to swing the life to a little bit, it looks like the Rogue is just slowly gonna get tempoed right out of the game. Like, they had a lot of value in a lot of cards, but they didn't have a lot of minions that were able to stick onto the board.
And I think now we might even have to consider this Academic Espionage soon, right? Like, are we in that bad a scenario that we need to get like 1-mana Brawls or something meme like that in order to survive?
Possibly. I mean, like, you've got Earthshot to clear one of the Boombots, but you're still taking like 7 per turn at least.
Yeah, well, it looks like he's gonna eviscerate. Oof, yeah, that bomb hurts a lot.
I I was about to say, they must clear one of the 3 attack guys now, or otherwise it will just be lethal on the backswing. Now, of course, we can see that with Ziliox, it will still be 10 damage, but they had to try. And Helsinki Reds will be moving on to the top 4 today.
Yep. Yeah, Helsinki Reds taking this 3-2 in the end. I mean, ultimately, this Rogue just like not being good enough on tempo, right? That's really what's cost them in this matchup, right?
I would say so. They had a lot of value generation, but again, Rogue's typical weakness, like before all of the craziness with Wagglepick and Red Corsair, has been to these aggressive archetypes. And
I mean, well, you say these aggressive archetypes, but we were considering that as to be like almost a control warrior version of like the bomb warrior build, right? Like that's as slow as you're gonna get from the bomb warrior in terms of build, and even that's been still able to like out tempo the rogue. So I think that's really where the weakness of the rogue shows there, missing that healing as well. That definitely hurts. But I mean, that was an incredible series to finish off to today's matches, right? Like absolutely ridiculous the matchups we saw there. Obviously, especially the mage games. Those the pyroblasts and all the like setups. I think I've really enjoyed watching these two teams play.
Oh, I absolutely agree. Besides like that one other match which shall not be named, I've liked all of the matches today. It's been a really good representation of the teams, like showing why they've exactly like gotten to where they are. And I believe at this point we are going to leave it back over to Livion to close out the show. I'm fumbling over my words again, but this is the last you'll be hearing from me for the weekend. So I wish all of the team the best of luck. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. And I'm not entirely sure if we're going to do another analysis because we've heard of the casters already. So let's see what happened today. We had all the quarterfinal matches of this House Rivalries Season 2. We started with Nordevent versus Gamers Origin, where Nordevent took it once again because they already beat them in the Swiss as well, but they proved to be the better team. And then we had a second kind of scrappy match, MCon versus Viral, which MCon took in the end 3-1. And wow, like tomorrow we'll see MCon versus Nordevent. Who will win that? I'm really looking forward to that. Second half of the day, we had Epic versus Attack Mode, and unfortunately, the North American champions couldn't make it happen. But Epic won 3-1 and continues to tomorrow, where the last match, well, you just saw it as well as I did, who won 3-2, really close there, and that will definitely be a fun match tomorrow as well. So I'm not entirely sure who will be there tomorrow. Probably a different team again, but nevertheless very talented to bring you all these matches as well. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone of the casters today: Lesmos, Dib, Dan, Paradox, and of course Bemi doing the productions. And I hope to see you all guys tomorrow.